Chapter 26. Enlightenment will trial Zhang Xian. I didn't expect that your guts would be so inflated after not meeting for a day. Walking into the room, Shangbin surveys the surroundings and notices that the trash had managed to admit in 5 students. A savage expression flashes across his eyes as he sneers coldly, to dare to deceive Wangying Xiaojie, Zhaoye Xiaojie and the others, as well as to coax the student of Chao Xiong Laosher to come under your tutelage instead. Where the hell did you find such courage? Shangbin Laosher? Chao Xiong Laosher? Seeing the few people who just barged in, Zhang Xian frowns. I am in the midst of a lesson. If there's anything you want to say, please say them after the lessons. Lessen your head. Shang Xiaoye came personally over, so what the hell are you acting so high and mighty for? Given your standards, it is already a blessing for the others to not be misguided by you. Yet you talk about having lessons? You little brat who don't even know the basics, how dare to pretend like you're something big before us? Chao Xiong mocks Zhang Xian coldly. Since the both of them are already hostile to one another, there is no need for him to put on an act anymore. Get out. You're not welcome here. Zhang Xian narrows his eyes. You are still continuing on with the act? Zhang Xian, do you even remember your own surname? Shangbin laughs coldly. Quickly release Zhaoye Xiaojie and Wangying Xiaojie from your lessons and reallocate Luyang back to Chao Xiong Laosher. If so, I might choose to back down and not teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will have to spend this school term in a wheelchair. You want to make a move on me? Zhang Xian glances over. The academy forbids teachers from fighting one another within its compounds. Is Shangbin Laosher unaware of the academy rules? The academy rules are made for humans. Against others, I would still be worried about the consequences about flouting those rules. But towards you, hee, do you think that there would be anyone in the academy who would stand up for a trash like you? Shangbin declares with an expression that clearly spells out that his vile intentions. I get it. Is it because I offended you with my words yesterday? That's why you are intentionally seeking trouble with me now? Aren't you afraid that Shan Bairu Laosher would be displeased by such actions of yours? Zhang Xian harumphs. Hee, at least you are well aware of it. Since I have decided to teach you a lesson, of course, I won't be worried about you talking nonsense. Shangbin doesn't deny it, and just as he is about to gleefully step forward to teach the fellow before him a lesson, he is interrupted by another furious voice. It's you. Yao Han's eyes turn red. Given how Zhang Xian had offended Shangbin yesterday, and Shen Bairu Laosher is involved in the incident as well, if Yao Han is still unable to figure out the culprit who beat him up, even he himself would suspect that he is a fool. What? Seeing Butler Yao rage out when he is about to punish Zhang Xian, Shangbin turns around to look at him, bewildered. Do you think that it is possible for you to be unaware of what you have done? Before Shangbin could react, accompanied by a loud roar, a fist smashes violently onto his face. The heck? Shangbin could only feel everything before him turning dark. The regions around his eyes bruised up. His body staggers for a moment before falling to the ground. To dare to beat me up to such a pathetic state, I will make you suffer for it. Recalling the agony he undergone from the beating yesterday, there isn't any hesitation in Yao Han's blows at all. Sitting onto Shangbin's body, fist after fist come raging onto him like a storm. Butler Yao. Everything occurred too quickly. Wang Tao and Chao Xiong is flabbergasted. Actually, they aren't the only ones who were taken aback. Even Zhaoye, Wangying, and the others stare at one another in confusion. Just a moment ago, when these few people came over to find trouble with Zhang Laosher, Zhang Xian's students were still quite enraged and had intended to stand up for him. Yet, before they could do anything, the other side started fighting among themselves. Isn't this incident too bizarre? This is especially so for Zhaoye. She is well aware of the personality of Butler Yao. He is a very dignified and rational person who handles problems systematically. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have possibly allowed him to become the butler of their family. But what happened today? Why did he start beating up Shangbin before he could finish his words? Probably, the only one who knows what is happening is Zhang Xian. The reason why he intentionally mentioned that he offended Shangbin yesterday and brought up Shen Bairu's name is to remind Butler Yao of the 2 features of his attacker yesterday. In the end, just as he intended, he made a move on Shangbin. Actually, This cannot be blamed on Butler Yao for being rash. After all, no matter who it is, if they were to be beaten up out of the blue for no good reason, they would definitely hold some resentment in their heart. Furthermore, he is of esteemed position and represents the image of Bayou City, so he had never suffered such injustice. To add on, he had been angered by Zhang Xian multiple times these 2 days, and his young mistress had been curbing him from assaulting him. Without an outlet to vent his frustration, it has been welling up in his chest. At this moment, when he has met his enemy, how could he stand it any further? Butler Yao, what are you doing? Feeling the fists crashing down onto him like raindrops, the confused Shang Bin could only feel his vision going dark. He almost threw up a mouthful of fresh blood. What is going on? This is the first time he is meeting this Butler Yao, and he shouldn't have offended him before. So why the heck is he so brutal? No matter how he tries to recall, he couldn't fathom how he could have possibly offended the other party. What am I doing? Stop acting ignorant here. Are you not aware of it yourself? Pung 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 pung. Butler Yao's fist came landing one after another without any moment of rest. Shang Bin is a high-level teacher and has reached the level of Fighter 5 Dandingli realm. Even so, there is still a distance between him and Yao Han's 6 Dan Pishua realm. He isn't even a match for Yao Han in a normal battle. Needless to say, a sudden assault. He is done in with just a single punch. Butler Yao, calm down, calm down. We can talk things through calmly. Only now then do Chao Xiong and Wang Tao regain their senses, and they hurriedly pull the both of them apart. At this moment, Shang Bin's handsome face is swollen to the point that there is no difference between it and a pig's head. Damn it! Shang Bin is about to explode from anger. Initially, he had intended to teach Zhang Xian a lesson, but never in his dreams did he expect the Butler Yao from Bayou City to suddenly go insane and assault him. At this moment, all of his accumulated rage channels onto towards Butler Yao. No matter what personal grudges the few of you may hold among yourselves, please settle it outside the classroom. This isn't a location for you all to fight it out. If you all do not leave now and continue to interrupt my lessons, I will inform the Central Education Bureau and call them over. Zhang Xian speaks up. Fine. Just you all wait. Hearing that he would inform the Central Education Bureau, Shang Bin turns around and walks away. If news were to spread about his current state, how could still possibly have the face to meet others? He must not allow any teachers to see him in his current state. Shang Xiaoye. Shang Xiaoye. Xiaoye dash, young master. Initially, Chao Xiong thought that it would be an easy task. With Shang Xiaoye making a move personally, he would definitely be able to get Zhang Xian to return his student. However, never in his dreams did he expect to see such a situation occurring. Chao Xiong hurriedly follows behind him. Soon, the two of them disappear from view. Uncle Yao, what are you doing? After the two of them left, Xiaoye walks up and looks at her Uncle Yao, her face flushed red from anger. This Uncle Yao was normal in the past, so why is he getting more and more overboard nowadays? Young mistress, Yao Han doesn't know how he should reply to Xiaoye's words. After all, he can't possibly say that he had intended to sneak over to Zhang Xian's dormitory in an attempt to castrate him, but ended up getting bashed up by Shang Bin instead, and he did a moment ago was to exact vengeance for that. All right, I am still in the midst of the lesson. I would have to ask for the rest of you to leave. Zhang Xian gestures. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Han, Wang Tao, and Old Lu leave the classroom yet again. Damn it! Damn it! After leaving Zhang Xian's classroom, Shang Bin cries out in anger that Yao Han must be taught a lesson. Zhang Xian as well. To dare to look at me contemptuously, he must be punished. As the grandson of an elder, his life has been smooth sailing all along. When had he ever suffered such injustice? Furthermore, the worst of it all is that he didn't even know the reason behind it. He was in the midst of talking when the other party suddenly rushed up to assault him in the blink of an eye. He finds the scenario incomprehensible. That Yao Han must be an accomplice of Zhang Xian. Otherwise, why would he make a move on Shang Xiaoye? I think he must have been ordered to do so. Chao Xiong says. No doubt that must be it. Shang Bin agrees. He had never offended Yao Han, but the other party made a move on him without any warnings. It must be due to his declaration of wanting to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. Are you sure that Lu Yong did not willingly acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher? After a while, Shangbin calms down and turns around to ask. I can ascertain that he didn't do it out of his own free will. Recalling the unwillingness on Lu Yang's face when he left yesterday, Chao Xiong replies confidently. Great. If you're that sure of it, go and apply for a enlightenment will trial. Shangbin says. Enlightenment will trial? This. Chao Xiong's face darkens. Enlightenment will trial is a special method to determine the allocation of a student who is vied by multiple teachers when the academy is unable to make a judgment. The student would undergo the trial of the Enlightenment will tower, and the Enlightenment will tower will reflect his true thoughts in the form of a confidence meter. If the student is proven to be unwilling to come under the tutelage of the teacher of the student will be punished. On the other hand, if it is proven that the one who applied for the Enlightenment will trial is making a false report, he would receive an equivalent punishment. This is the final resort used when there is truly no means to determine the allocation of the student. Chao Xiong is aware of it, but he feels that things have yet to get to such an irreconcilable point. Why? Are you lying to me? Could it be that the fellow joined Zhang Xian willingly? Looking at Chao Xiong's hesitant face, Shangbin's face darkens even further. No, he definitely did not join willingly. I will apply now. I will make sure Zhang Xian will get what he deserves. Chao Xiong nods his head. Then hurry up. Looking at his compliance, Shangbin nods his head in satisfaction. When you are applying for it, make sure to raise the punishment to the maximum. This way, Zhang Xian would be in for a tough time. Perhaps he might even get fired. Punishment can be raised based on the applier's request. The higher the stakes are, the heavier the penalty on the side who fails the trial. All right. Chao Xiong's eyes light up with excitement as he visions the image of Zhang Xian getting fired. Chapter 27. The Frenzied Wang Clan. All right, we will end the lessons here. Everyone, remember to try to comprehend the contents of this lesson when you get back. If there is anything you are unsure of, you can come over to me to clarify it. Zhang Xian gestures. Yes. The 5 students answers in chorus before leaving the classroom. They didn't spend a long time immersed in the lesson, and there were even a couple of times where someone barged in to create trouble, but they still benefited greatly from it. It can even be said that if they were to persist on to try to comprehend what was taught, their cultivation would surely rise by leaps and bounds. The 5 of them leave the room excitedly. The moment Wang Ying walks out, her elder brother, Wang Tao, grabs her. Go. Let's return back to our clan. Return back to our clan? Big brother, why must we return? Wang Ying is taken aback. Humph, you refused to listen to the words of your elder brother and chose to acknowledge the worst teacher in the academy as your teacher. I have already reported this matter to father, and he says that he would like to talk to you personally. Wang Tao harumphs. The first time he entered the classroom, he was thrown out. The second time, he returned without accomplishing anything. Judging from the expression on his younger sister, he knows that he would be unable to convince her to change her mind. Thus, he sent old Lu back to inform the clan of the matter. He intends to get their father to persuade her. His younger sister's personality might be pure and innocent, but she still listens rather obediently to the words of their father. Father. Fright could be seen on Wang Ying's face. Their father is the current clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. He is a very strict person who rarely smiles. Even his children tremble before his presence. Zhang Xian Laosher actually isn't the way that you all put him out to be. His lectures are very good. Wang Ying tries to retort. Humph, say those words to father and see if he believes it. Wang Tao waves his hand, and without a second word, he pulls his younger sister out of the academy. Hongtian Academy and the Wang clan are both in Tianjin City, and they aren't too far apart from one another. In a short moment, the 2 siblings reach their destination, and Wang Tao pulls Wang Ying to their father's study. Enter. The cold and strict voice of clan head Wang Hong sounds out. Yes. Wang Ying tremors from fright upon hearing that voice. Clenching her jaws, she follows closely behind her elder brother into the room. In the study, clan head Wang Hong is sitting at the utmost center of the room. The few sitting behind him are the influential elders within the clan. There is also one youth who is sitting by the side. Wang Ying recognizes the youth as the grandson of the second elder, Wang Yin. She went to the Hongtian Academy at the same time as Wang Yin. In the end, the latter managed to acknowledge the renowned Lu Sun Laoshi as his teacher, whereas she acknowledged the academy's worst-reputed teacher Zhang Xian. Father. The tense atmosphere in the study makes Wang Ying dare not to breathe heavily. Kneel down. Clan head Wang Hong's face darkens. The teacher plays an utmost role on one's route of cultivation. Before entering the academy, he has reminded her time and time again to acknowledge Lu Sun as her teacher. Yet, this lasts. Why can't you acknowledge anyone else? Why must you choose the worst one in the whole academy? When he heard that news, he almost died from sheer anger. Put Hong. Wang Ying shivers as she kneels down. Do you admit your mistake? Wang Hong asks coldly. Himph. Acknowledging one's teacher should be based on an individual's free will, so I didn't want to say too much about it. But are you unaware of the standards of this Zhang Xian Laoshi? The one who scored the worst for the teacher qualification examination and even left a student berserk. Does someone like that have the qualifications to become your teacher? Clan head Wang Hong says with a grave expression on his face. If you were unaware of the situation and were deceived by him, I would still turn a blind eye to it. But why didn't you listen to your brother's words? I heard that your elder brother asked you to withdraw from his lessons, but you refuted him? What are you trying to do? Clan head Wang Hong's voice becomes louder and louder, to the point that the study tremors with creaking noises. Hearing the reprimand of her father, Wang Ying's face turns red before she grits her jade teeth and says, Father, Zhang Xian Laoshi isn't as bad as the rumors put him out to be. He is a talented teacher, just that he keeps a low profile. I want to be under his tutelage. I will not withdraw from his lessons. She benefited greatly from just a single lesson. Wang Ying knows that coming under the tutelage of Zhang Xian is an opportunity for her. If she were to miss this chance, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. A talented teacher? Haha, a fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Wang Ying, you should listen to the advice of the clan head. Don't be deceived by that Zhang Xian. You should learn from Wang Yin. He might have only gone on one lesson, but his strength has already increased by 40%. The guidance of Lu Sun Laoshi is definitely top-notch in the entire academy. Hearing the words of the young lady, the other elders laugh as they shake their head. There isn't a single person in Tianqian City who is unaware of Zhang Xian's reputation. Yet, you say that he is a talented teacher. What kind of joke is this? Hearing the words of his daughter, clan head Wang Hong is incensed. I don't care what you say. You have to withdraw from his lessons today. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping into this house ever again. I don't agree with your decision. Wang Ying may seem weak, but she has a stubborn temperament. She stands up and says indignantly, You all have never listened into Zhang Xian Laoshi's lessons. So what rights do you all have to say that his lessons are subpar? What rights do you all have to force me to withdraw from his lessons? We might not have listened into his lessons before, but do you think it is possible for his reputation and teacher qualification examination results to be falsified? An elder replies, Wang Ying Xiaojia, stop being stubborn. There are so many students who can testify for whether his lessons are good or not. Do you think that you are the only smart one of the bunch? Another elder states, Xiaojia, young mistress, I don't know whether the teacher qualification examination results are falsified or not, but I know that he has treated my legs and gave me pointers for my cultivation. I can easily execute a might that is 1-fold greater than previously. Wang Ying declares, Treated your legs? What kind of joke is this? Even Master Yuan Yu is unable to do anything about your legs. Yet, you claim that a fellow who scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination is able to treat it? Wang Ying Xiaojia, even if you wish to lie in his stead, you should say something that is more believable. Everyone in the clan is aware of Wang Ying's leg injury. Hearing her words, a few of the elders scoff coldly. If you all don't believe me, I will prove it to you all. Seeing the looks of disbelief on the elders' faces, Wang Ying doesn't continue arguing and instead walks over to the strength-measuring rock pillar and sends a kick towards it. Pong! The rock pillar shakes and a string of numbers appear. 205. What? Seeing this sight, Clan head Wang Hong's eyes narrow subconsciously. The few elders who were reprimanding Wang Ying a moment ago are also taken aback as their lips tremble from shock. The few elders here had specially looked into the injury of Wang Ying's legs and had deduced that it is impossible to treat it. They concluded that it would be impossible to exert strength in them, and just the fact that she is able to walk normally is already a blessing. Yet, to wield 205 kilograms behind such legs? How? How is this possible? After kicking the pillar, Wang Ying didn't stop. She turns around and strikes on the pillar with a fist. Wang. Numbers display on the rock pillar. 120. A force of 120 kilograms behind her fists. You're still Jushi Realm primary stage. I thought you were only able to hit 53 kilograms when you left yesterday? How could it be possible for you to hit 120 kilograms? Clan head Wang Hong abruptly stands up as his voice quivers in agitation. Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm. Cultivators would learn innate breathing and sensing of spirit in the air. Also, they would gain the ability to look into their body and control the flow of spirit energy in their body with their mind. They would have a strength of 50 kilograms in their primary stage, 70 kilograms in the intermediate stage, 90 kilograms in the advanced stage, and 110 kilograms at the pinnacle. This is the mass that a cultivator would be able to carry with their present strength. It is normal for the strength behind their fist to be slightly lower or higher than the strength attributed to their level of cultivation. Normally, it would already be incredible to achieve an increase of 20% to 30% around that level. Even for a renowned teacher like Lu Sun, he could only induce an improvement of 40%. Despite not breaking through in her cultivation, being still in Jushi Realm primary stage, she is able to hit with a force of 120 kilograms, even stronger than someone at Jushi Realm Pinnacle. This means that her strength enhancement is greater than a single fold. That is too formidable. I only improved to such an extent due to Zhang Xian Laosher's guidance. After hitting the pillar, Wang Ying stops and declares calmly. With just a slight pointer, he is able to induce such a great improvement? Furthermore, treating your legs as well? Clan leader Wang Hong is in a state of disbelief. In a few short steps, he walks to the front of his daughter. With a single look, he immediately understands that his daughter's legs are truly cured. As the worst teacher in the entire academy, not only was he able to treat an injury Master Yuan Yu is unable to cure, he was even to induce a massive improvement through a short moment of guidance. Is this for real? Can you tell us a little about the contents of the lessons he went through today? What did he talk about? After a short period of shock, clan head Wang Hong can't resist asking. All right. Today, Zhang Laosher talked about cultivation technique. However, as what he talked about was too profound, I could only remember less than a tenth of it. This is what he said. After hesitating for a moment, she mentions everything that she recalls in her mind, gathering one's breath and nourishing it. To think that there would be such a profound theory behind a simple Jushi realm. This is too incredible. If only I had undergone such lessons back then, I wouldn't be stuck in such a realm, unable to advance ahead. This is truly the theory derived from a true master. I am enlightened. Just by repeating a few sentences, the clan head and the elders in the room seem to have gone into a daze, as though they are drunk on those words, on the verge of going frenzied. To be able to become the clan head and an elder of a prestigious clan, they all possess high levels of cultivation. Even the weakest of them are Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm experts. After cultivating for so many years, they have a higher level of enlightenment towards cultivation, and they understand much more about it. Although Wang Ying is only reciting those words without understanding the underlying theories behind them, to them, those words are no different from the voice of God. It solves many of the mysteries that they were unable to decipher before in an instant, and they feel refreshed. He is truly a master. No, not even a master is able to explain such profound and mystical theories. Clan head Wang Hong's eyes radiate a bright light, and his breath quickens in agitation. Father? Father? Seeing her father on the verge of going into a frenzy, Wang Ying tries to pull him back. Inger, you must not withdraw from this Zhang Laosher's lesson by all cause. You must learn from him diligently. After clan head Wang Hong's consciousness is pulled back from a mystical realm, Form looks at Wang Ying with a solemn expression and says, "But father, you just said that." She didn't expect that her father, who tends to be conservative, would change his mind so quickly, to the extent that she is unable to adapt to it on the spot. Father didn't know that Zhang Laosher would be so incredible. Oh, right. At this point, clan head Wang Hong's face has traces of excitement and anticipation on his face as he asks, "Inger, can you ask your Zhang Laosher whether he is still accepting student? Let Wang Yin and Tower learn from him as well. Actually, why don't I become his student as well?" Clan head, as the leader of the Wang clan, how could you become the student of the low-level teacher in the academy? If word is spread, how can our Wang clan continue to uphold our dignity in Tianjin City? Before clan head Wang Hong could finish his words, he is interrupted by the words of another elder. After reprimanding the clan head, the elder turns over with a bundle of smiles and says, "Look, I am only a normal elder and I don't represent the image of the Wang clan. If it is still unacceptable, I can even resign from my position of an elder. So, can you all help me ask him if I am able to acknowledge him as my teacher?" Wang Tao, Wang Ying, and Wang Yin. Clan head Wang Hong. Inger, Tower, this is quite a close way to address one's sons and daughters, sometimes even close nephews, etc. Chapter 28. Enraged Elder Imo Zhang Xian isn't aware of the events that occurred in the Wang clan. After the lesson ended, he walks towards the compendium pavilion. My cultivation might have progressed significantly, but I still don't have an in-depth understanding of battle techniques and such. I should quickly look into them. Also, I should also take a look at the 1-dan and 2-dan cultivation techniques. Otherwise, if I were to go the lessons without knowing anything, I would definitely give myself away. Zhang Xian's had multiple breakthroughs in his cultivation yesterday night, causing his strength has soared significantly. However, his knowledge on battle techniques and such are severely lacking. Furthermore, he doesn't have an in-depth knowledge of the 1-dan and 2-dan cultivation techniques. For example, when he was offering pointers to Zhaoye earlier today, he didn't know what kind of cultivation technique he should have imparted her to resolve the problem of her purine body. This is the ideal time to do a bit of research and prepare for the next lesson. Otherwise, if he is unable to answer the questions of his students, he would expose his ignorance. Elder Imo. Arriving at the compendium pavilion again, Elder Imo is still guarding the entrance to it. "What are you here for?" "Yesterday, this fellow, in pursuit of his vanity, came here to make a mess, so Elder Imo had a bad impression of him. Seeing how he is here today again, he couldn't help but frown. I would like to see the manuals on battle techniques." Zhang Xian bows. Battle techniques? One's cultivation level is the core of one's strength. Instead of training properly with your cultivation technique, you just had to learn from the negative examples of others, pursuing vanity, enjoying the pleasures of the illusion and slacking about. Today, you don't have to think about entering the compendium pavilion. Elder Imo waves his hand to chase him away. In his opinion, Zhang Xian's purpose here isn't even to read the books. Rather, he is here to flip through them to remember a few distinguished points in them to put up a knowledgeable image. The greatest taboo in the guidance of one student is to impart incomplete knowledge. When your pail of knowledge is only half full, it is easy for one student's cultivation to go berserk through misguidance. Yesterday, Zhang Xian was here twice and both times, he was only casually flipping through the manuals. Given his speed, he probably doesn't even remember the names of the book, needless to say remembering them. What else can his actions represent, other than his pursuit of vanity? The Compendium Pavilion is a location for teachers to research and study at. How can such a person be allowed entry? I pursue vanity and enjoy the pleasures of the illusion? Zhang Xian blinks and confusion could be seen in his eyes. Why would he say such words? He couldn't resist asking, "Elder Imo, I am really here to learn and not to create trouble, da-da-da." Just as he is in the midst of clarifying the situation, footsteps could be heard from his back and an elegant voice sounds out. "Elder Imo, I will be going in to grab a few books." Turning around to take a look, it is the goddess teacher he met yesterday, Shunbai Ru. At this current moment, Shunbai Ru is dressed in light purple. Her slender body accompanied by her incredible figure, and her flawless face brought out an exquisite and refined aura which radiates her surroundings. Oh, it is Shin Laosher. Go on in. Seeing that it is her, Elder Imo doesn't even try to stop her in the least. Not only is Shun Bairu beautiful, she is also a reputable genius among the teachers. Despite being just 20-year-old, she has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, just a step away from Pishua Realm. Thank you, Elder Imo. She nods her head elegantly. Turning around, she notices Zhang Xian, who is just standing by the side, and couldn't help but to be a little surprised. In the past, although Zhang Xian had never confessed to her, he would blush upon catching sight of her and would be unable to speak in front of her, bashful like a lady. Even the densest of people could tell that something was amiss. Initially, she thought that this would be the case this time as well. However, he only takes a glance at her before turning around, the adoration he held for her in the past totally absent in those clear eyes of his that resemble the pure spring water, as though he is completely immune to her beauty. The most important point of all is that Zhang Xian isn't strong, and he scored badly for his teacher qualification examination as well. As a result, he would always feel inferior upon seeing other teachers, causing him possess an unconfident disposition from his lack of self-esteem. However, at this moment, just by standing there, he looks dignified with the aura of an extraordinary person. Just by looking at his disposition itself, he is a completely different person from how he was in the past. Recalling the situation when they met yesterday, he even dared to refute Shangbin straight on. Shin Bairu couldn't help but feel bewildered. When did that awkward young man who had an inferiority complex change so much? Elder Imo, I am also here to browse through the books. Why is she allowed to enter while I am denied entry? Zhang Xian is oblivious to the thoughts of the other party and could only gesture helplessly. Despite being both teachers, he is discriminated even in the privilege to browse through books. What a luck! Shun Laosher is entering the pavilion to study. As for what you are going in for, you should be more than aware of it. Do you still need me to point it out for you? Elder Imo harumphs coldly. There are only manuals inside. What else could I be doing inside? With a bitter smile, Zhang Xian shakes his head. Of course I am entering the pavilion to read books and to enhance my knowledge. Enhance your knowledge? Humph. Elder Imo is displeased. Flipping through books non-stop, not even stopping in the midst to read through them properly, and you call it studying? Every single cultivation technique inside is incomparably precious. You can't possibly expect to enhance your knowledge by leaps and bounds just by flipping through tons of books without even jotting down notes. How could you possibly study like this? Elder Imo, just as he is about to continue explaining, Shan Bairu smiles faintly, her smile reminiscent of the blooming of a flower, as she says, Zhang Laosher might really be here to learn. So, why don't you just let him enter? If he were to be stopped here like this, it wouldn't leave a good impression on the other teachers. Since Shun Laosher pleaded on your account, I will allow you to enter. However, I will tell you in advance first. If you want to look through the books, look through them properly. If I see you wandering around in there and putting up a show, just wait and see how I will punish you. Elder Imo gestures. You have my gratitude. Zhang Xian nods his head, then cups his hand towards Shun Bairu to show his appreciation for her help before walking into the compendium pavilion. Initially, Shin Bairu thought that since she helped him, he would make use of the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Yet, he simply turned around to leave, leaving Shun Bairu a little stunned. Although she is a little surprised, she didn't pay much heed to it and follows behind him into the compendium pavilion. It was just a casual whim of hers to help Zhang Xian. There wasn't any special reason or intention behind her action. Since the other party didn't want to chat with her, she is also happy to be spared the conversation. To think that coming into the compendium pavilion would be so troublesome. The next time, I probably won't be able to enter anymore. Standing in front of the bookshelves, Zhang Xian did not rush to flip through the books and instead scratches his head. He didn't know why did Elder Imo stop him, but he is sure that it has something to do with his identity as the worst teacher in the academy. The identity is awkward no matter where he goes. Not just on the recruitment of students, even his colleagues despise him. The main reason why he is able to enter this time is thanks to Shanbairu's words. However, what about the next time? This compendium pavilion isn't very big anyway. If I hurry up, I might be able to browse through it all within today. This way, I won't need to enter the next time. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Since Elder Emo is determined to stop him, he should just make it so that he would not need to come anymore in the future. Given the size of the library, there are hundreds of thousands of books in here. Even if one were to spend their entire lives here, they probably wouldn't be able to finish reading through them. However, he is different. No matter what kind of books it is, as long as he flips through it, he would be able to compile an identical book of it in the library of Heaven's Path with its flaws recorded in it. If he were to move quickly, it shouldn't be impossible for him to imprint all of these books into his head within a single day. Once he succeeds, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to come here to look for books. Begin. The moment the thought pops into his mind, Zhang Xian doesn't dawdle any longer and immediately walks towards the first bookshelf. Not concerned with what books they are, he casually grabs a handful of them and voila, flips through them. Hoo. Just as he expected, the library of Heaven's Path jolts, and an identical book as the one in his hands appears on the bookshelf in it. That's the way to go. After realizing that it is possible to compile multiple books simultaneously, he walks forward and grabs several books at once and imprints them into his head concurrently. Walala. The sound of footsteps and flipping of books echoes in the compendium pavilion. That fellow, he still dares to claim otherwise, that he isn't putting on a show in pursuit for vanity? Elder Emo, who is outside guarding the library, has been paying attention to Zhang Xian from the moment he enters the library. The previous time, that fellow only flipped through a book at a time before putting it back. Although it is clear to see that he isn't really serious about it, at least it still looks acceptable. Now, he is taking dozens of books at once and playing with them, placing it back in the shelves before he could even see the titles clearly. What the heck is he doing? Is he here to read books, or to choose cabbage? Furthermore, after looking at the manuals which the other party is looking through, he feels a spell of giddiness. Cultivation of wisteria, basics to the relationship of a male and female, the way of amalgamating yin and yang, refining green emerald pill, and the important aspects one should take note of in forging equipment. There are books on all kinds of fields. Cultivation technique, battle technique, cultivation of medical herbs, even on male-female relationship. As long as it is a book, there is nothing that this fellow would not flip through. Everyone has their own shortcomings and merits, and there are limits to a person's energy. It is impossible for one to master every single field. Thus, one has to choose properly on which book they should look through. However, this fellow flips through every single book without any hesitation. Is he sure that he isn't here to create trouble? He must be here to cause trouble. When he leaves, I will make sure to teach him a lesson. Elder Mo's face darkens as he harumphs coldly. Chapter 29. You must be sick. Shunbairu, who is the compendium pavilion as well, hears the continuous sounds of footsteps and flipping of books. Initially, she didn't think much into, but as time passed, she started to feel that something is amiss with the situation. One would need to read a book slowly to comprehend its contents. How can it be possible for anyone to flip through it so quickly? Bewildered, she couldn't resist walking over to take a look. After which, she sees Zhang Xian flipping the books from the first shelf. It is very apparent to see that he isn't reading through the contents of the books, but more like looking for something. Is this the reason why Elder Emo denied him entry? After watching for a moment, she realizes that the other party doesn't have the intention to stop. Getting Shunbairu's heartbeats. Previously, the reason why she couldn't resist speaking out to help him upon seeing the difference between the current him and his previous self is because she wants him to work hard so as to be freed from his current awkward position. However, she would have never imagined that this fellow isn't here to study but to look for something. This is the compendium pavilion. Every day, there are innumerable teachers who come in, so it is impossible for there to be anything valuable hidden here. Flipping through these books so casually is almost a blasphemy to this compendium pavilion. How repulsive. Perhaps. He knew that I would be coming to the compendium pavilion today. So he intentionally waited outside, then came in to make such a ruckus to capture my attention. Humph, this would only provoke my ire. The image of the young man in Shun by Ru's heart falls to the pits. Due to her beauty, many people have tried many ways to get on her good side, as well as to attract her attention. In her opinion, Zhang Xian isn't even trying to look through the books. Rather, he is intentionally making those noises to change her opinion of him. In reality, she hates it when people make up this kind of show. After looking at her a moment longer, she ascertains her opinion. If he is truly here to browse through the books, how could he possibly be reading books of all genres? Furthermore, to be flipping through them at such rapid speed, he is probably unable to even ascertain the name of the manual, needless to say, its contents. With a darkened expression on her beautiful face, she walks over to Zhang Xian. Zhang Laosher, what are you doing? Reading books. Zhang Xian doesn't realize that his actions have already been labeled as putting up a show and replies casually without raising his head. Reading books? Xin Bairu harumphs coldly. Coldness emanates from her jade-like face as she says, if you think that your actions are cool and would attract my attention, please retract those immature thoughts of yours. I, Xin Bairu, do not fall for such petty tricks. Furthermore, your actions will only incur my irritation. Oh, all right. Zhang Xian continues flipping through his books. He intends to imprint all of the manuals in the Compendium Pavilion onto the Library of Heaven's Path by today, and time is a little tight for him, so he doesn't have the effort to spare to be chatting with others. Besides, in his opinion, the other party is simply being too self-important. What business does she have to do with what he is doing? You might be truly pretty, but it isn't like I have yet to meet a beautiful woman like you. In the previous world, in the era of information, there are all kinds of beauties stored in the hard disk. Furthermore, they are skilled in blowing, pulling, playing, and singing. A cold beauty like you does not hold much interest to me. I don't have the energy to think of ways to attract your attention. Since you understand it, please leave this compendium library. Stop wasting your effort here. Seeing how the young man's head remains lowered, still putting on a show, Shun Bairu turns and gestures him to leave. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of the footsteps of the young man leaving. This is more like it. Seeing how he gives up readily, Shun Bairu nods her head in satisfaction. Just as she is about to continue to read her book, she hears the sound of the flipping of books echoing in the library once again. Walala, walalala. Turning her head to take a look, she realizes that the young man had no intention to leave. You. Shun Bairu almost explodes from anger. Are you done yet? I have already said that doing this will just incur my irritation, yet you still persist in doing so. Is there a point to it? At this point, her slim figure straightens, and she walks up to Zhang Xian once again, and disgust could be clearly seen in her pitch-black pupils. Did you not hear my words? The more you behave like this, the more disgusted I would be with you. You won't earn my fancy like this. Are you sick? Seeing the other party coming over to bother him again, Zhang Xian is a little irritated. He stops in his actions and says, you read your own stuff while I'll read my own. If you are really bored, you can squat by a corner and draw circles. Don't bother me here. It is not like I have never met a beautiful lady in my life before. Why are you acting so haughtily? You. She didn't expect the young man to speak like this. Shun Bairu feels her sight blurring, and she almost dies from the overwhelming rage welling in her. Who is she? Hongtian Academy's #1 beauty. Blessed with great talent and looks, almost all of the teachers and students in the academy regard her as a goddess. Before her, they would act respectfully, not daring to even speak loudly for fear of offending her. Yet, you dare to say, I am sick? Even asking me to squat at a corner to draw circles? I am a lady, all right? Draw circles? Draw your mum's fat head. Shin Bairu feels a heavy and stuffy sensation on her chest that she is unable to relieve. Walala, walalala. Her face flushes red from anger. Just as she is about to reprimand the other party, she realizes that the young man has gone back to flipping through the books after being done with his words, not even sparing her an additional glance. Fine, fine. Continue putting on an act. See how I will reveal your true colors. Luo Luo. Shun Bai Ru grits her teeth tightly and stomps her leg. This is the first time that a man has talked to her in such a manner. Fine. Aren't you putting on an act of browsing through the books now? Let's see how long you can put up with it. When you are finally unable to continue on, I will expose you and leave you embarrassed. Then, Shun Bai Ru no longer bothers herself with Zhang Xian and instead, angrily walks back to the manual she had looked for previously and casually takes it out. Then, sitting in a corner in the room, she starts copying it down. Initially, her mood was quite good today, and she intended to study for quite a while to boost her knowledge. Yet, never in her dreams would she expect to meet such an infuriating fellow. In the midst of copying down her notes, she sneaks glances periodically towards him. The young man still continues flipping through all of the books with the same speed, seemingly adamant to leave no book unturned. It seems that as long as it is a book of the Compendium Pavilion, he would surely flip through it once. Let's see how long you can keep up the act for. After being rebuked by Zhang Xian, Shun Bai Ru no longer retains her calmness from before, and she intends to make things difficult for him. As she copies down her notes slowly, she waits for the moment when the other party is unable to keep up with the act. However, what that leaves her bewildered is that the young man repeats his actions over and over again with the same astonishing speed. From the very first bookshelf, he moves from one row to another, flipping through the books from afternoon to night, not even sparing a single minute to rest. It has already been 6 to 7 hours, but yet the fellow is still persisting on with the same motion. Even Shun Bai Ru finds it inconceivable at this point. If his aim was to attract her attention, she has already clearly told him that she detests such actions, so he should have stopped then. So, how is it possible for him to continue flipping through like this? Not to mention, for such a long period of time? Could this fellow's brain be convulsing, or something? Has his cultivation went berserk and he himself became insane? Suddenly, a thought pops up in her head. She has heard that when one's cultivation goes berserk, one would start to do many abnormal actions. Could it be that flipping through books nonstop here be one of this kind of abnormal actions? She is looking at the young man with a bizarre expression as she starts to think that the young man is abnormal when she notices that Zhang Xian stopping in his actions after flipping through the books in the final row. So much knowledge. After a consecutive 6 to 7 hours of hard work, he has finally imprinted all of the books in Hongtian Academy's Teacher Compendium Pavilion in the Library of Heaven's Path in his head. Through the compilation of flaws and strengths from the Library of Heaven's Path towards each individual book, he gains a certain level of understanding towards the cultivation technique, battle technique, pills, equipment forging, formations, and such. With Zhao Ye's purine body, she should cultivate this manual. However, before that, I have to do some preparations. After imprinting the entire Compendium Pavilion, he finally understands how he should solve the problem with Zhao Ye's physical body. He couldn't resist heaving a breath of relief. He has even found out the loopholes and incomplete portions in the previous 3 dan of his cultivation. As long as he finds some time to recultivate through them, he can correct and perfect them. Go. When he is finally finished, he feels an ache in his stomach. After working for such a long period of time, his hunger pangs has already long struck, just that he was oblivious to it then. Shaking his head, he starts to walk towards the exit of the Compendium Pavilion. However, he had only taken a few steps when he sees Shun Bai Ru standing before him, looking at him with a cold gaze. To think that this woman would still be here after he has flipped through the books for 6 to 7 hours. Can't be bothered with such a self-important fellow. Zhang Xian continues walking towards the exit of the Compendium Pavilion. Stop it right there. When he has just walked through the exit, he hears Elder Mo bellowing at him. At this very instant, Elder Mo's face darkens to the point that it seems like the coalescence of numerous storm clouds, ready to explode at any moment. He has tolerated this young man for very long. At this moment, there is only a thought in his head. Troublemaker, troublemaker, and troublemaker. Elder Mo. Zhang Xian looks at him with a puzzled expression. Zhang Xian Laosher. Elder Mo's face is cold. With an intentionally harsher tone, he says, "You came to the Compendium Pavilion not to study, but to intentionally cause trouble. From now on, the Compendium Pavilion no longer welcomes you." If you step in here once more, I will break your legs. Causing trouble? Elder Emo, where did all these come from? I have been looking through the books seriously. How did I become a troublemaker? Although he had already duplicated an identical compendium pavilion in his head and no longer has to come here, he still feels displeased upon hearing those words. Why is it that when other people are here, you think of them as studying, but when I am here, you think of me as a troublemaker? What kind of logic is this? Aren't you being too unreasonable? Chapter 30. Shunned by Rouge Shock, reading seriously? A wind tugs on Elder Mo's beard, and his face looks so red that it might explode at any moment. Not jotting down notes to decipher its content, and simply flipping the books randomly. Tell me, who reads the way you do? Must reading involve jotting down notes to decipher its contents? Only now does Zhang Xian understand why the other party is so mad. He is at a loss to respond. In his previous life, he was a librarian and his job scope was similar to that of Elder Mo's. However, back then, as long as one holds a borrowing pass, he would be able to enter the premises and no one would bother whether he is eating or drinking inside. As long as one doesn't kill someone or set the place on fire, he is basically free to do as he pleases. Initially, he thought that Elder No was making things difficult for him due to his previous self's astounding results at the teacher qualification examination. After such a farce, the reason ends up to be just this. These books are obtained through the relentless efforts of the Academy's predecessor, and every single one of them is the product of their blood, sweat, and tears. If you are not here to study, then don't touch them. Flipping through them the way you do, what can you be doing other than creating trouble? Elder Emo flings his hands in anger. Fine. If you insist that I'm creating trouble, then just take it to be so. Zhang Xian wants to explain, but after thinking it through for a moment, he shakes his head and decides otherwise. The matter with the Library of Heaven's Path must not be revealed. This also means that he would be unable to explain his actions of flipping through those books frenziedly. Since he won't be here in the future anyway, there is no need for him to clarify it. Besides, his reputation is already as bad as it is. It doesn't matter whether it is sullied further or not. At least you're willing to admit to it. Now, scram. Upon his admittance, intense loath can be seen in Elder Mo's eyes. He waves his hands, gesturing him to leave. I'll be taking my leave. Just as he is about to leave, a pleasant aroma surges into his surroundings and a figure appears before him. Blocking his path, Shun Bairu says, "Wait a minute. What is it now?" Zhang Xian looks at her helplessly. "You read your own book while I read mine. Surely I didn't bother you then." Normally, when she stops someone else, the other party would be leaping in joy. Yet, this fellow looks at her with an annoyed expression. Shin Bairu frowns. "It isn't about that. Didn't you say that you were reading books in there? After reading for such a long period, surely you would remember some of its contents." "What do you mean?" Not sure what kind of tricks this woman is playing now. Zhang Xian stares at her doubtfully. "It's simple. I noticed that you read 8 methods of pill refinement. It just happens that there are some parts of it that I am unable to comprehend, so I would like to consult you on it. Surely you won't reject my request?" Shun Bairu asks. Actually, her plan is simple. Isn't this fellow before her putting on an act by flipping through all those books? Thus, if she questions him on the book and he is unable to answer her queries, his lie will be exposed. 8 methods of pill refinement? Zhang Xian's consciousness jolts as the book appears in his mind. Indeed, he had flipped through this book previously. If there's anything you are unsure of, feel free to ask and I will answer your queries. However, I have to eat soon and don't have much time to spare, so do hurry up. You, clenching her fists tightly, Shun Bairu almost faints from anger. His tone is as though a frustrated teacher answering the questions of a student seeking clarification. Firstly, I am a beauty. Secondly, I am a high-level teacher and one of the popular teachers of the school. If I ask you a question, it is obvious that I am testing your standards. Why does it sound like I am learning from you? Everyone has a field of specialty that expertise in, so teachers in the academy often consult one another to learn from each other. However, as a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination, What makes you think that you are qualified for me to be consulting you? Suppressing the rage within her that is on the verge of erupting, Shan Bairu grinds her teeth. Just a moment ago, I read a phrase in the book, if the herbs scatter, it would be difficult for the pill to form. If the herbs agglutinate, a yellow pill will form. I find these words a little bizarre and incomprehensible. Can Zhang Laosher clarify its meaning for me? When she says the word clarify, her teeth almost shatter from the intense force between them, and the sound of its grinding is clear to hear. As a great beauty, if it isn't to embarrass him, she would never seek guidance from a trash. You still want to ask questions despite that memory of yours. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. He purses his lips and replies, the phrase should be, if the herbs agglutinate, it would be difficult for the pill to form. If the herbs scatter, a yellow pill will form. Its meaning is simple. When refining a pill, the moment that the herbal fluid or powder clumps together, it would be impossible to meld their medical properties together. On the other hand, if they are separated and mixed together thoroughly, the pill that would be formed will look like the yellows of an egg. After flipping through all of the books in the Compendium Pavilion, he is able to retrieve the correct method for the refinement of the pill with just a jolt of his consciousness. She might be able to stump others with such a question, but directing it towards him? What a joke. What's worst is that she even recited the question wrongly. Her standard is too subpar. How, you can't reply it, can you? What did you say? She thought that the young man would be unable to reply her question. Not even in her dreams would she fathom that Zhang Xian would be able to answer the question so casually. Unprepared for such a twist, Shan Bairu is dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes almost popping out of their sockets. She intentionally recited the phrase wrongly so that he would offer the wrong guidance. In her viewpoint, this fellow was just making up a show in the Compendium Pavilion, not absorbing the slightest bit of knowledge in those books at all. If she were to casually whip out the contents of a book, he would be foreign to them. Thus, she recited it inaccurately so that he would make a fool of himself. Who knew that? He would see through her inaccurate reciting and even offered the most correct answer. How? How is this possible? Could it be that this fellow has really remembered the entirety of 8 methods of pill refinement just by flipping through it? But that's impossible. He is a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. How could he possibly be knowledgeable in something as unconventional as pill refining? All right, do you have any other questions? Stroking his shriveled stomach, Zhang Xian hurries her. I still have more. Despite the overwhelming shock, upon seeing the impassive look on his face, Shan Bairu immediately recovers and poses another question. There is another phrase that I don't understand. When refining a metal in flames, never meld them when it is impure. After finishing her words, she smiles coldly as she awaits for the stumped look on the other party. The question she asked previously was on pill refinement, while this one is a dictum on weapon forging. This is a phrase she saw on an ancient book. She was unable to understand the saying ever after analyzing it for a month. In the end, she only managed to clarify it after consulting a master blacksmith. Initially, she only wanted to embarrass the other party to let him know the price of offending her. Yet, she didn't expect him to be able to explain the meaning of the words in the 8 methods of pill refinement. This provoked the competitive spirit within her, inducing her to come up with a difficult question to leave him speechless. Standing by the side, Elder Imo was surprised when Zhang Xian was able to answer the first question. Even so, he wasn't particularly shocked. 8 Methods of Pill Refinement is a basic manual that innumerable rookie apothecaries would have to learn, similar to what Hongtian 9-Dan formula is to cultivators. Even if one doesn't learn pill refinement, it isn't peculiar for them to know a thing or two about it. When Shan Bairu asked the second question, he is stunned. That's because even he found it hard to decipher the meaning of these words. When refining a metal in flames, never meld them when it is impure. Just when the two of them thought that he would be incapable of answering, Zhang Xian shakes his head and looks at Shan Bairu as though he is looking at an idiot. What is so hard to comprehend about these words? It just means that when forging weapons, one must first refine the respective materials in fire thoroughly to clear away all impurities. Only then can the weapon be melded together more effectively. May I trouble you to ask some harder questions? This basic knowledge can be grasped easily after reading more books. This, shown by Rue's slim body jolts. She had to consult many different people before she got an answer to this question of hers. Yet, this young man managed to point out the crux of the dictum instantly. This. Not just her. Even Elder Imo almost faints from astonishment. For Zhang Xian to answer a question he didn't know the answer to, could it be that he was studying seriously when he was flipping through all those books? Zhang Xian Laoshi, your answer seems to be incorrect though. I remember that there is an explanation of it on discussions of miscellaneous disputes which is different from what you claim. It states that if one wants to add metal material to a pill, one would have to refine it first, otherwise it would not coagulate as one. In a state of disbelief, Elder Imo speaks up. You remembered it wrongly. There isn't such a phrase in discussions of miscellaneous disputes. Neither is there anything of that sort written in it. The one you read must be discussion of miscellaneous theories written by Senior Liu Zhe. There is a phrase similar to it in there, but what that is written is, when refining a metal along with a pill, never mix them when it is impure, and not refining a metal in flames. Zhang Xian waves his hand majestically. He isn't aware that the both of them are testing him. He truly thought that the both of them couldn't remember the contents clearly, and thus, he casually continues, "Oh, this book is at the corner of the 9th row in the Compendium Pavilion. The words that you just said are recorded on the 49th page. As for the question Shen Laoshi just asked, if you hold doubts about my explanation, you can browse through 3 Arts of Firecrafting left behind by Senior Du Chu. It is by the corner of the 15th bookshelf, and the explanation of it is written on the 24th page. Let me take a look." Shin Bairu looks at him with doubtful eyes. She hurriedly rushes back into the Compendium Pavilion, and in a short moment, she comes back with 2 books in her hand, Discussion of Miscellaneous Theories and 3 Arts of Firecrafting. Flipping to the page that the latter said, she staggers and almost passes out on the spot. To think that it would be identical to what Zhang Xian said, there is not even a single discrepancy. Not only did he remember the contents of the book, he could even point out which book it came from, its location, and even the page number. Is this for real? Chapter 31. Heart of Tranquil Water. Heart of Tranquil Water. Grabbing hold of the book from Shan Bairu, Elder Imo takes a glance at it, and his entire body trembles. This should be impossible. All right, is there still anything you are unsure of that you would like to consult? If not, I'll be leaving. Zhang Xian looks at them with puzzlement reflecting on his face. Are these 2 fellows sick? If they wanted to consult him, they should have come up with some harder questions. Yet, they chose to ask those that have been answered within the books. He didn't even have to churn his brain to derive out an answer for them. How boring. To think that one of them is a librarian and an expert while the other one is a reputable and popular teacher. Pooey. To be unable to match up to a transcender like me, they are truly lacking in knowledge. If you don't mind, I have another question that has been plaguing me. How would you interpret circulating a cycle of qi, reflecting the sight of 10,000 creations? Suppressing the disbelief in his mind, Elder Imo continues to ask. Another elder has raised this question with him a few days ago. After being stumped by it, he has been scavenging the Compendium Pavilion to seek an answer to it, but to no avail. Thus, he could only depart from the library dispirited. Now that the young lad before him had answered several questions, he couldn't resist bringing it up to him. You don't even know that? Zhang Xian looks at him as though he is looking at an idiot. That is the utmost basics of cultivation, all right? It refers to the phenomenon where while one's qi is circulating through one's body in a complete cycle, one's mind would seem to be in a state of wandering around the entire world as they comprehend the rules behind creationism. These words are recorded in Senior by Ming's Theories of Blood and Qi. The book is on the 27th shelf, and the explanation is on the 69th page. Circulating a cycle of qi, reflecting the sight of 10,000 creations. This is one of the few flawless teachings that are in the Fighter 1 Dan cultivation technique manuals. Thus it left quite an impression with Zhang Xian. It happens that a predecessor of Hongtian Academy had once deciphered it, so he paid additional notice to it. Why would an elder, who is the sentinel of the compendium library, need to direct such an easy question towards him? Elder Mo didn't reply to his words immediately and instead, just like Shunbairu, walks into the compendium pavilion hurriedly. A short moment later, he finds the book titled Theories of Blood and Qi and flips it over to the 69th page. His body staggers. It is exactly as he described. A few days ago, that elder flipped through many different secret manuals but couldn't find an answer to his question. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that it would be recorded in an obscure book. Such an obscure book. To think that he would have read it, to the extent of even remembering the pages? Elder Mo feels the world spinning around him, and everything seems so ludicrous to him in this instant. If it isn't for his consideration for his image, he might be tugging on the ends of his hair at this moment. A moment ago, he accused the other party of causing trouble in the library. In the end, not only is he reading books properly, he even memorized the contents contained within it. He feels a fiery sting on his face and fervently wishes for a burrow to appear so that he could hide in it. Is he really the same teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? If Zhang Xian could be the last with such a level of knowledge, doesn't this mean that he isn't even qualified to get 0 marks? All right. In the future, read more books. The answers to the questions that you have posed are all recorded in them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Zhang Xian lectures them with a deep tone. Then, he shakes his head and says, "If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving." After saying those words, he lifts his legs to walk away. He is simply way too hungry. If he doesn't get food anytime soon, he might really faint from starvation. Zhang Xian Laosher, wait for me. Only now does Shun Bairu recover from her shock and she swiftly catches up with Zhang Xian. What else do you want? Zhang Xian says in a slightly annoyed tone. Is this woman sick or something? I had already clarified your queries for you. Are you done yet? Can't you see that I am hungry and would like to eat? I have yet to eat as well. Do you want to share a meal with me? Shin Bairu grits her teeth. She is the Aphrodite of the academy. Many men had asked her out for a meal, only to be rejected by her. She had not even accepted a single one of the innumerable meal dates from Shangbin. The shock that this young man generated in her today made her curious about him. Thus she decided to ask him out so as to make use of the opportunity to see what is it that caused the changes in him. You want me to treat you? Zhang Xian looks at her with a bizarre expression. What are you thinking of? If you want to eat, use your own money. How can one's skin be so thick? You had questions for me, so I answered them for you. You still expect me to treat you after that? How can you be so shameless? In his previous life, he had researched numerous action films, but even so, he is a true shut-in. He had never truly come in contact with the opposite gender before, so how could he understand the thoughts of a lady? You, seeing the gaze of the young man and hearing his words, Shun Bairu almost shoots out a mouthful of blood and faints. I am a beautiful lady, all right? Beautiful ladies have special privileges. So many people had invited me out, and I turned down every single one of them. Yet, when I ask you out, you look at me as though I am a monster. Shameless? Shameless your head. Is there anyone in the world who would term a beautiful lady as such? The lady is on the verge of going berserk. Fine, I'll treat you. Okay? I'll treat you. Grinding her silver teeth together, Shan Bairu spits out these words. You treat me? Zhang Xian pauses for a moment. Due to his previous self being the worst teacher in the academy, his income is nearly negligible. As such, it isn't a bad thing to have someone treat him. Thus, he nods his head. It's fine with me, but I want a luxurious meal. I won't eat just any ordinary mantus and fried pancakes. Mantu dash, bun basically. He means he won't just eat street food / from vendors by the street. Shun Bairu goes berserk again. Mantu and fried pancakes? The heck with it. Let's go. She doesn't want to say anything anymore. She's afraid that if she continues talking to him, she would die from anger. The Library of Heaven's Path allows him to see through the flaws of all skills and everyone's Mingmen. However, it is unable to peer into the heart of a lady. Zhang Xian is oblivious to the fact that he had made Hongtian Academy's #1 beauty furious to the point of vomiting blood with just a few simple words of his. Following behind Shan Bairu, Zhang Xian walks along the pavement towards the entrance of the campus. Although the night scenery at Hongtian Academy isn't as radiant as the school in his previous life, it is still quite an exquisite sight under the illumination of the moon. Shrouded by spirit energy, the atmosphere seems exceptionally tranquil and peaceful. In his previous life, he was surrounded by hubble-bubble and smog could be found everywhere. It was very different from the serenity one could experience here. Zhang Xian subconsciously immerses himself in this enchanting scenery. Walking in front, Shunbai Ru thought that the young man following behind her would intentionally ask some questions to break the awkward silence. However, after the absence of sound for a long period of time, she couldn't resist turning around to take a look. Sneaking a glance, she is taken aback. The young man walks quietly as the moonlight illuminates his figure, the image of it reminiscent of a serene painting. This, will of mine too, Dan, heart of tranquil water? Her eyes narrow. Fighters don't just cultivate their jinqi and physical body. What is even more crucial to them is their mind. The stronger one's mind is, the greater control they have over their cultivation. As a result, one's cultivation can surge even more swiftly, thus allowing them to reach greater heights in the future. That's precisely the reason why experts classified the will of mind into many different levels. Heart of tranquil water is the 2-dan realm of it. The mind is harder to train than battle techniques. It is said that of the entire academy, only the principal has reached such a level. Even Shanbai Ru, who is reputed to possess unparalleled talents and has reached Fighter 5-dan pinnacle by the age of 20, second only to the renowned young genius by Wang Ye, is still a long way away from Will of Mind 2-dan. Wang Ye Prince, more is explained below. Initially, she thought that it would be too difficult for a second person to reach such a level, but never in her dreams would she dare to think that the trash teacher in the mouths of others would actually reach such heights. If not for the fact that she witnessed it personally, she would never believe it. How is this possible? That is Will of Mind 2-dan. It is a height harder to climb to than Fighter 6-dan 7-dan. Could it be that? He isn't a trash at all, but he intentionally scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination so as to make use of the insults and derision of others to temper his will? Suddenly, a peculiar thought pops up in her mind. In the past, she didn't have much contact with Zhang Xian Laosher, so she isn't really aware of his affairs. Today, through their conversation, she realized that he is not only knowledgeable, he even reached Will of Mind 2-dan Heart of Tranquil Water. That is a level many dream about, but never achieved in their lifetime. Looks like his teacher qualification examination results are all feigned. His true goal is to make use of the scorn of others to train his mind, so as to break into the Will of Mind 2-dan. She finds it unbelievable that a person with such will of mind would be unable to achieve a pass in the simple teacher qualification examination. Continue putting on an act. See how I'll expose you. Thinking about how she was duped by this fellow, she grits her silver teeth tightly. This fellow is simply too hateful. She is resolute to look for a chance to expose him before others. Wang Ye is a title granted from the emperor to princes of the country. Chapter 32. Hongtian Pavilion, Heart of Tranquil Water? Very quickly, Zhang Xian's consciousness returns from a mystical spiritual world and his eyes light up. Having read so many books, it is natural that he would understand the significance of the will of mind. I am a transcender. Having experienced life and death, it is natural that my will would be stronger than most. Furthermore, I cultivate in heaven's path divine art, so my jinqi is as pure as clear water. It is normal to reach Will of Mind 2-dan so quickly. He is overjoyed over it, but it didn't come as a surprise. If he were to still be like the other ordinary folks when he possesses the godly tool named Library of Heaven's Path, he might as well buy a blob of tofu and commit suicide on it. Remaining silent the entire way, they soon arrive at the entrance of the academy. Hongtian Pavilion. Seeing the two enormous words before him, Zhang Xian nods his head. There are recollections of this tavern in the memories of his previous self. Hongtian Pavilion is the most luxurious tavern in Hongtian Academy. Every single meal here would blow a hole in one's wallet. Due to his meager pay, his previous self had never been here before. Initially, he thought that Shinbai Ru would just bring him to some casual restaurant. He never thought that she would be so generous to bring him here. As expected of a renowned tavern, the furnishings inside are majestic. Numerous night illumination pearls of the size of a fist are embedded within the walls of the tavern, making it seem as though it is still daytime. They sit down at a table beside the windows. What would you like? Xin Bairu gazes at the young man before her. Anything. Zhang Xian gestures. Since you're the one treating, I will eat anything that you order. Never been here before, he doesn't know what dishes are good here. Since someone else is paying, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Seeing the expression of the young man, which seems resolute to take advantage of her wealth, Shan Bairu feels her rage welling up. However, as this isn't a good situation for her to flare up, she can only nod her head and casually order a few dishes. Zhang Laoshi, was the 0 in your teacher qualification examination intentional? After ordering, Shan Bairu stares at the young man before her fixedly. Intentional? Unsure of why the latter would ask such a question, Zhang Xian pauses for a moment before replying, of course not. Back then, during the period of the teacher qualification examination, he had yet to transcend over, and his previous self didn't possess the library of Heaven's Path either. Thus, it is impossible for the results to just be an act. Knowing that he would deny it, Shan Bairu laughs coldly in her mind. Denying it? See how I will expose your true colors. Since we're free now, I happen to have some questions that I have been unable to answer. Zhang Laoshi, would you mind helping me clarify my doubts? An idea flashes through Shan Bairu's mind and she asks, go ahead. Since the other party is treating him to a meal, he should answer a question or two of hers in return. All right, if one is unable to gather spirit energy in their meridians while cultivating. Shan Bairu ponders for a moment before asking a question. You don't know this as well? Hearing that the question is even simpler than the ones from before, Zhang Xian stares at the other party in bewilderment before casually explaining. I have 9 methods here that can solve the problem. Soon, he finishes his explanation. 9 methods. Hearing how the young man casually throws out 9 methods at her, Shan Bairu's face warps. Despite being knowledgeable, she is only aware of 3 methods. Yet, the other party is able to list out 9 in a single breath. Furthermore, there is a few in the mix that are completely foreign to her. She finds the entire situation inconceivable. Then, what if one is unable to guide the flow of spirit energy into the meridians after absorbing it into one's body? Forcefully suppressing her astonishment, she asks once more. That is simple too. I have 8 ways of resolving that. Zhang Xian starts to explain. Firstly, Shan Bairu's slim body trembles. She had prepared herself mentally for this, but she still finds the situation insane. The methods he brought up are incredible. If these were to spread out, it would cause an uproar in the world of cultivation. Since you know so many methods, why weren't you able to list a single one of them out during the teacher qualification examination and instead scored a 0? Forcibly suppressing her shock, Shan Bairu asks. The 2 questions that she just raised were the exact same questions listed in the previous teacher qualification examination. Since he is aware of so many solutions, why couldn't he fill them in? Not to mention, to end up with a 0? Kong. Only now does Zhang Xian comes to a realization. So these questions were from the teacher qualification examinations. As it is part of the memories of his previous self, although he found the questions familiar, he wasn't able to pinpoint exactly where he saw them. Just as he is stumped for an answer, the dishes that were ordered previously are placed on the table one after another. Let's eat first. Looking at the appearance of the dishes and taking in their fragrance, Zhang Xian's appetite is whetted up. Cannot be bothered with these troublesome matters, he starts to dig in. Seeing how that fellow is more delighted to see those delicacies than her, Shan Bairu pouts. Countless people had invited her out for a meal, using all kinds of reasons and excuses just to stay with her a moment longer. Yet, this fellow is here just for the meal itself. Shang Xiaoya, don't be angry anymore. I have applied for the enlightenment will trial, and the academy will bring Lu Yang over for inspection tomorrow. Zhang Xian would definitely be severely punished. As for that lunatic, Elder Shang has already lent you his beloved pet. When you meet him tomorrow, you will surely be able to give him an unforgettable lesson, so you should be overjoyed instead. Let's go. I'll treat you to a grand meal to make up for the sufferings you underwent today. After which, we will find a few girls and— Hee hee. Xiaoya young master. Two young men are walking along the pavement of the academy. The one leading in front has a swollen and bruised face with clear panda eyes. It is apparent to see that he had fought with someone and got hit on the face. The one following behind him has his body bent forward and is assuming a subservient attitude. The one who is speaking at the moment is the latter. There is a giant lion strutting proudly behind the two of them. Emanating a ferocious aura, it induces great pressure and fear in one before one could even approach it. They are Shang Bin, who created trouble in the classroom earlier in the morning, only to be beaten up by Yao Han, and Chao Xiong, who is desperate to get Zhang Xian into deep trouble. As for the lion behind them, it is Elder Shang Qin's beloved pet, the Tier 6 savage beast sky-shattering lion. In this world, there are apothecary, blacksmith, and many other occupations. Every single occupation is noble in its own right and well respected by the others. Of these occupations, Elder Shang Chun is a beast tamer. This occupation allows one to tame savage beasts and spirit beasts and control them, turning them into a part of one's fighting prowess. It is a formidable occupation that is noteworthy compared to the rest. This sky-shattering lion is a beast pet that Elder Shang Chun has trained. After being done in by the berserk Yao Han, he is aware that he is unable to match up to him in terms of strength. Thus, he approached his grandfather to borrow a beast pet for his usage. Hearing those fawning words, Shang Bin nods his head as he spits with an aggressive expression that Yao Han must be taught a good lesson. Zhang Xian as well. Of course, with this sky-shattering lion, what does Shang Xiaoya has to fear? Chao Xiong chuckles. A Tier 6 savage beast is equivalent to a Fighter 6 Dan expert, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. Even if that berserk butler Yao Han isn't weak, it won't be an easy feat for him to defeat the sky-shattering lion even in his top form, needless to say, in his current state. Earlier in the day, he was wrapped up like a mummy, not any better than Shang Xiaoya's current situation. Sky-shattering lion is my grandfather's beast pet. You are also aware of its wild nature, which makes it a difficult pet to tame. Grandfather may have handed him over to me, but it would only make a move when someone attacks me. Currently, I am still incapable of ordering it around. Looking at the ferocious and mighty sky-shattering lion behind him, Shang Bin feels a little helpless. Savage beasts may be strong, but they are very proud life forms. Unless one is stronger than them or has the occupation of a beast tamer, it is impossible to make them listen to one's orders willingly. That may not be necessarily so. If we entertain it with good alcohol and food, it might just listen to your commands. Chao Xiong smiles. Let's hope that it'll be like that. In the midst of their strolling and chattering, a massive tavern soon appears before them. We're here. A magnificent signboard sits behind them as they walk into the tavern. Hongtian Pavilion. Chapter 33. Feigning Generosity. Shang Gongzi, you're here. Come on in. Gongzi gentleman, usually used to address for young males. Before the two men and one beast step into the tavern, a smiling middle-aged man welcomes them with a smile. The manager of Hongtian Pavilion, Wu Chou. Give us a quiet location. Chao Xiong Laosher, and I want to have a good drink together. Shangbin says. Over here. Wu Chou quickly brings them to their seats. Shang Xiaoya. Every time I am here, this Wu Chou would behave smugly and disregard my presence. This time, why does he? Chao Xiong couldn't resist asking. Hongtian Pavilion may just be a tavern, but the powers backing it is not one to scoff at. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to be operating their business in the compounds of Hongtian Academy at such a scale. In the past, when he was here to eat, Manager Wu would always disregard him. Yet, this time, his back is bent forward and her attitude is of utmost respect. The disparity in his attitudes makes him doubt if he is in reality. You should have heard of that there was once an elder Hong Hao in the academy. Shangbin says. Chao Xiong nods his head. Hongtian Academy is founded by Hongtian. After his death, his descendants sustained his heritage. As a result, the elders who have the surname of Hong tend to be of more esteemed standing in the academy. He has heard of this elder Hong Hao previously. He is an extremely powerful individual and has once vied for the principal seat. However, afterward, for some unknown reasons, he suddenly resigned from his position as an elder, and there was no news on him anymore. After resigning as an elder, he started a tavern. He used to be best buddies with my grandfather, so Manager Wu would welcome me with respect whenever I'm here. Shang Bin declares gleefully. So that's the reason. Chao Xiong nods his head. No wonder this Hongtian pavilion managed to grow to such a scale. It was opened by the previous elder Hong Hao. To be received by the manager of such a huge tavern, it is definitely something glorious. Just as he is in the midst of enjoying service he has never experienced before, Chao Xiong suddenly freezes and his face gradually grows darker. What happened? Shang Bin gazes at him in puzzlement. That should be Zhang Xian, right? How could he possibly have the qualifications to be dining here? Chao Xiong points towards a table by the window. Zhang Xian? Shang Bin glances over as well. Upon seeing the young man, he catches sight of the figure seated together with him. His eyebrows shoot upwards and rage surges from within. Why is she together with that trash? I had extended my invitation to her multiple times, but she kept rejecting me. To think that she would be dining with someone else. Damn it. Damn it. As the grandson of an elder, a high-level teacher of the academy and a Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm expert, he has invited Shun Bai Ru for a meal multiple times, but she never agreed. Initially, he thought that she would never eat together with anyone. Never would he imagine that she would be sitting together with the renowned trash of the academy. He almost faints from anger on the spot. Slamming his table, he stands up, prepared to rush over to question her. However, he suddenly recalls Shun Bai Ru's temperament and immediately shrivels back to his seat. She holds intense loathe to those who disturb her. If he were to rush over to interrogate her like this, if she ends up getting provoked by his attitude and rages out at him, there would be no hope for his courtship. Shang Xiaoya, don't be angry. I have an idea that would reveal the true colors of Zhang Xian before Shen Laosher. Furthermore, it can accentuate the majestic aura of Shang Xiaoya. Chao Xiong is a social expert, allowing him to see through the current situation in an instant. An idea flashed through his mind, and he smiles as he tries to coax Shang Bin into action. What idea? This Zhang Xian is definitely here to fawn on Shen Laosher by treating her to a meal. However, as a low-level teacher, how much money could he possibly earn? We only have to interfere slightly to make the final bill out of his reach to shame him before her. Afterward, Shang Xiaoya would appear and rescue her from the awkward situation. Shen Laosher's impression of Shang Xiaoya would definitely improve. Perhaps the flower of love might even bloom as she runs into your embrace. Chao Xiong reveals his plan. Good. Let's do it your way then. Shang Bin's eyes light up as he nods his head in satisfaction. Not only is he able to cripple his opponent, he is also able to elevate his position in Shan Bai Ru's heart at the same time. This is truly a brilliant idea. Looks like this Chao Xiong isn't simply capable at teaching, he also has a way with dealing with humans. Looks like he should be properly groomed in the future. Zhang Xian doesn't know of the scheme that is being plotted against him. Eating the delicacies on the table, he nods his head in commendation. The cooking techniques here may not be as refined as the ones on Earth, but this world is rich in spirit energy, not to mention that the ingredients used in the dishes are fresh and delicious, thus providing a wholly different enjoyable eating experience. Soon, most of the dishes on the table has been cleaned up and a large portion of them was wiped clean by Zhang Xian. Shen Bai Ru only nibbled on a small bit of them symbolically. Seeing how this fellow is only obsessed with eating, disregarding even her presence, Shen Bai Ru curls her lips in anger. Initially, she thought that he was feigning it to attract her attention. Only now does she realize that he had never thought of her as an important matter. Regardless of whether it is the genius teachers or star teachers of the academy, they would intentionally fawn on her and offer her favors. Yet, this fellow, the worst-ranking teacher of the entire academy, treats her as though she is nothing, making her grind her silver teeth in anger. If it wasn't for her etiquette, she would have already sent both of her legs flying towards his body. The more she thinks about it, the more furious she gets. She knows that if she were to see him continue eating, she would die of anger. She turns around and calls out to the waiter, "Bill." A total of 1,280 gold coins. A waiter walks over. 1280? Bai-Ru freezes in shock. Why is it so expensive? Even for a high-level teacher like her, she only earns 1,000 gold coin every month. Yet, to eat away a month of salary in a single meal? How could it be so expensive? She had calculated it properly while she was ordering the dishes, and the bill isn't supposed to even reach 100. How could it jump up to more than 1,000 in an instant? I'm sorry, but this bottle of wine here costs 1,200 gold coins by itself. The waiter explains. Previously, when the both of them were eating, a waiter came forth to ask if they wanted some wine. Bai-Ru thought that it would be fine to have some alcohol, so she nodded her head in agreement. How could she have possibly imagined that the wine would be that expensive? We were uninformed of the price of the wine you sent over. Bai-Ru's face looks extremely pale at this instant. No matter how foolish she could be, it is obvious that she had been had. If you are truly uninterested in it, you should have asked further about it beforehand. Since you didn't ask, we thought that you would be aware of its price, so we didn't say anything excessive. The waiter looks at her coldly. Seeing the attitude of the waiter, Bai-Ru knows that there's no point in kicking up a fuss. Instead, it might be bad for her reputation if she were to kick up a fuss on this matter. Thus, she whips out her wallet and prepares to pay. Then, her face suddenly turns white and awkwardness exudes from her. I don't have sufficient money on me now. Why don't you keep it on my tab first? I will repay you after retrieving sufficient money. Today, she only intended to accomplish some reading at the Compendium Pavilion, so she didn't bring much money. After which, she met Zhang Xian and consulted him on some matters. Due to the excessive shock then, she totally forgot about the matter, recalling it only at this moment. She only has around 100 gold coins on her, far from the required 1,000 plus. Treating someone to a meal, yet not having sufficient money to foot the tab, she feels a fiery sting on her face as she fervently wishes for a burrow to appear so that she could hide inside it. Don't order food that you can't afford. Since you've ordered it, pay up. Don't even dream about eating for free here. The waiter harumphs. You. Bai-Ru's small face flushes in anger. What happened? At this moment, a stern voice sounds out. Shang Bin, accompanied by Chao Xiong and the sky-shattering lion, walks over proudly with widened strides. Dressed in white, his hands are behind him and his head is tilted high, his posture exuding an aura of superiority. In normal times, with his disposition and outer appearance, accompanied with the ferocious sky-shattering lion following behind him, he would have looked like an elegant and dashing gentleman. However, at this very moment, his face is swollen red and his eyes are bruised black. Looking from afar, he looks indescribably ridiculous. However, he seems oblivious to it and instead struts about proudly. With a deep look in his eyes and a distanced aura, he walks forward and his eyes happen to chance upon Bai-Ru's body. Feigning shock, he says, Laosher, what a coincidence. You're here as well? He turns around to look at the waiter and asks, what happened here? It is unbecoming to be making a ruckus here. Ah, so it is Shang Xiaoya. The waiter leaps in fear. He no longer puts on the pushy attitude from before and instead reveals a careful demeanor as he explains, it's like this, they had eaten, but they do not have the money to foot the bill. No money to foot the bill? Shang Bin shakes his head as a disappointed expression appears on his face. He gazes at Zhang Xian and says, Zhang Laosher, it is not that I want to lecture you, but if you do not have the money, don't try to feign generosity and treat someone to a meal here. Look, you simply ended up embarrassing yourself. As the worst teacher in the academy, you might be used to it, but to bring shame to Laosher as well, don't you think you have gone a bit too far? Seeing the arrogant look on the face of the fellow before him, Zhang Xian pauses for a moment before turning around to look at Bai-Ru. Sigh, he seems to be talking about you. If you don't have sufficient money, don't feign generosity. Look, you simply ended up embarrassing yourself. You. Upon hearing Shang Bin's words, Bai-Ru was already infuriated. Yet, to hear Zhang Xian repeating the same words again, She almost exploded from all of the accumulated fury. She lifts her head and glares at the gleeful Shang Bin, who is trying to put on an impressive image to win her favor. Luo Luo, she grinds her jade teeth together and roars, Shang Bin, I dare you to say once more who the one feigning generosity is. Chapter 34. Scam ah? Not expecting that the lady would be angered, Shang Bin is astonished. He immediately explains, Shen Laosher, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Zhang Xian. If he doesn't have the money, he shouldn't be going around treating others. Look, he ended up getting stopped by the waiter. How embarrassing is that? He is sullying the prestige of our academy. The more he spoke, the darker his goddess's face turns, to the point that it seems as though she will erupt at any moment now. Shang Bin is bewildered by the twist in the situation. At this moment, the waiter interrupts awkwardly, Shang Xiaoya. What? Shang Bin glances at him with a frown. Cough cough, the one that is treating is Shen Laosher. The waiter says. He received the order to cooperate with Shang Bin's show. Yet, he would have never expected that it would be the lady that foots the tab. Before he could report it to him, Shang Bin had already rushed over, making it even more difficult to explain the situation to him. Shen Laosher is the one treating? Shang Bin is horrified. His eyes widens in disbelief. Are you for real? He had been asking the goddess out to eat every day, and yet she simply dismisses his invitations. What rights does the worst teacher of the academy have to be sharing a meal with her, not to mention having her to treat him? Why? Just because I have no money to foot the tab means I'm feigning generosity and embarrassing myself, is it? Shen Bairu glares at him coldly. She had been embarrassed in front of Zhang Xian multiple times today, and she had been dispirited over it all this while. Yet, this fellow just had to mock her at such a moment. She feels her rage on the verge of flying out of control. No, that's not it. Shang Bin's face pales and he looks as though he is about to cry. Only now does he understand that he had accidentally insulted his goddess in the midst of trying to fawn on her. He immediately waves his hands as though to dispel the misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. I mean to, stuttering. He is unsure of how he should explain it. However, as expected of a teacher of the academy and the grandson of an elder, having experienced and seen many things, he quickly recovers and turns to look at the waiter. Gesturing majestically, he declares, all right, Shen Laosher's debt is my debt. How much does it cost? I will pay for her. Shang Xiaoya, you are an esteemed guest of our Hongtian pavilion. How can we accept your money? The waiter nods his head in a panic. These are the lines they had prepared beforehand so as to flaunt his background and ability before his goddess. That is great. Shang Bin wanted to tug on the subject a while longer to showcase his superiority when Shen Bairu's cold voice sounds out once more. It's okay. I will pay for my expenses so that others won't claim that I am feigning generosity. At this moment, she retrieves a hairpin from her head and passes it over. This jade hairpin is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. You can verify it with a specialist. I will be leaving it in your care first. After I retrieve my money, I will be back to redeem it. This, holding the jade hairpin, the waiter is unsure of what he should do. This isn't part of the script they agreed on. Shen Laosher, you don't have to do this. I am acquainted with Manager Wu of Hongtian Pavilion, so as long as I speak up, that debt of yours don't mean anything at all. Shang Bin hurriedly steps forward. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Shen Bairu interrupts his words. Then, she turns to look at the waiter again and says, I will be leaving first if you aren't going to be looking for a specialist to verify it. The waiter looks at Shang Bin in a panic and the plea in his gaze is clear to see. What are you looking at me for? Shang Bin waves his hand quickly. With a furious gaze, he continues, I don't know you at all. All right. Zhang Xian didn't expect that a single meal would end in such a farce. Shaking his head, he steps forward, retrieves the jade hairpin from the waiter, and passes it back to Shen Bairu. Why are giving this to him? This meal isn't even worth 1280 gold coins. Giving him money like this, are you that anxious to be scammed? Scammed? Hongtian Pavilion has nearly 10 years behind its establishment. Our prices are fair, and we do not discriminate between our customers. There has never been a single person who had such an issue with us before. So what do you mean by those words? The moment Zhang Xin words land, a middle-aged man walks over with large strides. It is the manager of Hongtian Pavilion, Wu Chou. He had talked it through with Shang Bin, and he wasn't supposed to appear initially. However, upon hearing Zhang Xin talking about a scam, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The events occurring here has attracted the attention of many customers. If he doesn't show up and allow the other party to speak as his pleases instead, the reputation of the tavern would be sullied. If that happens, his boss, Elder Hong Hao, would kill him when he returns. What do I mean? Do I really have to voice it out? Zhang Xin's eyelids lift up slightly and a lazy atmosphere emanates from him. We use the finest ingredients for every single dish of our Hongtian Pavilion so that they are served fresh and delicious. Our prices have also undergone the stringent checks of the Academy. If you aren't able to explain yourself, regardless of the fact of whether you are a teacher of the Academy or not, you don't have to dream about leaving here today. Manager Wu's face darkens. To a tavern, scamming one's customers is a very heavy sin to bear. If he doesn't settle it now, Hongtian Pavilion could possibly go out of operation when such a reputation spreads. He is truly courting death. Initially, he thought that Zhang Xin would get away scot-free once again. However, seeing Zhang Xin accuse Hongtian Pavilion of scamming its customer and offending Manager Wu, a glint flashes across Shang Bin's eyes as he watches the situation gleefully. Manager Wu may seem like an amiable person with a good temper, but when the reputation of Hongtian Pavilion is on the line, he would be like a raging bull who doesn't know the meaning of retreat. Looks like the fellow who is the first from the last in the Academy is in for a ride of misfortune. What is this fellow rambling about? Panic can be seen on Shan Bairu's face. For Hongtian Pavilion to be opened in Hongtian Academy at such a tremendous scale, its backing is clear to see at a single glance. Yet, you dare to accuse them of scamming their customers in public. Aren't you asking for trouble? A large tavern like this values its reputation a lot. Since you requested for me to say it, then I will spare with the formalities. Despite the Wu Chao's threat, Zhang Xin is unfazed. He walks up to the table and says, "This violet savage bear meat, going by your claims, is prepared by slaughtering a savage bear before soaking it in violet flowers for 3 days. This way, the exterior will be crispy while the interiors will be tender, and the meat will be filled with fragrance. However, you all took it out for frying right after soaking it for just a day. Although the texture is still the same, the medical properties of the violet flower has yet to soak in, making it would be useless no matter how many of it one eats. As for this Honghu mandarin fish, you all advertised it as wild mandarin fishes caught in Lake Hong. However, they are actually mandarin fishes that you all have been rearing in Yellowa Bay. It is easy to differentiate between the two, as wild mandarin fishes have to battle against their natural predators. Qinghe turtle, the fin of the tail of Honghu mandarin fishes, tend to be tougher than those that are reared, and its tail would be significantly thicker as well. One only has to slightly look into the matter to know whether what I'm saying is true. As for this clear sautéed nestled heartherb, the ingredients used isn't even nestled heartherb, but bitter heartherb. These two plants are actually one of a kind, just that they are cultivated under different conditions, thus the difference in their names. Nestled heart grass grows beside the nests of savage beasts and is taken care by them. Their stems would tend to be thicker, and their nutrition value is significantly higher as well. Bitter heartherb grows in the wilderness and is extremely cheap. Its stem is thin, and its nutrition value is lower by a huge chunk. For the same plate of vegetable, the difference in their value is almost tenfold. Completely different in comparison. Listing it as nestled heartherb, but cooking the dish using bitter heartherb. If this isn't a scam, what else could it be? Casually pointing to any dish, he is able to clearly point out the origin and flaws in it. Upon hearing those words, Manager Wu's earlier aggression fades as his face pales. As the manager of Hongtian Pavilion, he isn't just involved in attending to the customers, he is also in charge of the affairs in the kitchen. Naturally, he is aware of the authenticity of the Zhang Xin's words. Not only is he not speaking nonsense, his words are completely true. The boss isn't aware of these things. For his own profit, Wu Chou discreetly got someone to switch them. Not even professional gourmets could tell the differences between Honghu mandarin fish, nestled heart herb, and their imitation, thus proving that the substitutes for these two are identical. How could this young man tell? Furthermore, for him to be completely spot on. Damn it! We specially came here from afar to try the authentic nestled heart herb, to think that it would be an imitation. Me too. I've heard that the Honghu mandarin fish is delicious, authentic and fragrant. Thus I specially made the journey here. How dare you all try to fool us? Refund. Refund? To think that the #1 tavern of Hongtian Academy would resort to using imitations, not to mention that I am a regular customer. I would have never imagined that it was all a scam. Zhang Xian's words are unhurried and rational with sufficient evidence to back up his claims. The crowd who was watching the show immediately bursts into an uproar. Hongtian Pavilion could be considered a reputable tavern, even in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Many of its specialties has attracted innumerable experts to make the journey. They would have never imagined that these were all fake. Chapter 35. What is happening, you? Nonsense. Seeing the crowd breaking out into a commotion, cold sweat drips down from Manager Wu's forehead. He grits his teeth and bellows. He must not admit to it now. The moment he does, Hongtian Pavilion's reputation will be ruined, and his future will be gone with it as well. If only he knew that this teacher is a gourmet, he would have never agreed to Shang Bin's request even if he was beaten to death. You are claiming that what I said was nonsense? Zhang Xin glances at him. Indeed. You said that these dishes are imitations, but you don't have evidence to back up your claim. Without evidence, your words are nonsense. Do you think that I wouldn't dare to have you arrested for the crime of slander? Manager Wu says ferociously. Evidence? You want evidence? Fine. Seeing how this fellow is adamant to push on, Zhang Xin shakes his head. Initially, he didn't want to pursue the matter any further. After all, Shunbai Ru is the one treating, so it doesn't matter to him how much the dishes cost. However, who knew that this fellow would stubbornly claim that he was slandering them? Since that is the case, Zhang Xian is resolute to prevent him from getting away scot-free. I have already provided the evidence of the few dishes before. Everyone can inspect their food carefully based on the unique traits that I have just brought up. Of course, it's okay if he is reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, even if you all know all these, some gourmets will still find it difficult to distinguish between them. Needless to say, the rest of you. However, Zhang Xian surveys the surroundings before casually lifting up the most expensive bottle of wine on the table up and declares, everyone would be able to easily discern the authenticity of this bottle of wine. Discern its authenticity? Drunk Immortal is the specialty of Hongtian Pavilion. This is a fact known by everyone. Many people specially made the trip here just for the wine. Are you trying to say that the wine is fake as well? A customer can't resist asking. Indeed, Drunk Immortal is the trademark of Hongtian Pavilion, so surely it can't be faked? If this turns out to be an imitation as well, I doubt that there can be anything real in here. Another customer speaks up. The wine that was offered to Zhang Xian's table previously is called Drunk Immortal, and its sale is exclusive to Hongtian Pavilion. The wine is rich, delicious, and has an exquisite fragrance. This wine played a crucial role to the current reputation and scale of Hongtian Pavilion. If even this wine turns out to be an imitation, that would be going way overboard. I've already said that it would be easy to discern it. As though he had expected the crowd to doubt his words, Zhang Xian simply responds with a faint smile and raises the bottle. The words, Drunk Immortal, are written on the cover of the bottle. If this is truly the Drunk Immortal from 100 Well Brewery, it would indeed be worth 1,200 gold coins. But it is a pity that the bottle is filled with Green Crag Brew from Purple Bamboo Gazebo. These two wines are similar in terms of their scent and their texture. However, the former is brewed using the valuable and rare-rooted earthgrass and green cicada heartleaf, and it nourishes the body when drunk. On the other hand, if one drinks too much of the Green Crag Brew, the venom from the fallen floral grass would attack one's heart and lungs. Over time, the function of one's organs will deteriorate, causing one's cultivation to fall rapidly, thus ending their lives tragically. Using Green Crag Brew to imitate Fallen Immortal? I've heard of green crag brew. If I remember correctly, its taste is similar with fallen immortal. I've always trusted in the quality of the goods of Hongtian Pavilion. I would have never imagined that they would fool their customers like that. This is a fraud. I will be reporting this to the Academy so that an investigation will be conducted. The customers who were watching the commotion, upon hearing that they have been scammed, cry out indignantly. Just because you said that it is green crag brew doesn't mean that it would necessarily be it. Where's your evidence? Manager Wu squeezes out these words between his gritted teeth. Glancing at him, Zhang Xian replies calmly, "Wine can be ignited with fire. I haven't touched much of the alcohol in it, so you can ignite this one." The true fallen immortal should exude an alluring fragrance, similar to lilies and musk. On the other hand, for green crag brew, a charred odor would be released. All those who have noses should be able to discern between the two easily. Manager Wu's body goes stiff. The other party's words are completely accurate. However, this method of distinguishing between the two isn't very well known. Only the makers of green crag brew and their vendors are aware of it. Even Wu Chou himself only heard of it coincidentally. How could this fellow know of this method as well? Actually, the wine given to other customers are all true fallen immortal. After all, this is the trademark specialty of the tavern. After hearing Shang Bin's plan, he intentionally passed this fake wine over to the young man, thinking that he would be unable to discern between the two so that he would be able to make an earning out of this. In the end, not only is the other party aware of it, he is even able to state the method to distinguish between the two clearly. If Zhang Xian were to prove himself right, it would be difficult to explain to everyone that what they're drinking is the authentic fallen immortal. Why? You don't dare to give it a try? Seeing the look of panic on the other person's face, Zhang Xian smiles faintly. He casually turns the wine bottle over, allowing the wine to spill onto the floor. Then, he takes out an ignitable paper roll and snaps his fingers. Xiong xiong. When the wine on the floor comes into contact with the flames, it lights up and instantaneously, a stinging odor assaults the noses of the crowd, leaving them faint-headed. How pungent! This was what we were drinking? Hongtian Pavilion really doesn't respect their customers. For it to be so pungent, it must be poisonous. Refund. Refund? I've been drinking your wine here for 3 years. Not only do I want you to return it all back to me, I want additional compensation as well. The entire tavern explodes into an uproar. Everyone rushes forward. What? What is happening? Chao Xiong and Shangbin feels like they are going mad by the sudden turn of events. They had specially set up this ploy to humiliate Zhang Xian. In the end, not only was he not humiliated, he even managed to stand out instead. Instead, they were shamed like clowns. What is happening? What is happening your head? By the side, Manager Wu had just barely kept his emotions in check, but upon hearing those words, he loses control and kicks them both. Peng, Peng. He is a Fighter 6 Dan Pishuer realm expert. Before the two of them could even react, the sight before them goes dark and they crash onto the ground. A giant footprint is left on each of their faces. It is no wonder that Manager Wu would go berserk. If it weren't for these two fellows, such an incident would not have occurred. He can already foresee that not only will his career come to an end, he would also have to face the rage of Elder Hong Hao. After this incident, Hongtian Pavilion's reputation would definitely go into the gutters, and their business would no longer be as prosperous as before. The cause of this entire incident is him accepting the request of these two fellows to teach the lad, who is last in the teacher qualification examination, a lesson. How can it be possible for this lad to be the last? Even the first in the examinations can't possibly be so incredible. If only he knew in advance that this master had such powerful eyes of discernment. Not only would he have not caused Zhang Xian any trouble, he would have been praying for him to not cause him any. Damn it. Looks like there isn't anyone free to collect money from us right now. Let's go. Seeing how the situation has descended into chaos, Zhang Xian signals to Shen Bairu, who is still in a state of daze, and walks out of the tavern. Now that the problem has been settled, staying here would just result in more troubles. Thus, it would wiser for them to simply leave. Shun Bairu hurriedly catches up to him. Seeing the young man in front her eyes are filled with complex emotions. All along, she thought that he is a trash, an ignorant fellow who is the shame of the teaching community. After half a day of interaction, she realized that, if he is a trash, then what is she? Doesn't it mean that she is nothing at all? Gritting her teeth, she walks up. With disbelief still reflecting within her beautiful pitch-black eyes, she asks, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about food. Could it be that you're a gourmet?" Chapter 36. Gourmet. There are many occupations in this world, and gourmet is one of them. Gourmets are often born sensitive to taste, and their ability to discern flavors far exceeds ordinary humans. Their cultivation may not necessarily be high, but there are some hotels or taverns that would hire them at high salaries so as to ascertain the taste and effects of their ingredients. However, this occupation is one of the least esteemed ones and can only be considered one of the lower 9 paths. There are more than several thousands of occupations in the world. To better classify them, they are split into the upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths: apothecary, blacksmith, formation master, and similar jobs which brings about benefits to battle techniques and one's cultivation are considered as the conventional upper 9 paths. On the other hand, gourmet could only be considered as an unorthodox occupation, thus being classified under the lower 9 paths. Going by Shun Bairu's opinion, given how the young man is capable of pointing out the flaws in those dishes and wine, he had to be a gourmet. You can take it so. Zhang Xian doesn't explain. The Library of Heaven's Path does more than reflecting one's cultivation. As long as he has tried a dish, its flaws would be reflected in the library. With this, it is a simple task for him to take care of a small manager Wu. "Thank you for your help today." Seeing the other party admit to it, Shun Bairu thanks him. If it wasn't for this young man's ability to discern delicacies, it would be truly embarrassing for her today. "It's nothing." Zhang Xian waves his hand. "You resolved the problem just a moment ago, so it can't be considered as my treat. I'll treat you again next time." Shun Bairu says, "Treat me again?" Zhang Xian ponders over it and shakes his head. "Better not. I still treasure my life." Eating with a beauty may be an enjoyable event, but he knows himself the best. Given his reputation, the other party might simply be speaking out of politeness despite being repulsed by the idea. Not only so, he would have to suffer from the envy of others. If so, he would have to come up with ideas to deal with her pursuers. However, there are still many things that he needs to do at the moment, and he doesn't have the leisure for such matters. Just when she thought that Zhang Xian could speak normally, she hears those words and feels a blockade in her chest again as the urge to go berserk surges through her. Many people had asked her out to eat, but she rejected them all. Yet, when she takes the initiative to invite him, she feels as though she is begging a stubborn elderly. Detestable. "All right, since we have already eaten, if there's nothing else, I'll be making a move first. I still have many things to attend to." Oblivious to her rage, he waves and prepares to take his leave. "Wait, I'm not done yet." Suppressing her anger, Shun Bairu calms down her breathing and looks at him with her beautiful eyes. "You might have resolved that difficulty in my stead today, and your occupation as a gourmet played a huge role in it. But, in the end, it is still an unorthodox occupation. After all, a fighter should focus on his training. Fighters, upon cultivating to a certain realm, are able to survive without ingesting food, so delicacies do not have much use. Even if he is able to profit out of the occupation for now, it still isn't a proper path a fighter should be treading on." After interacting with him, she could tell that Zhang Xian isn't as useless as the rumors make him out to be. It could be possible that he had devoted his efforts to studying food. That's why his teacher qualification examination results ended up horrendous. Upon such thoughts, despite her overwhelming anger, she couldn't resist advising him. "All right." Knowing that she said those words out of goodwill, Zhang Xian nods his head. Just as he is about to leave, rapid footsteps sound out from his back. "Zhang Xian, let's see where you can escape to today. Today, don't even dream about getting away." Following which, a resentful voice echoes in the surroundings. 2 men and 1 beast block his path. They are Shangbin and Chao Xiong. At this moment, The two of them have a giant footprint imprinted on their face, the outlines of it clear to see. Half of their face are swollen red and blood trickles down by edges of their mouth. Not a single hint of their previous dashing and carefree look remain. This is especially so for Shangbin. His injuries from the morning have yet to recover, and yet he suffered another violent kick. At this instant, his mouth is crooked to the side and his lips look like two giant sausages, thus pulling him further away from the concept of handsomeness. He had planned everything out perfectly so as to look cool in front of his goddess, who knew that not only would he fail, he even got beaten up to such a state, and his connection with Hongtian Pavilion was severed as a result. If things go wrong, he might even be chastised by his grandfather. How could he take this humiliation lying? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Thus, he charges up directly towards Zhang Xian. Shangbin, what do you intend to do? Xin Bairu didn't expect him to come in pursuit to cause trouble. She steps in front of Zhang Xian to shield him from Shangbin. Xin Laoshi, don't block my way. This is a personal grudge between Zhang Xian and me. It is one thing if he doesn't see her, but when he sees her shielding the infamous trash of the academy, Shangbin is further provoked as his eyes slant to the sides and his mouth crooks further from the overwhelming rage. The intense envy clouding his mind makes him frenzied. He stares coldly at that young man and shouts, Zhang Xian, are you a man? If you're one, stop hiding behind a woman and have a fair duel to the death with me. Seeing how the fellow before him has lost his rationality, Zhang Xian widens his eyes and says, so what if I'm hiding behind a woman? This is a part of my capabilities. If you're capable, find one to hide behind as well. You, Shangbin almost vomits blood. As long as it is a man, if someone insults him by saying that he is gutless and hides behind the protection of a woman, won't they feel embarrassed and humiliated such that they would rush forward to retaliate out of indignation? Why does common sense not apply to this fellow? How can he speak of something that should have been incomparably shameful so naturally and righteously? How can one be so thick-skinned? Xin Laoshi, I'll be leaving these two for you to deal with. I still have something on, so I'll be taking my leave first. As a transcender, what has he never seen before? Thick-skinned? What a joke. In his previous life, in the information era, have you seen anyone who isn't shameless? He can't be bothered to deal with a problem which someone had taken the initiative to resolve for him. This isn't fear. Rather, it isn't a good time for him to be revealing his level of cultivation. On top of that, the Shangbin's grandfather is an elder. If he were to be forced to a corner, Zhang Xian would have to waste precious time dealing with the problems that will ensue. Since someone is shielding him, he is also happy to be spared the effort. Seeing how shameless the young man is, Xin Bairu is also at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, she was still fearful that he would be provoked by Shangbin's taunt and duel with him. Now, it does seem that she was overthinking it. If this fellow could be provoked, even sows would be able to climb trees. Zhang Xian, hold it there. If I can't kill you today, I won't be called Shangbin. Seeing the attitude of the young man, Shangbin becomes even more enraged. Veins pop out from his temples, and his face turns a shade of green. Seeing that Xin Bairu has no intention of letting him through, he roars, sky-shattering lion, kill him. As long as you do it, I will bring you delicacies every day. Furthermore, I will give you the acupoint soothing pill that my grandfather promised me. As a Tier 6 savage beast that has been tamed by a human, the sky-shattering lion is capable of comprehending human words. As his grandfather's pet, as long as Shangbin is kept out of harm's way, it couldn't be bothered with his orders. In order to get it to make a move, he promised all kinds of benefits to him in an instant. Roar. Indeed, hearing his promises, the eyes of the sky-shattering lion light up. Savage beasts who have reached Pishue realm, unlike humans, are unable to use the flow of zhenqi to break open their acupoints. They can only rely on the growth of their body to gradually pull up their strength. If it were to consume the acupoint soothing pill at this moment, with its effects, its strength would surely soar significantly. Acupoint soothing pill is a pill made specially for Fighter 6 Dan experts. It possesses the effect of soothing one's acupoints, thus allowing one to progress further in Pishue realm. At this moment, Shangbin's strength has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Dingli pinnacle, just a step off from Pishue. Thus, Elder Shang Chun spent a huge sum to obtain this medicine, so as to give him a boost. Initially, Shangbin was reluctant to take it out. However, upon recalling how he was humiliated by a trash, he finds himself unable to suppress his emotions. If he doesn't get rid of Zhang Xian today, he fears that he would be unable to uphold his dignity in the academy anymore. This is especially so for the goddess before him. She probably wouldn't even spare him a gaze. How can he tolerate such a situation? Shangbin, what do you intend to do? Killing a colleague in academy compounds is a huge crime. She didn't expect Shangbin to be so insane to order the sky-shattering lion to make a move. Shin Bairu's eyes narrow. She wants to rush forward to protect Zhang Xian, but is blocked by Shangbin instead. Panicking, she bellows at him. In the compounds, teachers are forbidden from killing one another. To do so is an infringement of the school rules, as well as a severe crime. Zhang Xian was the one who wanted to kill me. To protect me, the sky-shattering lion retaliated. What I did was legitimate self-defense. What can the others say about it? Shangbin's eyes turn red from insanity. He roars, "Sky-shattering lion. What are you hesitating for? Do it." You. Shun Bairu feels her heart turning cold. Too shameless. If he were to really use that as a front, with Elder Shang Qin's interference within the matter, he might really get away with it. In fact, it is possible for him to escape punishment completely. Zhang Xian could very well die here. After all, it is a Tier 6 savage beast. Ordinary Pishue realm experts aren't even its match. How can one who is the last in the teacher qualification examination withstand it? Roar. Just when she is still in a fluster, the sky-shattering lion roars and dashes over. Before coming into contact with it, its powerful aura creates a powerful gale that forces the surrounding grass and tree leaves to bow down to it. 9 paths, also known as 3 teachings and 9 paths, this is a real terminology used to classify jobs in ancient China. To put it simply, there are upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths in ancient China, and each of these paths refer to an occupation. For example, the top occupations in ancient China, the 9 occupations listed in the upper 9 paths, are emperor, saints, secluded masters, oracle, scholar, warrior, farmer, worker, merchant, and they are classified from most esteemed, least esteemed. Similarly, the middle 9 paths and lower 9 paths have their own set of occupations as well. The 3 teachings refer to Confucianism, Taoism, or Taoism, and Buddhism. Do note that there are different interpretations/versions to the 9 paths, and most of them list Buddha as the first one. Chapter 37. Big Sister Spare Me. Zhang Xian. Shun Bairu tried to break through Shangbin's blockade to save him, but she was knocked back consecutive times. Shangbin's cultivation is on the same level as her. He might be spoiled due to his powerful backing, but his strength isn't false. Even if she possesses the strength to defeat him, she is still unable to break through his blockade within a short period of time, especially if he chooses to execute only defensive maneuvers. I am the one who brought harm to you. Seeing how she is unable to save him, Shun Bairu is filled with guilt. She thinks that the reason why Shangbin is dealing with this fellow, who was the last for the teacher qualification examination, is because of her. Otherwise, as someone of such high standing and the grandson of an elder, towards an infamous trash who has no background whatsoever, when there's no connection between the two, why would there be a grudge between them? Yet, after pulling him down into the mud, she is unable to save him. The guilt she is experiencing at the moment torments her painfully. Why is there no movements? Could it be that Zhang Xian has already died? The more panicked she gets, the more incapable she is of breaking through Shangbin's blockade. With Shangbin blocking her sight, she is unable to view the situation over at Zhang Xian's side. She can only hear complete silence in the surroundings, as though he didn't even struggle against the assault of the sky-shattering lion. There can only be one possibility. Before Zhang Xian could retaliate, he was already smacked to death by the sky-shattering lion. After all, even she is unable to withstand a single blow from the Tier 6 savage beast, who is equivalent to a Pishue realm expert. Haha, he is already dead. It is too late for you to make a move now. Hearing that there is no movements behind him, Shang Bin's eyes light up. He knows that the trash would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow from the sky-shattering lion. He laughs heartily out of excitement. Judging that there is no need to block Shun Bairu any longer, he leaps aside. Zhang Xian. The moment Shangbin leaps away, Shun Bairu doesn't waste time on him and hurriedly rushes forward. Just when she thought she would see a pool of fresh blood with a miserable corpse lying in the center of it, her slim figure suddenly freezes and she stares in a daze. What happened? Initially, Shangbin thought that his goddess would burst into tears from the shock of the sight. However, upon seeing such an expression hang on her face, Shangbin quickly turns around to take a look. With a single glimpse, his eyeballs widen into huge circles, and he almost faints from overwhelming astonishment. He sees the incomparably ferocious sky-shattering lion, which had rushed towards Zhang Xian earlier to rip him into numerous shreds before, lying in front of Zhang Xian like a pug, licking his hands. Zhang Xian's other hand is stroking the head and ears of the sky-shattering lion, and unspeakable pleasure appears on its face. The heck? What happened? Shangbin is on the verge of tears. This sky-shattering lion is his grandfather's beast pet, and it is extremely proud. Even for Shangbin himself, just a simple touch would incur its fury, not to mention stroking its head. After taking possession of it from his grandfather, he had spent half a day of effort on it, feeding it numerous delicacies. Yet, this fellow doesn't even show the slightest bit of gratitude, disregarding his presence as he pleases. Such a proud fellow became a pug before Zhang Xian? You are here to kill him, to be lying before him and licking his palm. Is this really all right? Shangbin feels a dizziness spell working up, and he is on the verge of going crazy. Sky-shattering lion, what are you doing? Quickly kill him. He bellows. The sky-shattering lion doesn't move. It continues to lazy around, allowing Zhang Xian stroke his head freely. You, quickly kill him. If you do it, I will buy you anything you want to eat from now on. Shangbin roars anxiously. So noisy, make him shut up. Zhang Xian, who was stroking the sky-shattering lion, stands up and waves his hand. Roar. The sky-shattering lion stands up as well and glares at Shangbin savagely. What are you planning to do? Frightened, Shangbin immediately retreats several steps. However, before he could get far, the sky-shattering lion dashes forward and takes a sweep at him lightly with its paws. Pong! Before Shangbin could react, he is sent flying backward like a kite that had its string snapped. His head knocks onto a giant tree and crimson blood fills his entire face. What exactly happened? You are my grandfather's beast pet. Shangbin cries. This sky-shattering lion is the beast pet that his grandfather passed on to him to protect him. Logically, it should have listened to his words to deal with the outsider. Why did it listen to the words of an outsider to attack him? Pong! Before he could finish crying, another figure crashes onto the ground in front of him. He is Chao Xiong. When that fellow noticed the situation turning awry, he immediately turned around to flee. However, how could he possibly escape from the sky-shattering lion? A Tier 6 savage beast? He is sent flying back with a slap. Roar! After sending these two flying, the sky-shattering lion looks as though it has done something glorious. It walks over to Zhang Xian with a flattering look, as though wanting to be acknowledged for its accomplishment. Not bad. You did well. Zhang Xian pats its head. Roar. The sky-shattering lion nods its head quickly. It walks gallantly to the two lying on the floor, keeping a watch on them with a proud look, reminiscent of a responsible watchdog. Shangbin and Chao Xiong, who were planning to escape, are on a verge of tears. Zhang Xian. You. How did you do that? Spectating the entire flow of events by the side, the dumbstruck Shun Bairu finally recovers and gazes at him curiously. How did I do it? Zhang Xian scratches his head. This sky-shattering lion is very easy to communicate with. Perhaps it might be because I am more handsome. Handsome? Shin Bairu blinks and her slim figure staggers. The sky-shattering lion is a savage beast. To it, the term handsome should only be applicable to male sky-shattering lions. So what do you being handsome or not have to do with it? Besides, if one must talk about handsomeness, Shang Bin is much more dashing than you. All right, farewell. Zhang Xian doesn't continue explaining and turns around to leave. Since the Library of Heaven's Path can peer into the weaknesses of a human, naturally, it would be able to peer into those of the sky-shattering lion as well. This fellow may seem extremely powerful, but in actuality, it has sustained quite a few hidden traumas. Otherwise, it couldn't have possibly willingly served as Elder Shang Qin's beast pet. The library has detected this flaw of it. Making use of it, Zhang Xian casually solved some of the easier ones for it. As a result, the sky-shattering lion chooses to obey his commands obediently without the slightest hesitation. In comparison to Shang Bin's promise, no amount of delicious food and pills can compare with a resolved hidden trauma. Of course, this involves his secret as well, so he can't possibly reveal the truth to Shen Bairu. You, don't go. You haven't explained the reason why the sky-shattering lion obeyed to your commands. Seeing him leave, Shen Bairu quickly catches up. The more she comes into contact with this young man, the more formidable she finds him to be. He is a mystery that is becoming more and more difficult to comprehend. Being able to read so many books just by flipping through them, intentionally scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examinations despite knowing the answers, realizing his identity as a gourmet through a meal and convincing a Tier 6 savage beast to follow his commands easily. What that seems impossible in the eyes of others is accomplished so simply by this young man, leaving others staring in disbelief. How does he accomplish all these? Shen Bairu is becoming more and more curious about this young man before her. Big sister. Oblivious to what she is thinking of, upon seeing her chasing him, Zhang Xian halts his footsteps and says helplessly, I want to live a long life. I'm afraid that I might not live to the next day being beside you. Just spare me. Big sister? You are the big sister. Your entire family is big sisters. Shen Bairu's face turns bright red. She is a beauty. She might be slightly older than Zhang Xian, but she looks no different from a 17 or 18-year-old. Yet, this fellow addressed her as a big sister, thus causing her to go into a frenzy. Fine, I am the big sister. So, just let me leave. Zhang Xian shakes his head in frustration. PFT. Upon hearing Zhang Xian claim that he is the big sister, Shen Bairu chuckles and says, Fine, you can leave. I will look for you tomorrow. Zhang Xian. Chapter 38. Reprise Bell. It is a scene of chaos in Hongtian Pavilion. What happened? I have barely been away for a while, and such a sight awaits my return? In a room, an elderly stares coldly at the kneeling manager Wu. He is the mastermind behind Hongtian Pavilion, Elder Hong Hao. Elder, it is like that. The grandson of Elder Shang Chun, Shang Bin, has been here. Manager Wu doesn't dare to conceal anything and discloses everything that had happened. This includes the affair which he swapped the drunk immortal with Green Crag Brew. Wu Chou, how dare you? After hearing Wu Chou's words, Elder Hong Hao's face darkens, and he angrily sends a kick towards him. Pong. Manager Wu is immediately sent flying backward. His face pales as he vomits mouthful after mouthful of blood. Elder, spare me. I do not dare hope to be forgiven for my crimes, but that fellow is even viler. To expose all of these in public and causing the reputation of our Hongtian Pavilion to be ruined, he obviously disregards Elder Yu completely. After doing such shameful things, you still expect others not to talk about them? Elder Hong Hao's face looks hostile, as though a violent storm is gathering on it. Manager Wu trembles uncontrollably. Changing the contents of the dishes to earn more profits is a decision he made at his own discretion. He thought that he had concealed it perfectly. Yet, he was exposed by that young man in public. Naturally, he feels great resentment against him. I'll give you 5 days to settle this problem thoroughly. I want the negative impacts to be reduced to the bare minimum. If so, I can consider not to pursue the matter of your corruption. Otherwise, don't even dream about getting away alive. Elder Hong Hao's eyes are cold like a blizzard at night. Standing up, he asks, also, what is the name of that fellow? Is he a teacher of the academy? If he had informed me discreetly, I might have rewarded him with a sum of fortune, but he chose to cause trouble in public instead, soiling the reputation of my Hongtian pavilion. I will have a good look at him tomorrow to see who is the one who gave him such guts. Bellowing furiously, a savage aura fills the surroundings. It feels like a frontal assault by a wave of frost, causing one to shiver uncontrollably despite the warm weather. Fighter 7, Dan, Tongxian Realm. This Elder Hong Hao is a Tongxian Realm expert. It is no wonder that he was able to vie for the position of the principal. Just his level of cultivation itself is already astonishing. It is Zhangxian Laosher. Manager Wu quickly says, Zhangxian? The one who was the last in the teacher qualification examination? Elder Hong Hao is taken aback. Hongtian Academy had never had a single teacher scoring at the very bottom of the teacher qualification examination throughout its centuries of history since its inception. Thus, even a person like Elder Hong Hao had heard of Zhangxian's name. That's him. Manager Wu nods his head. A trash would actually dare to trample on the dignity of Hongtian Pavilion? Excellent. Clenching his fist, a cold glint flashes across his eyes. A heavy murdering intent emanates from Elder Hong Hao. If the other party is a star teacher or an influential figure in the academy, he might have some hesitation over punishing him. However, since he is a trash, then don't blame him for being heartless. Sigh, how troublesome. Returning back to his dwelling, Zhangxian massages the center of his eyebrows. He would have never thought it possible for so much trouble to evolve from just a simple meal. Forget it. There's no use pondering over it. I better spend my time thinking about how I can break into Pishue realm. Quickly, he dumps all excessive thoughts to the back of his head. Despite being a transcender, he knows that in this world, power reigns might. Only with sufficient power will the problems of one cease to be. He is currently at Dingli Realm Pinnacle, and to break through, he would need the cultivation techniques of Fighter 6 Dan. However, an ordinary teacher doesn't have the qualification to browse through the 6 Dan cultivation techniques of the Academy. They can only jot down a copy of it with the approval of an elder. In the previous examination, he only had the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan. If he were to rush to an elder to ask for a 6 Dan cultivation technique now, he might end up being researched like a guinea pig. Many troubles will grow out of it. Furthermore, even with the approval of the other party, with just one copy, he is still unable to cultivate. Based on the first 5 Dan of Hongtian 9 Dan formula, this cultivation technique possesses too many flaws. Without the cross-references from numerous other cultivation techniques to seek the correct cultivation method, there wouldn't be any results in his training even if he were to train nonstop for several years. To him, the most pressing matter at hand is to seek a huge pile of Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques and draw comparisons among them to deduce the correct cultivation method. I've heard that quite a bit of trading is done in Tianqian Royal City, and cultivation techniques are one of the goods that are being traded. It would solve quite a bit of problem if I am able to purchase a few 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Suddenly, upon recalling something, Zhangxian's eyes light up. Hongtian Academy is located in the capital of Tianqian Kingdom, Tianqian Royal City. Tianqian Royal City is an extraordinarily prosperous city. With numerous large commercial cities in here, all kinds of trade are carried out here. 6 Dan cultivation techniques may be rare, but it is still sold in numerous shops here. Furthermore, to Zhangxian, there isn't really a need for him to buy them. As long as he manages to flip through them, it would be as good as gaining possession of the secret manual. With the Library of Heaven's Path, the quality and price of the secret manual no longer matter. As long as there is sufficient quantity, he would be able to derive the correct path out of the innumerable errors, and the Heaven's Path divine art would be automatically compiled, thus allowing him to cultivate swiftly. It is still early. Let's see if I am able to get a few books today. At this point, Zhangxian stops hesitating and stands up immediately. The sun has just set, and the nightlife has just begun. Since he is free anyway, it is a good opportunity to stroll through the commercial cities. Perhaps he might find some useful items. Tianyu Commercial City is the largest trading market in Tianqian City. It is said that as long as one possesses sufficient money, he is able to buy everything he desires here. Stepping into the market, Zhang Xian feels his vision blurring from the sight of the innumerable goods laid out before him. His previous self was just an ordinary teacher. His wages were low, and he was treated poorly. As a result, he had never been to such a grand place before. Thus, Zhang Xian finds himself incapable of identifying most of the goods on sale here. There are many small vendors in the commercial city. A vendor sits in front of each of these booths, and all kinds of goods are laid out before them. Weapons, pills, herbs, armor, beast skin, beast pills. Almost everything that is required for cultivation can be found here. Just that, there are too many of them. It is difficult to ascertain which of them are of superior quality and which of them are of inferior quality. I might be unable to discern between the good and bad, but the Library of Heaven's Path might be capable of it. Such a thought flashes through his mind. Thus, Zhang Xian immediately walks over to a booth. "This gentleman here, what are you looking for? I have everything you need here, and I guarantee your satisfaction with my goods." The vendor quickly welcomes his presence. "I'll just take a casual look." Zhang Xian smiles. He casually picks up an object in the booth. It is a circular bell of average size. This bell is specially forged by a blacksmith and has extraordinary abilities. It is on sale for just 50 gold coins. I can assure you that the price is fair. I offer the very same price to everyone passing by. If you're interested in it, I can give you a special discount. It'll be yours for just 20 gold coins. The vendor coaxes. Zhang Xian doesn't respond to his words. Rather, he twirls the bell around his hand. Wong. The library in his mind jolts, and a book appears in it. Reprise bell. It is able to generate the same tune over and over again, causing one to feel dizzy-headed. It is effective against Fighter 1 Dan. It is created by a 1MO craftsman of Blue Cloud Workshop. It is made of Wujin metal. Flaws? Number 1. The duration required for the reprise sound to take effect is long, requiring at least an incense's time, making it an ineffective weapon in battle. Number 2. It doesn't differentiate in its attacks. The wielder will take damage from it as well. 15-minute indeed. It is possible. Zhang Xian smiles. It doesn't matter even if he is unfamiliar with all these items. As long as he touches them with his hands and picks them up, the library would compile a corresponding book on it. Furthermore, this book details the history, composition, and all kinds of flaws of the item in question comprehensively. With just a single look, it is apparent to see if the item is valuable or not. Those who are unaware of the truth might just buy it with the vendor's previous offer of 20 gold coins. Only by looking at the contents recorded in the book does Zhang Xian realize that this toy isn't even worth 2 gold coins. What's specially forged by a blacksmith? Blue Cloud Workshop is an organization that specializes in the production of fake goods. Furthermore, 1MO craftsmen are the ones with the worst craftsmanship of them all. Those who specializes in the creation of goods and handicraft are termed as craftsmen. They are classified into 9MO, with 1MO being the worst and 9MO being the best. How valuable can a creation of a 1MO craftsman be? With the library here, I won't have to worry about purchasing fake goods. Zhang Xian chuckles. This world is similar to his previous one. With authentic goods come imitations, and given his previous ability of discernment, needless to say, the authentic ones, he might not even be able to tell the strengths and weaknesses of an imitation. However, with the assistance of the library, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Just that, he needs to come into contact with the item for a book to be compiled on it. The number of items in this market total up to at least 10 million. If he had to touch every single one of them, wouldn't he tire himself to death? Besides, if he were to just look at the goods, he wouldn't attract much attention. However, if he touches everything he catches his sight on, it probably won't take long for the security enforcement team of the commercial city to think of him as a lunatic and drive him out of the city. Chapter 39. Frigid Sun Mother Grass, right. Do you sell frigid sungrass here? Shaking his head to dispel the additional thoughts in his mind, Zhang Xian asks. On top of miscellaneous items, this vendor also sells some herbs. After finishing those books in the Compendium Pavilion, he has already found a solution to Zhao Ya's problem. With a purine body, she should cultivate a gentle and neutral cultivation technique. This way, The problem of the accumulation of yin energy should be solved. However, she has already cultivated a pure yin cultivation technique for a long time, and the meridians in her body have already adapted to it. If an abrupt change were to be introduced, her body might sustain a severe trauma, and her cultivation will fall steeply. To prevent this from occurring, some preparations have to be made in advance. One of them is to nourish her meridians through medicinal herbs. Frigid sungrass grows in cold regions despite favoring sunny conditions. As a result, the warm and cold spiritual energy contained within it clashes, causing the amalgamation of yin and yang, thus making it the ideal choice to nourish her meridians. Since he is in the commercial city now, it is a good time for him to ask around about it. Frigid sungrass? It is a coincidence that you ask this. Not to brag, but I can guarantee you that I am the only vendor in Tianyu Commercial City that has this good. I procured them a few days ago from a dangerous region in Tianqian Forest. I have a total of 10 stalks, and each stalk costs 100 gold coins. How many do you need? The vendor smiles and turns around to take out a box. Opening it, a few fresh-looking plants are revealed within. White flowers with red stems and leaves. Let me take a look first. Zhang Xian only knows about the frigid sun grass through books, so he isn't very familiar with it. He reaches out to grab a stalk and places it on his palm. Wong. The library jolts, and a book appears. Frigid sungrass, harvested from an unknown valley 200 kilometers into Tianqian Forest. Aged 2. Flaws. The name of the herb is written on the cover of the book, and the location of its procurement and its flaws are recorded in it. It is frigid sungrass. This fellow isn't lying. Confirming that there is no mistake with the name on the book, Zhang Xian knows that the vendor owner isn't lying to him. This is the authentic medicinal herb, so he nods his head. Just when he is about to speak, his eyes happen to glance on the interiors of the box. Why does this stalk of frigid sungrass look slightly withered? Could it be that your procurement method is incorrect, causing its death? There is a specific method to harvesting medicinal herbs. If the method is wrong, the medicinal properties of the herb might be lost, causing its price to dip steeply. The stalk of frigid sungrass he is talking about is withered thin and slightly yellow, seemingly immature. Furthermore, it doesn't look fresh at all. With a shriveled large head, it seems as though it would die at any moment. This gentleman here must be joking. I depend on this for a living, so how could I possibly get it wrong? This stalk of herb isn't of good condition from the very start. It was already like that when I procured it initially. If you want it, I will sell it to you at half price, 50 gold coins. The vendor says. Zhang Xian picks up the yellowish and withered stalk of frigid sungrass. Wong. Frigid sun mother grass, the origin of other frigid sungrasses. Harvested from an unknown valley 200 kilometers into Tianqian Forest. Aged 15. Flipping open the book, the name of the herb and details on it is recorded. Frigid sun mother grass? Zhang Xian's eyes light up. He has read it on the books previously. This extremely valuable and rare herb is the core of all other frigid sungrass. If this herb were to be used in the creation of a medicine, its effectiveness would at least be 10 times of the latter. He didn't expect to stumble upon this treasure when he was just casually looking for herbs. Furthermore, this herb is 15-year-old. Just by this itself determines the extraordinary worth of it. If Xiaoyu were to use the frigid sungrass to nourish her meridians, she would still require the augmentation from several other means to successfully change her cultivation technique. However, with this stalk of frigid sungrass, the problem can be easily solved. She wouldn't even need the augmentation from other means. This is the most suitable medicinal herb for her, no questions about it. Wrap this stalk up for me. Although he is agitated, his face still remains expressionless as he casually passes it back to the vendor. If the other party realizes that this is a mother stalk and not a sickly one, its price would instantly shoot up by 10 times, and even so, he might still be unable to purchase it from him. As a four-halves youngster who grew up in the modern civilized world, he wouldn't do himself any injustice when he is able to profit out of something. Four-halves refer to dream, moral, culture, and discipline. Originated from Deng Xiaoping in 1980. 50 gold coins. Seeing how well-dressed the young man seemed to be, he thought that he would purchase a few stock. He didn't expect that he would just buy a sickly one. Pursing his lips, he wraps it casually, the warmth from before absent on his face. Even a vendor judges his own customers when doing sales. The person before him isn't even willing to buy a good medicinal herb, thus making it clear to see that he is a poor bloke. Since that's the case, it would just be a waste of time to try to coax him otherwise. All right. Grabbing the herb, Zhang Xian reaches out to his pocket and awkwardness immediately shows on his face. Due to being too absorbed in the library, he forgot about the matter of money. As a low-level teacher, his wages are low. Furthermore, due to scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, his fortunes were penalized severely. In other words, he doesn't even have 10 gold coins in his pocket, needless to say, 50. Is there anything wrong? Sensing that something is amiss from his face, the vendor asks. Cough, cough. Can you sell it to me for 8 gold coins? Zhang Xian counts the gold coins he retrieves from his pocket, and there are only 8 of them. 8? You must be joking. Since you didn't bring any money, why are you trying to buy anything at all? Seeing the few coins placed on the other party's palm, the vendor owner is on the verge of doing a somersault and crashing to the floor. He had met with miserly customers, but he had never met with such a miserly one. Trying to buy frigid sungrass with just 8 gold coins? You must be dreaming. Even if this stock is sickly, it is still worth far beyond this price. Snatching back the herb, he waves his hand with an annoyed look. Scram if you don't have any money. I don't have the effort to be arguing with you over this. Cough, cough. It is true that I didn't bring sufficient money, but are you sure that you don't want to sell it to me? Seeing the attitude of the vendor, Zhang Xian shakes his head. Nonsense. Even if this stock looks awful, it still contains medicinal properties. At worst, it can still be sold for 30 or 40 gold coins. Yet, you offer me 8 gold coins? What a joke. Hurry up and leave, or else I will be calling for the security enforcement team. Seeing how this fellow is reluctant to leave despite being broke, he angrily chases him away. In order to prevent people from coercing others to buy or sell goods, as well as to deter troublemakers, most large commercial cities operate a security enforcement patrol team in their perimeter. As long as one calls out for them, they would appear quickly. Even if you are a Fighter 5 Dan Dingley realm expert, you will be chased out of the commercial city instantly. Furthermore, to make a move on the security enforcement team means to make a move on the entire commercial city. Normally, no one would have the guts to stand up against them. Upon seeing how this fellow refuses to leave despite not possessing sufficient money, he is certain that he is here to cause trouble. So, he opens his mouth to call for the security enforcement team. Don't call for the security enforcement team. I'm really interested in buying it. Zhang Xian interrupts him. With a calm and steady look, he chuckles softly. I might not have sufficient money, but I'm not here to cause trouble. Do you believe that if I were to open my mouth, not only will you be willing to sell it to me, you would even offer to give it to me for free? Give it to you for free? Are you still in the midst of your sleep? The vendor didn't expect the poor bloke to say such words. He looks at the young man before him with an attitude as though he is looking at an idiot and sneers coldly. If I were to really give it to you for free, I'll call you Grandpa. In his opinion, this fellow must have a screw loose. Not mentioning how he doesn't bring sufficient money to purchase goods, he even thinks that he would give it to him for free. I am not insane. Why would I give it to you for free? Who do you think you are? Call me Grandpa? You don't need to do that. Zhang Xian shakes his head. He looks at the vendor with a bright smile and says, You will give it to me for free because I said so. If you doubt my words, I will take 2 steps. Cough, cough. Let's see what will happen after I give you a punch. Chapter 40. The master is here, the master is here. Give me a punch? The vendor doesn't know what the young man is up to. Indeed. Zhang Xian nods his head. You are trying to make a fool out of me. Seeing the serious look on the other person's face, the vendor's rage comes surging out and he sends a fist towards Zhang Xian. He had seen crazy people before, but he had never seen such a crazy person. You still want me to let you give me a punch? Why don't I beat you up to death instead? Putting all of his strength into his punch routine, the wind rustles from the force of his blow, thus exposing his level of cultivation. Fighter 3 Dan Junchi Realm Primary Stage. Not bad. Smiling faintly, Zhang Xian moves his body slightly to dodge the attack. He has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle. Naturally, the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Primary Stage cannot hurt him. He assumed that the young man is here just to cause trouble, so he thought that he would just be a delinquent without cultivation. However, upon seeing him dodge his attack easily, he immediately realizes that the young man's cultivation is on a higher level than his. The vendor stops as bewilderment overwhelms him. A fellow who has at least reached the level of Fighter 3 Dan can't possibly be really trying to buy stuff with just 8 gold coins. If I'm not wrong, you are from Xiaopingi. The moment the vendor made a move, a book on him is compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Getting what he had intended for, Zhang Xian smiles faintly. How? How did you know? The vendor is taken aback. Xiaopingi is one of the provincial cities around Tianqian Royal City. It isn't a large city, and there are at least 80 of such cities around the capital. The vendor is puzzled by how Zhang Xian could pinpoint it out accurately. He couldn't resist looking down to study his appearance, but there doesn't seem to be any defining traits on him that would reveal his place of origin. It doesn't matter how I know it. Zhang Xian activates this acting cool mode. He looks at the other party once again in a calm and dignified demeanor. Half a year ago, you probably met with danger in Tianqian Forest and was bitten by a cold bamboo snake. Although you managed to escape with your life, your kidneys were damaged. If I'm not wrong, when you are doing that, it is difficult for you to showcase your masculinity. You. The vendor staggers backward. His eyes are widened so large that they are on the verge of falling to the floor. It is true that he was bitten by a cold bamboo snake in Tianqian Forest half a year ago, after which, the latter half of Zhang Xian's words are true as well. However, other than him and the lady from the brothel, he had never talked about it with another person. How did this young man know about it? Could it be that he is a seer? Someone who is capable of divining the future? The vendor is still filled with disbelief. Why? Are my words wrong? Seeing the expression on the other party's face, Zhang Xian knew that what was written in the Library of Heaven's Path isn't wrong. Thus, he expresses a look of pity and says, if you find what I have said inaccurate, I can do without the medicinal herb and leave right now. However, your only chance at treating your problem will disappear as well. Sigh, you won't be able to be a man from now onward. Don't blame me for not reminding you now. Gongzi, don't go. Gongzi gentleman hearing that the other party is capable of treating him. The vendor's body trembles in agitation as he hurriedly takes a step forward. Can you really treat me? To a man, nothing is more pathetic than losing one's potency. These days, he dares not respond to the invitations of his friends, afraid that his problem would be exposed in front of them. Suffering silently, he had looked for many different physicians, but they all came to the same conclusion, that his symptoms are hard to treat and the only solution is amputation. He dares not believe that a casual buyer would point out his problem directly and even claim that he is capable of treating it. I won't force you to believe me. However, since I am able to tell what is wrong with you, naturally, I have my own ways to treat it as well. Zhang Xian declares, Gongzi, I plead you to help treat me. As long as you can treat me, not just that single stalk of frigid sun grass, you can take all of my herbs. The vendor lunges forward in a panic, the plea in his eyes clear to see. There are too many incredible people in the world. The words of the young man are logical since he is able to see through his problem. He definitely has a way to treat it. Besides, he has no choice to grasp onto every straw of hope that he could find. After all, this concerns his future happiness. You were bitten by the cold bamboo snake. This creature inherently possesses cold attribute. When you were bitten by it, cold energy erupted into your body, causing you to lose your physical function. Furthermore, it is unable to dispel by any medicinal herb. Thus, even quite a few apothecaries will find themselves helpless before it. However, what is bizarre about this snake is that even though its entire body is cold, its gall is warm. As long as you find another snake, kill it and consume its gall, you are able to expel the cold energy from your body completely. your damaged kidney would gradually recover, and you would be able to showcase your masculinity as a man once more. Zhang Xian says, there are many antidotes to the poison of the cold bamboo snake, but the best antidote of all lies on its body. Its gall is the crux to counteracting its unique cold energy. This is written on one of the manuals in Hongtian Compendium Pavilion. Upon the thought of cold bamboo snakes, this information pops up into his mind. This is also precisely the reason why he only mentioned the gallbladder of the cold bamboo snake. Otherwise, with the Library of Heaven's Path capability of displaying innumerable flaws, there is a multitude of remedies he could provide him. He need not specifically choose this one. Eating the snake gall of a cold bamboo snake? The vendor is still in a state of disbelief. So simple? If this is true, why did none of the many physicians he had visited say so? There should be cold bamboo snakes on sale in this commercial city. If you doubt my words, you can buy one of them and try it right now. I will only leave after we verify it. Zhang Xian says, medicinal herbs aren't the only things on sale in Tianyu Commercial City. There are also all kinds of treasures, savage beasts, and animals. Cold bamboo snake is one of the lower-tier savage beasts. Although it contains lethal poison within it, it can be used in concocting medicines, so there are people selling it here. Fine, wait for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, the vendor turns around and leaves. A short moment later, he returns with a cage and a cold bamboo snake is coiling around in it. As a Zhenqi realm fighter, as long as he is prepared, killing a cold bamboo snake isn't a difficult task. It didn't take long for the snake gall to be extracted. Without any hesitation, the vendor swallows it directly. Soon, the vendor's eyes light up. The vendor seems to have already gotten an answer to whether the remedy works or not. I thank Gongzi for your help. These frigid sungrass are all yours. With his eyes glowing with excitement, the vendor nearly kneels down in gratitude from the joy surging through him. This was a problem that had been plaguing him for a long time. In fact, there was even a period when he didn't want to live anymore. In order to treat this deficiency of his, he spent several years of his savings, and never would he expect for it to be treated just like that. See, I didn't lie when I said that you would give them to me for free. Zhang Xian helps himself to the generous gifts of the vendor and grabs the box filled with frigid sungrasses. Knowledge is a type of wealth as well. It is natural for Zhang Xian to receive some compensation from the vendor after solving the illness that was plaguing him. Gongzi, I apologize for my inadequacy for not realizing your capabilities. I beg for your forgiveness. The vendor scratches his head in embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he was still declaring resolutely that if he were to give the frigid sungrasses to Zhang Xian for free, he would call him grandpa. Never would he expect for Zhang Xian's words to truly come to be. It's nothing. Zhang Xian casually waves his hand to show that it was a small matter. Just as he is about to leave, a crowd of people suddenly dashes forward, their faces red from agitation. Quick, Master Mo Yang is here. One would be able to prosper through the guidance of Master Mo Yang. This is an opportunity not to be missed. This time, as long as it is a treasure Master Mo Yang appraises for me, I will buy it no matter how much it costs. Indeed, I felt regretful after missing that opportunity by the previous time. The crowds discuss as they ran over. What is happening? Seeing how the crowds are agitated as though a star has arrived, Zhang Xian is puzzled. Master Mo Yang has come. Even the eyes of the vendor are glowing with excitement. Chapter 41. Treasure speculation. Is that Master Mo Yang you all speak of that incredible? Zhang Xian asks doubtfully. To be capable of inciting the agitation of so many people, causing them to go into a frenzy, who is this Master Mo Yang? Just what kind of magical abilities does he possess? Yes, he is extremely incredible. Reverence can be heard from the vendor's tone. He is an expert appraiser. Appraiser? Zhang Xian nods his head. Appraiser and gourmet are both special occupations. However, the former is a middle nine-paths occupation. This occupation may not be as glorious as apothecaries, blacksmiths, and formation masters, but it is capable of sending innumerable people into hysteria. That is because they are able to tell whether an item is a treasure or not just by looking at it. In the field of treasure speculation, they possess golden fingers that make them an existence similar to the god of gambling. Many people would follow behind reverently them the moment they appear in public. Treasure speculation is a commercial activity similar to Earth's rock speculation. There are some ancient treasures whose original radiance is buried under the cloak of rock and faunus. Just by the outer appearance itself, the most one could do is to identify what the artifact is. It is impossible to tell the tier of the treasure and the specifications of it. Rock speculation, information on it left on the bottom. Its true form will only be revealed when the exterior of the artifact is cleaned. There are many treasure dealers who choose not to clean up these treasures and sell them in such a form instead. This is similar to the concept of rock gambling, after which the buyer would purchase the artifact based on their discernment ability and intuition and clean up its exterior afterward. If they are lucky, it might turn out to be a supreme treasure which would make them millionaires in an instant. On the other hand, it is also possible for them to go bankrupt after investing greatly on some useless object, heaven on one side and hell on the other. It is due to the very unpredictability of the game that many people are obsessed with it, sometimes even going crazy over it. Appraisers are capable of ascertaining whether a treasure is real or not. Those who are more capable are even able to make a judgment on an artifact before it has been tidied up. Thus, even though the occupation is only of the middle 9 paths, the charms of it has attracted many to walk on such a road. After all, it is the Midas's touch. As long as they think that it is a treasure, people would buy it no matter how expensive they are. This Master Mo Young arrived here 7 days ago. It is rumored that he is an incredible appraiser from some other kingdom. However, back then, no one paid him any notice. The vendor introduces Master Mo Young excitedly. The first day, when someone wanted to buy a wine bottle-like object that costs about 100 gold coin, Master Mo Young tried to persuade him otherwise. However, that person refused to listen, and in the end, after wiping it clean, it is proven that there is a problem with the object and it isn't worth a single gold coin. The second day, Master Mo Young persuaded a fighter to spend 200 gold coins to buy a treasure. That person refused to believe him, so he didn't buy it. Thus, Master Mo Young bought it himself, and after it is wiped clean, it turned out to be a mortal pinnacle weapon. It is something that cannot be bought even with several thousand gold coins. He profited several dozen folds in an instant. That filled the fighter with so much regret that the thought of suicide even crossed his mind. By the third day, he was already very famous. There are many people who wanted his guidance on what they should buy. However, only a lucky lad was granted that opportunity. He advised him to buy a small jade bottle that is worth 500 gold coins. At that moment, many people thought that he had erred. No matter how incredible that jade vase is, it can't possibly be worth such a sum. Who knew that the moment it is opened, 6 tier 6 pills were found inside? Someone even offered to buy that vase for 10,000 gold coins on the spot. The vendor's eyes light up, that is to say, a profit of 20-fold. That is too incredible. The next few days, he came by the market every day, and he only advised a single person on each day. Even so, the person that he chooses is certain strike it rich. Many people went frenzied over this. Thus, they started to camp here from day to night, hoping to win his favor so that he would offer them his pointer. Now that he's here again, it is not abnormal for those people to be so agitated. Amazing. Hearing the story of Master Mo Young, Zhang Xian's eyes light up as he nods his head in approval. To be able to appraise the true worth of a treasure under a layer of moss and silt, his eye for discernment must be extraordinary. That's right. I possess the library of Heaven's Path, so does it mean that I am able to do it as well? Zhang Xian's eyes light up. The library of Heaven's Path allows one to see through the true nature of things just by coming into contact with it. Other people might need some luck in treasure speculation, but he doesn't need such a thing. There is an easy way for me to strike it rich. Upon such thoughts, Zhang Xian is unable to calm his agitated heart. In rock speculation, before buying a rock, others would need to study the various aspects of the rock to deduce whether jade would come out of it. However, Zhang Xian is different. Just by touching the artifact with his hands, The library of Heaven's Path in his mind would automatically generate an answer for him. Purchasing the artifact after knowing the answer, it would be a simple matter for him to profit out of this trade. It just happens to his wages are low, and he didn't have much money. So, this is a good opportunity for him to give it a try to earn a sum. Following the directions given by the vendor, Zhang Xian soon arrived at the hall where treasure speculation is conducted. As he expected, the sight in here isn't much different from rock speculation. All kinds of treasures are placed on an elevated platform, and every single one of them are thickly covered by a layer of moss, silt, rust, and rock. It is already a difficult task to make out the shape of the artifacts. Needless to say, appraise its value. Let me give it a try first. It is true that Zhang Xian is unable to discern between them just by sight alone. Although Zhang Xian suspects that the Library of Heaven's Path is able to peer into the true nature of the artifact, he is unable to ascertain it. Thus, to verify his theory, he casually touches an artifact that is about the size of a human's head. Wong. His mind jolts, and a book appears in the library. Ornamental vase, forged by a 1mo craftsman from Southern Kiln. Flaws. It has cracks on it and could shatter at any moment. The description of the artifact is compiled into a book. Despite being massive, it turned out to be a trash. Zhang Xian comments impassively as his eyes glitter in excitement. Just as he thought. As long as he comes into physical contact with it, he is able to receive a detailed introduction on the artifact. Thus, he need not fear no matter how well hidden these treasures are. He would surely be able to identify them accurately. He casually touches a few of the larger artifacts before him and realizes that none of them are of great value. He continues on with a dozen of the artifacts by the sides, but they aren't really valuable either. Zhang Xian can't help but shake his head. It is no wonder the sellers of these artifacts are able to profit out of it, and that appraisers are so well received. The probability of a true treasure appearing among them is way too low. Ah, master, please give me some pointers. I am willing to pay you for your advice. Master, I'm begging you. Just as he is randomly touching the treasures casually, piercing screams echo outside the hall as the sought-after Master Mo Yang walks over. The eyes of those chasing behind him are crimson red, and they look as though they have gone mad. Master, as long as you offer me your pointer, this young girl will obey every single command of yours. Master, I am willing to bear your babies. As long as you guide me, there are even women who are sticking close to him, trying to seduce him with their physical charms. Zhang Xian is flabbergasted. He is way too popular. It seems as though with a single word of Master Mo Yang, countless girls would be willing to serve him tonight. I will be leaving Tianxian Royal City tonight. In order to show my gratitude for the warmth everyone has welcomed me with, I will appraise for 5 people today. You all need not vie over it. There is a chance for everyone who is fated with me. Upon reaching the treasure speculation hall, Master Mo Yang stops. This Master Mo Yang has a snowy white beard, which exposes his advanced age. Yet, his skin is smooth and shiny without a single crease on it, probably because he maintained his skin diligently. His eyes have an aura of superiority, making one feel inadequate in comparison. As such, no one is willing to meet his gaze. Chapter 42. Someone is acting cool. 1. Leaving tonight? Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? Why are you leaving so soon? Hearing that the master was about to depart from the city, looks of anxiety appeared on the faces of the crowd. It is rare for an appraiser to appear in Tianxian Royal City, and yet he is leaving just after a few days? I still have matters to attend to. Master Mo Yang's eyebrows shot upwards. He carried with him a demeanor unique to experts, and his disposition was reminiscent of a flowing river, unable to be grasped with certainty. How about this? I will increase the number of treasures I will appraise today from 5 to 10. You all also know that appraising isn't an easy task. It drains one's strength and energy. 10 is already my limit, Master. Rest assured, as long as you help me pick out an artifact for me, I am willing to compensate you. A middle-aged man shouted from the crowd. Yeah, we are willing to compensate you. As long as Master chooses something out for me, regardless of the cost of the item I am willing to pay Master the same amount of money. There were quite a few people who started yelling in response to his words. Based on the battle records of the master, those who had received his pointers had each earned several folds of the amount they had invested initially. As long as they were able to obtain a true treasure, paying a little bit of money in compensation was nothing in comparison. Oomph! Master Emo Young flung his arm and interrupted the discussions of the crowd. Frowning, he declared with an aura of superiority, "I, Emo Young, didn't learn appraisal for money. The reason why I am appraising for you all is not to make a wealth. If I really desired money, there is no need for me to help you all. I just have to appraise an artifact and sell it myself, then won't I earn a bigger fortune that way?" Kong. The crowd was stumped for words. His words weren't wrong. With his eye of discernment, he could just buy those artifacts that he had appraised to become treasures for himself, and he would be able to easily earn a big sum out of it. The reason why I promised to appraise for you all is because your warmth has moved me. Money is fleeting to me, similar to the clouds. Money is easy to earn, but friendship is priceless. With both his hands behind his back, Master Emo Young exuded an aura of an unworldly saint that mortals could only look up to. He continued, "The reason why I promised to appraise artifacts for you all is because of our relationship, not for money. If anyone were to continue talking about money, then don't bother asking me to appraise for you." "Master, your words are wise. We were too impertinent. We can never hope to match up the master in terms of morals. I have never conceded to anyone in my entire life. Today, you are the first one I will concede to, master." Hearing the words of the master, those who were shouting about paying him previously felt ashamed of themselves. Look at how he carries himself, then look at ourselves. Is there even a basis for comparison? No wonder he is a master while we are just small fries. However, before I start appraising for you all, I would like to say something. An appraiser can only heighten the possibility of attaining a treasure. I cannot promise you all that you all will get a treasure with 100% probability. Master Emo Yang continued, "Master, we all are aware that treasure speculation brings about risk. Your ability to discern treasure from trash is far superior to us, and we trust in you. We believe in Master's judgment. We know the rules. How can one possibly lay their hands on treasures all the time? However, we believe that Master would definitely be able to help us profit." Everyone started shouting simultaneously. "Since everyone believes in me, then I will go ahead and embarrass myself. May I know which friend here would like me to choose an artifact for him?" Master Emo Young surveyed the surrounding. Me. In an instant, innumerable people raised their hands and leapt about in excitement. The appeal of an appraiser was clear to see. Every action of theirs could make people go into frenzy. "All right, you." Master Emo Young pointed, and a pot-bellied middle-aged man walked out from the crowd, still unable to believe the fact that he had been chosen. "Me? Is it really me?" "It's you." Master Emo Young nodded his head with a smile on his face, the aura of a master clearly exuding through his actions. "Thank you, master." The middle-aged man leapt in excitement as he stared at the elder before him with a desirous gaze. "Master, may I ask which one of them I should buy? Let me take a look." Flinging his sleeves, he walked forward. He calmly gazed upon the numerous artifacts placed on the platform. The crowd turned silent along with his actions, not daring to speak out loud for fear of distracting him. Soon, he stopped and placed his palm on one of the artifacts. After feeling the exterior of the artifact gently, he seemed to use some kind of special technique that resulted in the shuddering of his entire body. A moment later, his face paled slightly. "All right, you can buy this one. I have just taken a look at it with my special technique, and it is worth quite a sum." Master Emo Young turned around and informed the middle-aged man. "This one." The eyes of the middle-aged man lit up, and he rushed forward to take a look. It was a gigantic treasure that had been enveloped by a thick layer of rock, to the point that the entire artifact simply looked like a giant boulder. This kind of treasure was the hardest to clean. Furthermore, given its massive size, being around the height of a human, it would take at least a day or two to chip the stone off of it carefully. Master Emo Young nodded his head. "Since it is a recommendation by the master, I will buy it." The middle-aged man nodded his head and looked towards the dealer. How much does it cost? 50,000 gold coins. The dealer of the treasure speculation hall stepped forward. 50,000? The middle-aged man was taken aback. This wasn't a small sum. Even despite the great wealth he possessed, it was about the limit of what he can come up with. Even a popular high-level teacher like Shun Bairu only earned around 1,000 gold coins every month. She would take several years just to reach 50,000. Buy it. This is a recommendation by the master. If you don't want it, I will take it. Upon seeing his hesitation, someone in the crowd shouted. Indeed, the master's recommendation can't possibly go wrong. It might cost 50,000 now, but if it is worth 1 million after it has been cleaned up, then you would have landed on a gold mine. The previous few times, the treasures that the master appraised were of smaller scale. This time, he seems to have decided to go all out. You really struck it big this time. Quite a few people shouted out. All right, I will buy it. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man nodded his head and footed the bill. All right, the second one. After the middle-aged man bought the artifact, Master Mo Yang seemed to have also recovered from his exertion and surveyed the surroundings once more. Me. The rest of the crowd raised their hands hurriedly. Glancing over, Zhang Xian noticed the vendor from before whom he had helped solve his problem in the crowd. His hand was raised up high, and he waved it with an enthusiastic expression, his strong desire to be chosen by the master clear to see. You. Master Mo Yang chose another person. This time, it was an elderly who was dressed extravagantly. With just a single look, it is apparent that he owned great wealth. Similar to the first time, the master walked past the pile of treasures and soon set his sights upon one of it. 80,000 gold coins. This treasure was even more expensive than the one from before. However, this elderly didn't even hesitate and immediately paid the bill. Isn't this the ornamental vase crafted by a 1mo craftsman from the southern kiln? 80,000 gold coins? After taking a good look at the treasure Master Mo Yang chose for the elder, Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in disbelief. He might be unable to ascertain the value of the other treasures, given that he had yet to take a look at them, but he had already peered into the one Master Mo Yang just chose. It might be big, but only a decorative vase was contained inside. It wasn't even worth a single gold coin, and yet, 80,000 gold coins? Could he be off the mark? Just as puzzlement filled his mind, Zhang Xian couldn't help but stare at the righteous-looking face of the master when his mind suddenly jolted and a book appeared in the library. The words Mo Yang was written on it. Could he be using a battle technique at the moment? Based on the unique properties of the Library of Heaven's Path, a book could only be compiled when one showcases his battle technique. Could it be that the fellow was using one at the current moment? Filled with bewilderment, he flipped open the book. Taking a look at it, Zhang Xian's lip twitched and a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Chapter 43. Someone is acting cool too. The numerous flaws and the past deeds of Master Mo Yang were recorded on the book. Originally known as Yang Mo, an apprentice appraiser. A scammer in Luzhu Kingdom who made his name as an appraiser, notorious for his frauds to earn wealth and the favor of women. Battle techniques, voice of allurement, rookie, beguile the mind of others through words, making it easier to convince them. Flaws. Number 1. Outlawed by the royalty of Luzhu Kingdom. Number 2. Zhang Xian didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. To think that the fellow who had the appearance and disposition of an expert would turn out to be a scammer. For a moment back there, even Zhang Xian thought that he was an amazing figure. Looks like there were quite a few people in the crowd that were his men. The dealer selling the artifacts must be an accomplice of his as well. They worked together to build up his fame out of appraising treasures, so that they could convince people to buy useless trash at a high price, thus profiting out of it. If there is someone conducting a fraud, there must be someone that would be tricked as well. Despite knowing that the other party was a fraudster, Zhang Xian had no intentions to expose him at all. Firstly, he didn't have the evidence to prove it. The matter with the Library of Heaven's Path must not be exposed at all costs. Secondly, those who had been scammed by him had already lost their rationality. If he were to try to convince them that he is a fraudster, It was possible that he might end up getting lynched by them. Zhang Xian would never do deeds that did not benefit him, not to mention that it would bring him a string of troubles. Forget it. I think I will just look through and buy my own items. Couldn't be bothered with the Master Mo Yang, who was busy trying to act cool by putting on an expert's demeanor. Zhang Xian continued to browse through the treasures placed on the platform, casually touching them as he passed by them. A book would be compiled in his mind, as long as he came into physical contact with the item. Although the prices of the item weren't reflected in the library, the items with fewer flaws were definitely of higher value. After touching 40 to 50 items, he realized that there was not a single valuable one among them. The absurdly low possibility of finding a treasure in the mix made him shudder. The final chance will be given to you. Just as Zhang Xian was busy touching the artifacts around the room, an authoritative voice resounded within the room. Turning his head to take a look, he saw the worldly expert Master Mo Yang looking at him, nodding his head slightly as though to ascertain Zhang Xian's doubts that he had been chosen. Countless gaze were affixed to him, and they were filled with envy. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. This little friend here, there's no need for you to be so unconfident about yourself. You are the one. Master Mo Yang stroked his beard with a proud expression, as though saying that it was Zhang Xian's honor to be chosen by him. Unconfident? Zhang Xian shook his head. Which part of him looked unconfident? Rather, he was thinking about how he could be so unlucky to be chosen. Of so many frenzied followers following behind you, why did you have to choose me? However, after a short moment, he came to a realization. Those who were here for treasure speculation today were mostly following behind the back of the master. Given that Zhang Xian was the only one strolling about the hall, browsing through and touching the artifacts casually, it would be hard for him to not stand out. I appreciate your goodwill, but I don't need it. Knowing that the other party was a fraudster, he was unwilling to become the gold mine for him to profit from. Zhang Xian waved his hand and continued to look through the pile of treasures. Don't need it? Master Mo Yang frowned. Of the 9 slots he had given out previously, regardless of who they were, they all responded to him in enthusiasm, some even on the verge of fainting due to excessive agitation. Yet, when he chose this fellow, he actually didn't want it. He concealed his darkened face quickly. Waving his hand, he walked forward while stroking his beard and looked at Zhang Xian with a pained expression. Since you're here for treasure speculation, surely you would wish to buy a true treasure. I noticed that you have been browsing around the hall unskillfully, so I decided to offer you some guidance so that you won't end up bankrupt at such a young age. Are you certain that you don't need it? Don't disappoint me by rejecting the goodwill that I hold for you. Lad, if you don't want the slot, give it to me. He actually doesn't want the slot the master gave him. Is there something wrong with his head? It is clear to see that he is abnormal with a single look. I have noticed the fellow previously. He had been touching all of the artifacts in the room. It could be that he is thinking of stealing something. If Master were to grant such an opportunity to me, I would probably awake from my sleep smiling every day. Everyone could hear the conversation between Zhang Xian and the Master clearly, and they stared at the former as though they were looking at a monster. He is a master appraiser. He will be leaving today after appraising for 10 people. It is such a good opportunity and everyone is vying for it frenziedly. Yet, this fellow doesn't want it? If his brain isn't damaged, what else can it be? I really don't need it. Zhang Xian shook his head. End up bankrupt? If I listen to your words, then I will truly end up bankrupt. Don't be so quick to reject me. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Master Mo Yang interrupted. With deep eyes that reflected his compassion for the world and his determination to save those in suffering, he said, "It isn't easy for a youngster like you to earn some money. I do not hope to earn anything from granting you this slot. It is out of the kindness of my heart that I hope that you do not buy something useless and waste your fortune." Master Mo Yang is too compassionate. Not only is he capable of authenticating treasures, he is also kind. I am going to idolize him. From today onward, I will only respect one person, and that is Master Mo Yang. Hearing his words, everyone felt a resurgence of respect for him. Look at how compassionate he is. Despite possessing the ability to appraise treasures, he doesn't use it to earn great wealth. Instead, fearing that other people would suffer from making a wrong judgment, he is willing to expend the additional effort to appraise for him. One probably can't find another person as kind as him, even if one were to roam the world with a lantern. He didn't expect him to be so shameless to declare these words in such a righteous tone. Zhang Xian shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, the other party interrupted him once more. All right, I know what you are thinking. Say no more. The elder looked at him calmly with pride reflecting in his eyes. You know my thoughts? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Indeed, you must be thinking that you are too young and do not possess sufficient strength. Even if you successfully obtain a treasure, you don't have the strength to guard it. Instead, you might even attract disaster to yourself. Master Mo Yang said in a know-it-all tone with his hands behind his back. So that's the reason. Not only is the master incredible at appraising treasures, to think that he would have the capability of peering into the thoughts of others as well. It is true that owning a treasure beyond one's ability can attract disaster. It is normal that this lad would have such thoughts. After hearing Master Mo Yang's explanation, the crowd came to a realization. They finally understood why Zhang Xian would reject such a wonderful opportunity. Zhang Xian had no idea how he should respond. This fellow is way too narcissistic. Don't have the strength to guard it? To think that you could think of such a thing. Everyone. Just as Zhang Xian was about to clarify the situation, the master before him glanced at the surroundings and proudly declared, I have chosen this little fellow. So, regardless of what kind of treasures I have picked for him, I hope that you all wouldn't have any greedy thoughts towards it. Otherwise, you will be going against me. If so, don't blame me for being merciless. Master, what are you talking about? How would we dare to lay our hands on a person you have chosen? Master, rest assured, we would definitely not do such a stuff. Everyone quickly replied in chorus. All right, since I have already informed everyone else, feel free to buy it. You don't need to worry about attracting unwanted trouble. Master Mo Yang looked at Zhang Xian with an encouraging smile. Zhang Xian didn't expect that this fellow would be so self-assuming. Just when he was about to speak, the other party interrupted him yet again. You don't need to feel too touched by it. Since I have given the final slot to you, it means that our meeting is fated. It is hard to explain a thing such as fate through rational explanations, so you don't have to feel too thankful to me. I don't wish for anything in return for picking out a treasure for you. It is just purely kindness of my part. No need for this and that. This treasure is it. I can guarantee you that once you buy it, you will definitely rake in great profits. Master Mo Yang didn't even give Zhang Xian an opportunity to talk. He retrieved an item from the pile of artifacts and passed it over. Seeing this treasure, Zhang Xian was speechless. He had already analyzed it previously. It was a trash that could not be more useless. It wasn't even worth a single gold coin. Your loss would be equivalent to the price that you bought it at. Boss, can you collect the bill from this little friend here? Passing the treasure over, Master Mo Yang gestured for the artifact dealer to come. A total of 30,000 gold coins. The dealer walked over. Hurry up and foot the bill. This is the most valuable treasure I have appraised tonight. Little friend, you have struck it rich. Seeing how Zhang Xian remained motionless, the elder stroked his beard and a doting smile appeared on his face. After you return, clean up the outer layer. Try not to be too agitated by your newfound wealth. Agitated? Agitated your head. Upon having his words interrupted multiple times, Zhang Xian could no longer rein his temper in. If you want to scam others, go ahead. I won't interfere in your affairs. Why did you have to look for me? Is it that enjoyable to be trying to act cool? Didn't you notice how hard I have tried to spare your pride? Chapter 44. I will choose one. What? That little fellow dares to say that of Master Mo Yang? Master helped him pick out a treasure are of goodwill, and yet he claims that the master is trying to deceive him? What an arrogant lad! Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the crowd is dumbfounded for an instant before bursting into commotion. Is that lad's head all right? The master went through so much difficulty to help him choose a treasure, And yet he says that. Fraud. Acting cool? What did you say? Apparently, he didn't expect the young man to respond in such a manner. Master Mo Yang's face darkens. Little friend, do you have some kind of misunderstanding against me? Misunderstanding? You should be more than aware of what I am saying. If you want to scam someone, go ahead. It's none of my business, and I am not interested in interfering in your affairs as well. I choose my own artifacts while you scam your victims. Let's stay out of each other's path. So, stop putting on that haughty look of yours in front of me. Zhang Xian waves him away, annoyed. He had never bore any goodwill towards scammers. Even so, as long as the other party doesn't get on his nerves, he is willing to let the issue slide. Yet, this fellow intends to make use of him to act cool. He is truly courting his death. What audacity! Master Mo Yang's face pales and he flings his sleeves, his actions carrying an aura of righteousness with it. I have attained the qualifications of an appraiser 30 years ago, and I have helped numerous people out of difficulty. My conscience is clear. There has never been a single person who had accused me of scamming them. Everyone here can bear testimony to that. When had I ever scammed any one of you? Master Mo Yang is compassionate and saves those who are in precarious situations. How could he possibly be a fraudster? That falsifying youngster over there. You must be tired of living. Master, don't get angry. I will teach that fellow a lesson in your place so that he will learn to not to spout lies in the future. With just a few words, Master Mo Yang manages to stir up the rage of everyone here. Every single of them looks at Zhang Xian as though he had murdered their family. Attained the qualifications of an appraiser 30 years ago? Conscience is clear? Zhang Xian is speechless. You are just a small apprentice appraiser. Must you try so hard to act as though you are bigger than that? Your skin is much thicker than I thought. No wonder you were able to become scammer wanted by the Luzhu Kingdom. Not only is your skin unbelievably thick, your ability to adapt to abrupt changes is truly frightening. Other scammers will panic when they are exposed before others. Yet, this fellow skillfully reverses the tip of the arrow back towards him, making it hard for him to step down from the current situation. If Zhang Xian doesn't possess the Library of Heaven's Path, upon seeing how righteously the other party is acting, he would have surely suspected that he might be making a mistake. However, with the library in his hands, since it is stated on it that he is a scammer, then he is definitely one. Everyone, calm down. Seeing that everyone's anger is stirred and that he is on the offense now, Master Mo Yang waves his hands and says, I am a forgiving person. If you can apologize for the words you said a moment ago, I can choose to not pursue the matter. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the punishment awaiting you for intentionally slandering me. Punishment? Zhang Xian shakes his head. It isn't that hard to verify whether you are a scammer or not, and whether I am lying or not. As long as they clean the outer coating off the artifacts they just bought, we will know the results instantly. What is the use of speaking so much nonsense here? Clean it? Master Mo Yang seems to have predicted that he would say such words. He replies calmly, I have already said previously that I will be leaving Tianqian City by tonight. The artifacts that I have chosen for them are all large in size and will require at least half a day before their true form emerges. I still have urgent matters to attend to, and I cannot delay my departure for that long a time. Why are you going to say that the reason why I am unwilling to stay here any longer is because I feel guilty so that you can make use of this to accuse me? At this point, the elderly swings his arms and exudes a haughty disposition. I, Mo Yang, lived an upright life, so there's no reason for me to fear your accusations. However, I had helped you pick out an artifact out of goodwill on my part, only to have you accuse me of scamming you. Since you don't have concrete proof, it is an act of slander. Do you know the consequences of slandering a master appraiser? Hearing these words, Zhang Xian realizes that he is still underestimating the shamelessness of the other party. As expected of a professional scammer, to have already thought of a plan to back away if the situation were to turn awry. He had already clearly expressed that he will be leaving Tianqian Kingdom tonight, thus paving an escape path beforehand. Before Zhang Xian could even speak, he was already counterattacked. Right now, even if he were to say that he is afraid of waiting until the artifacts are cleaned thoroughly, no one will believe his words. Furthermore, Zhang Xian really doesn't have any evidence to prove that he is a scammer. The secret on the Library of Heaven's path cannot be revealed. Even if it is revealed, there must be at least someone here who is willing to believe him. Lad, kneel down and apologize to the master now. To dare to say that the master is a scammer, do you think that I dare not to kill you right now? Where did this audacious beast come from to dare to lay doubt upon the master's innocence? Upon seeing how righteous and indignant the master is, many people choose to believe in him instantly, and a lot of them start to chastise Zhang Xian. These people are completely furious. Those who were scammed had self-hypnotized themselves due to their reluctance to accept the claim that they have been scammed. No matter who it is, if someone dares to interrupt their beautiful dream, they will be refuted adamantly and rebuked. From their viewpoint, Master Mo Yang is an upright person, so how can he possibly be a scammer? What kind of joke is this? Since this fellow dares to claim that the master is a scammer, he should be skilled in appraising, right? If you are that capable, why don't you choose one artifact out for us to see? If the one you chose turns out to be trash, you shall stop putting on an act here and scram. A voice from the crowd snorts. Indeed, since you said that I am a scammer, and you are unwilling to accept the artifact I chose out for you, I'm sure you must be knowledgeable in appraising as well. At this point, Master Mo Yang nods his head and looks over. How about this? I will give you a chance. We will each choose a simple and small artifact together so that we can clean it quickly for appraisal. As long as you are able to profit out of the object you chose, I will acknowledge that you are skilled and I will let the issue drop. But if you choose a useless trash, then I'm sorry, but you will have to buy the treasure I just picked out for you. Kneel down and apologize to me. You want to compete with me in a battle of appraisal? Just a moment ago, Zhang Xian was still in a dilemma on coming up with evidence against him. However, hearing his words, he is slightly taken aback and he almost laughs on the spot. This fellow must have a screw loose. Zhang Xian himself possesses the Library of Heaven's path. If he were to claim that he is second in appraising, no one would dare to claim that they are first in the world. Are you sure that your head didn't get jammed between doors? However, after giving it some careful thought, he is also able to comprehend the rationale behind the other party's action. In the other party's perspective, Zhang Xian is only an 18 or 19-year-old youth, so what can he possibly know about appraising? Besides, since he was able to help others profit a few days ago, he must have prepared several means beforehand. If the both of them appraised concurrently and Zhang Xian was to choose a useless artifact, he is able to make use of this opportunity to further build up his prestige. Perhaps, he might even be able to attract a few fools to invest frenziedly. Why? You don't dare to accept the challenge? Master Mo Yang is resolute to eat Zhang Xian whole. Fine. Since the other party is seeking some thrill, how can Zhang Xian bear to refuse him? All right, then I'll go first. Master Mo Yang flings his robe and walks along the long, elevated platform with large strides. He quickly stops before a palm-size artifact and picks it up. This object is covered by a thick layer of rock, such that even the shape of the object inside cannot be ascertained, needless to say, to determine whether it is valuable or not. Dealer, how much does this cost? Picking up the object, Master Mo Yang inquires. This object is small in size, and there isn't much spirit energy movement that can be felt from it. 200 gold coins. The dealer replies, and he walks over to Master Mo Yang. All right, find someone to help me clean this up. Passing over the money, Master Mo Yang says calmly, yes. The dealer grabs hold of the treasure and sends it to the hall at the back. A moment later, he comes out with a golden toad in his hands. With an excited look, he says, congratulations, master. It is the shed skin of spirit-horned golden toad. What is a spirit-horned golden toad? Spirit-horned golden toad is a tier 6 savage beast. Of its entire body, its most valuable part is its skin. It only molts once in its entire life. This object can be used in medicine, and it is extremely valuable. As expected of Master Mo Yang, to be able to pick out a treasure amidst everything else. Your ability of discernment is incredible. Upon hearing that it is the shed skin of the spirit-horned golden toad, the hall bursts into commotion. Many people may not know of this item, so why don't you just state a price? It will be much more spectacular that way. With his head up high, Master Mo Yang constantly exudes an acting cool aura as he speaks flatly. This object is worth 2,000 gold coins. The dealer exclaims, 2,000 gold coins? After buying it with 200 gold coins, the price grows to 2,000 gold coin in an instant? A revenue of tenfold? This is too incredible. As expected of the master. If you can profit so much through a small object, then surely I will be able to make a killing over that giant artifact you chose for me previously. Upon seeing this sight, the eyes of the slightly worried crowd starts burning fanatically again. A master isn't just for show. A clear difference in standards shows the moment he makes a move. All right, it's your turn. Master Mo Yang gestures with a cold gaze. Zhang Xian nods his head. Knowing that the other party is a scammer, he is aware that he would surely have a contingency plan. Even so, he didn't expect his contingency plan to be so incredible. He has to choose something at least of the same level as him. Can I choose the artifact first and decide on a price after the artifact has been cleaned? Stepping forward, Zhang Xian suddenly recalls something and looks at the dealer. No way. You have to pay first before cleaning it. This is a part of the rules. Otherwise, what if it turns out to be a trash after you clean it and you no longer want it? Or if it turns out too valuable and we no longer want to sell it? It would be impossible to resolve such situations. The dealer states coldly. In order to prevent such contention, one has to pay upon after deciding on an artifact in treasure speculation. This is equivalent to signing a contract. No one will be able to turn their back on it. All right then. After being informed of the rules, Zhang Xian can only nod his head. Then, turning over to look at the artifacts, he says without blushing, Come, point out for me which artifacts are worth less than 8 gold coins in this pile. I will choose one from them. Chapter 45. Tip Poo. What did he just say? Surely I heard wrongly? 8 gold coins and below? Sound of water spitting. Hearing Zhang Xian's proud voice, everyone spits a mouthful of saliva. All of them stare at him flabbergasted, with an expression similar to how one looks at a lunatic. Are you for real? In treasure speculation, one is gambling for the thrill and the fortune. No matter what artifact one chooses, it is worth a minimum of 100 gold coins. 8 gold coins. What the heck do you expect to buy with that? Is this fellow's brain still functioning? 8 gold coins? Waha, you might as well grab a pile of mud and return now. You still dare to say 8 gold coins and below. There isn't a single object that is that cheap here. Okay. A split moment later, tears streamed down the faces of those amidst the crowd due to excessive laughter. The hell, lad. Can you stop being so hilarious? How do you intend to find an object worth below 8 gold coins here? You can't even buy anything even if you had 80 gold coins. Why? You don't even have an artifact that is worth 8 gold coin in a treasure speculation hall? Aren't you embarrassed? Disregarding the mockery the crowd is making out of him, Zhang Xian stares at the dealer proudly. His previous self had only left him with a total of 8 gold coins. He is unable to fork out a single coin more even if he wanted to. Pooh! The people in the crowd stare at one another and burst into laughter once again. You are the one who should be embarrassed. This is just like someone running to a realtor and hoping to buy a flat with a single gold coin. Big brother, is your head really all right? There is no way there is an artifact here that is worth only 8 gold coins. How about this? You can freely choose from this pile of items. After you're done, I will pay for you. If you make an earning, it will all go to you. If you lose, we will just go by what we promised earlier. An apology will do. Master Mo Yang stares at the young man contemptuously with both of his hands placed behind him, revealing an attitude of superiority. As expected of Master Mo Yang, what incredible generosity. This young man is a clown, coming here just to make a fool of himself. I concede to the master's morals. Hearing that the master is willing to pay in the stead of his adversary, the crowd can't help but feel impressed by his generosity. Do you see that? Look at how the master carries himself. Then look at that lad. Forget it, it is better not to compare the two of them. I am afraid that I might vomit. Are you sure? Zhang Xian's eyes twinkle. Knowing that the other party is a scammer, Zhang Xian doesn't feel any guilt spending his money. Of course, I always mean what I say. Master Mo Yang seems just like a saint who has descended to the mortal world, unsullied by worldly dirt. Hee, I shall start picking then. Zhang Xian smiles faintly, walks over to the platform and scans through the artifacts in the pile. Since the other party chose a small one, naturally, he is restricted to choosing smaller items as well. Besides, the larger the artifact, the longer it takes to clean it up. This lad is too shameless. Indeed. I have no idea why would Master Mo Yang treat him so well. If I were to meet such a fellow, I would have surely smacked him away with a palm of mine long ago. To insult the master and even use his money to buy an artifact. Shameless. Seeing how the young man isn't ashamed at all, rather, he is browsing through the items excitedly. The crowd is speechless. They have met thick-skinned people before, but they had never met one whose skin is that thick. You were the one who insulted the master as a scammer first. No matter what, the both of you should be in a hostile relationship. Under such circumstances, don't you feel embarrassed using the other party's money to buy an artifact to compete with him? That's enough of you. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xian touches every treasure that enters his vision. Soon, he also chooses a treasure of the size of a palm and hands it over. It costs 200 gold coins as well. The dealer takes a look at it and says flatly, "Master, hurry up and foot the bill." Unashamed, Zhang Xian gestures the master to hurry up. A dark line streaks across Master Mo Yang's face. He intended to ridicule the other party, but he didn't expect that he would accept his help so proudly, to the point that he seems like his servant instead now. Suppressing the urge to strangle the other party, he pays the sum. All right, let's clean it up here. With everyone watching here, no one will be able to accuse me of falsifying the results. Zhang Xian gestures. Let's see whether you can continue being so haughty after the object is cleaned up. The actions of the young man also infuriate the dealer. He casually fetches the tools used for cleaning artifacts and starts to clean it bit by bit. Soon, the moss and rock covering the object fall off, and the true form of the item inside is revealed. It is a semi-transparent rock that emits a warm glow. This is Linglong stone? Observing the appearance of the stone, someone from the crowd shouts in disbelief. What is Linglong stone? Some in the crowd recognizes it while others don't. You don't even know this? Linglong stone is one of the main ingredients to crafting of phantom tier equipment. Every single stone is extremely valuable, and it is the type of good which is always short in supply. The person who spoke earlier explains in agitation. Equipment can be split into God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. In a location like Tianqian Kingdom, there is almost no mortal pinnacle equipment, needless to say, phantom tier equipment. Thus, every single one of it can be sold at an exorbitant price. As the main ingredient to crafting phantom tier equipment, the moment it is put up for auction, countless families and experts will go frenzied over it. How much can it be sold for? Those who don't recognize this item can't help but ask. It is difficult to perceive an item's value just by its rarity itself. The best way to ascertain its value is still through its price. I've heard that the Luzhu Kingdom had auctioned one of it a few years ago. It was smaller than this, around the size of a chicken's egg, but it was already priced at 50,000 gold coins. Look at how big this one is, not to mention its level of purity. No matter what, it is worth at least 100,000. The one speaking swallows his saliva at this point. 100,000. Everyone on the spot almost goes mad. An object bought for 200 gold coin is sold for 100,000? A revenue of 500 times in an instant. Is this for real? This. The dealer's hands tremble as he stares in disbelief at the object in his hands. As a dealer of a treasure speculation hall, he is capable of identifying plenty of treasures and is aware of their prices. He knows that there isn't a single error in the words of the person who just spoke. This item is definitely worth that price. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Seeing the shock washing through the crowd, Master Mo Yang's face twitches. He thought that the other party would be unable to choose anything of value, and that he would be able to make use of it to display his superiority once more. Never in his dreams did he expect for such an incredible treasure to be chosen. Both the items are priced at 200 gold coins, yet his was only sold for 2,000, whereas the other party's one is valued at 100,000. Isn't the difference too massive? I will be auctioning this Linglong stone now. The highest bidder wins. Aware of what this object is beforehand, Zhang Xian isn't surprised in the least. He grabs the treasure from the hands of the dealer and gazes at the crowd. I offer 100,000. The one who recognized the Linglong stone earlier shouts his bid first. 100,000 gold coin may be a huge sum, but compared to a treasure like Linglong stone, the latter is much more valuable. I offer 110,000. There are a few within the crowd that are aware of its value as well. 120,000. Soon, the price is finalized at 153,000, and the stone is taken by a wealthy middle-aged man. This is a banknote from Tianchuan Bank. With this, you are able to withdraw 153,000 gold coins from any single bank in Tianqian City. The middle-aged man grabs the Linglong stone and passes over a stack of banknotes. The weight of gold coins is considerable, so moving them around isn't very convenient. Thus, just like in the ancient times of Earth, banknotes and similar paper notes started appearing. After taking a look, he knows that those notes are real and places it into his embrace. Then, he retrieves a banknote worth 1,000 and walks over to Master Mo Yang. You paid 200 gold coins for me earlier. Here is 1,000. Keep the change. Treat it as a tip. Chapter 46. Exposing the scam tip? Hearing these words, Master Mo Yang staggers and almost pukes blood. Tip your head. I am a master appraiser. I don't lack money. I will take your tip. With a hardened face, Master Mo Yang is on the verge of exploding. At this point, he will be placed in an awkward situation regardless of whether he takes it or not. If he takes it, it means he would be accepting the tip of others' tip. In that case, he would be no different from a waiter or a servant. If he refuses, just the action of the other party alone causes him to feel embarrassed. Suddenly, a thought floats into his mind. Could the lad have foreseen this in advance? That's why he took his money, so as to intentionally cause him embarrassment? You don't want it? Great. I can save 1,000 then. You must know that one can buy a lot of things with 1,000 gold coins. Sensing his hesitation, Zhang Xian places the note back into his embrace and mutters by the side. Hearing these words, Master Mo Yang is on the verge of collapsing. You sure are lucky, choosing the right one. However, this doesn't mean that you have one. All right, I still have things to attend to, so it is about time for me to leave. With coldness in his gaze, Master Mo Yang stands up, flings his arm, and prepares to leave. His decisive action impresses Zhang Xian, as expected of a professional scammer. The moment things go awry, he leaves. His decisiveness is truly worthy of respect. Regardless of whether Zhang Xian is lucky or he is truly skilled in appraising, he would no longer be treated as a lunatic after earning so much in an instant. Rather than grinding it out with him, it is much wiser for him to end it here. After all, he has already profited greatly from appraising for the others. The longer the argument carries on for, the higher the possibility of something going wrong for him. The results of our competition isn't conclusive yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Given Master Mo Yang's previous actions, there is no way Zhang Xian can allow him to escape just like this. Indeed, Master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. You also made a profit from the item you bought. This can't be considered as his victory. Master has only underestimated his enemy. That's why he didn't choose the most valuable treasure from the start. We believe in you. After numerous days of effort, the Master has roped in a large group of loyal followers. I have already said before that I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Master Mo Yang waves his hand. Even if you have urgent matters to attend to, I doubt that a few minutes will matter much. There are still things that I would like your guidance on. Zhang Xian blocks the other party's escape path. What kind of things? Master Mo Yang stops and harumphs coldly. This friend? Seeing him cease his movements, Zhang Xian smiles faintly and stares at the elderly who had obtained the slot for appraisal and bought the ornamental vase. What is it? The elderly walks over. He is still hugging the artifact containing the ornamental vase as though he is hugging a precious treasure. Given its size, he will be unable to clean it up within a short period of time. Thus, he chose to stay to join in the spectacle. If I'm not wrong, the item you spent 80,000 gold coins to purchase is an ornamental vase. Furthermore, it is a broken one, and it is not even worth a single gold coin. Zhang Xian points to his artifact and states, "Ornamental vase? Not even worth a single cent? What kind of joke is this? This is something the master chose for me." The face of the elderly darkens as he chastises Zhang Xian. Cleaning up such a large artifact will take a long time. At the minimum, you will require at least a day. How about this? You smash it on the floor directly, and if I'm wrong, I will pay you 80,000 gold coins. However, if I'm right, it means that you have fallen into his trap and got scammed. If so, you can just demand the money back from the one who scammed your money. Zhang Xian offers with a grin. Smash it? The elderly is taken aback by his words. The words of the other party make sense. Cleaning up such a large artifact will surely take a lot of time. However, if he were to smash it on the floor, it would only take an instant. If it was truly as the other party claims and it turns out to be just an ornamental vase, then he would have made a big loss. Even for him, a loss of 80,000 gold coins is enough to send him into bankruptcy. If the artifact turns out to be a fake, he will probably commit suicide. If the young man were to say these words a moment ago, he would simply scoff and disregard his words. However, the other party has just bought a treasure which won him a revenue of 765 times. This very fact makes his determination wavers. Worry not, a true treasure won't shatter that easily. Even if you were to smash it, it is very unlikely for it to break. You won't make a loss. Sensing his hesitation, Zhang Xian pushes on. All right. After a short moment of contemplation, the elderly casually smashes the artifact in his embrace on the floor. Danglang! With a crisp sound, the giant artifact shatters apart, and its true form reveals itself amidst the moss and mud. Indeed, it turns out to be a shattered vase. It is really an ornamental vase? After taking a look, the crowd verifies that it is indubitably an ornamental vase. Even if this object is an antique left behind from the ancient times, it still isn't worth much money. Needless to say, 80,000 gold coin. No one would buy it for even 10 gold coins. What is going on here? Seeing the broken fragments on the floor, the elderly freezes in shock. Initially, he had placed all of his hope on this artifact to earn him big bucks, yet it all ended up like this. How can he possibly not go berserk? What is happening? You will have to ask this Master Mo Yang. If I'm not wrong, he worked together with the dealer to build his fame as an appraiser so as to attract everyone's attention. Then, through his appraisals, he is able to get you all to spend big bucks to buy the artifacts he decides upon, thus profiting from it. Zhang Xian looks at Master Mo Yang and the dealer, and the corners of his mouth creep upwards. As for why he was able to choose objects of high value, the reason is simple. Since the cleaning process did not happen before you, they are able to switch the item inside with another treasure they prepared beforehand and claim that it is the one he had just picked out. Anyway, no one saw the cleaning process, so no one is able to refute his claims. Is that true? Hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone's trust in Master Mo Yang wavers. After picking out a treasure before everyone else, Zhang Xian successfully exposes a fake treasure that Master Mo Yang appraised. The crowd who had complete trust in Master Mo Yang a moment ago is starting to get suspicious. Danglang! While they are still busy contemplating over who is right and who is wrong, another crisp sound echoes amidst the crowd. Another fellow who had received the appraisal slot smashed the artifact he bought as well. This time, it isn't an ornamental vase but a useless pottery. It is clear with a single look that it isn't worth much. Fake. It is a fake. I spent 60,000 gold coins to buy this. They are scammers. Seeing the broken shards on the floor, those who bought the appraised items know that they have been scammed as well and started roaring frenziedly. Pong, Hong, Puha. With the two precedents, the remaining few can no longer hold it in. One after another, towards the artifacts they just bought, they throw, smash with a hammer, or cut it open with a blade. Taking a look at what is inside, all of their faces pale. They are all fakes. They are all worthless trash. We have been duped. This Master Mo Yang is a fraud. If there was only one fake, the crowd would still be able to accept it. After all, even an appraiser can't possibly pick treasures out of artifacts 100% of the time. However, when all 9 of the artifacts that he had appraised turn out to be trash, it can only mean to say that he is a scammer. To think that you still acted so compassionate and benevolent? Pui, you are just a fraudster. The berserk crowd surrounds Master Mo Yang and the dealer tightly as they stare at them intensely. At this moment, even the thought of killing them flashes through their minds. After all, no one's money came from the sky. If no one saw through the sham, and they only realize that it is a scam after they are done cleaning, who can they find to redress their grievances? Don't listen to the nonsense of this lad. Even master appraisers have moments when they are off. I am truly unacquainted with this artifact dealer. Seeing the murderous glare in the eyes of the crowd, Master Mo Yang realizes that it is no longer possible to fool them and roars in anger instead. If it was a moment ago, the crowd would have definitely listened to his words. But now, no one pays him any heed anymore. Pong 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 pong. The sound of someone hitting on a human sandbag echoes from the congregation of the crowd, following which cries of agony can be heard. In this ordeal, not even the artifact dealer is spared. As for the initiator of the incident, Zhang Xian, he had sneaked off the moment chaos broke out inside. The world is humongous, and every day, there are people who are going about scamming others, and there are people who are scammed by them. He isn't an omnipotent god, and it is impossible for him to interfere in all of them. If it wasn't for Master Mo Yang's excessive mouth, he couldn't be bothered to exposing him. Now that those who were scammed are aware of the situation, naturally, they have their own way of dealing with the problem. There is no need for Zhang Xian to worry about them. Huangyu Bookstore. Walking slowly along the market, a giant store appears before him. In it, there are all kinds of books filling the bookshelves within. The store deals with medicinal herbs, weapons, savage beasts, and naturally, books. That is also his main motive for choosing to enter this store. Let me take a look. Zhang Xian lifts his leg and steps into the store. Chapter 47. Wangyu Gongzi, are you here to buy books or to browse through books? Gongzi gentleman. The moment he steps into the bookstore, a young lady steps forward to welcome him. Around 17 to 18-year-old, her pure face and appearance are particularly alluring. Even though she is still slightly lacking compared to Shan by Ru Laosher, she is considered as an exceptional beauty. Is there secret manuals on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique here? Zhang Xian reveals his objective here to her. Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique? Gongzi must be joking. Such secret manuals on cultivation technique cost a hefty sum. A little business like ours doesn't have the qualifications to be selling them. If you want some entrance-level cultivation technique manuals, we have a few of it here though. The lady shakes her head. The books sold in their store mainly consists of human geography, biographies of reputable figures, and such. Cultivation techniques are something highly confidential to cultivators, so how can it be allowed to be browsed through or sold freely? Then, do you know any stores that sell them? Confirming his suspects that the manuals aren't on sale here, Zhang Xian sighs and looks at her in expectation. Sell them? The lady shakes her head. It is impossible for anyone in Tianqian Royal City to be selling cultivation techniques of this level. However, some experts do collect quite a few of them. If you have an amicable relationship with them, it might be possible for them to allow you to look through them. Allow me to look through them? Taking a look is great as well. Zhang Xian's eyes light up. With the Library of Heaven's Path, there is no need for him to buy the books. As long as he is able to lay his hand on those books, just by flipping through it, a corresponding book will be compiled automatically. Do you know any seniors who collect such manuals in their residence and allow others to browse through them? He can't resist asking, "Allow others to browse through them?" The lady frowns, and just as she is about to shake her head, she suddenly thought of something and slyness flits across her eyes. She smiles and says, "I do know of one. However, he is known for being eccentric. When he is in high spirits, he won't mind even if you were to take all of the books in his house. But if he is in a bad mood, ignoring the fact whether he will allow you to browse through his books or not, he might not even allow you to walk through his door. Such a person exists in the world." Zhang Xin frowns. He continues, "Then, may I trouble you to guide me to seek that senior? It just happens that there isn't much business today. I will bring you there now." The young lady smiles. "Thanks for the trouble." He doesn't expect the lady to be so helpful as to bring him there personally, so he nods his head in gratitude. With the lady leading ahead, the two of them walk out of the bookstore. Through their idle chatter, Zhang Xin learns that the name of the lady is Huang Yu. This bookstore is opened by her. Judging from the appearance of the bookstore, it seems to be newly opened, at maximum around 10 days or so. "You are saying that there are many books in the home of that senior?" After walking a distance, Zhang Xin can't resist asking. Naturally, that senior is a famous scholar in the entire kingdom, and he was once Emperor Shan Zhui's tutor. He is a person who is able to freely go in and out of the kingdom's book collection vault. "Do you think that it is possible for the books in his home to not be many?" Huang Yu says reverently. "Emperor Shan Zhui's teacher? That means he used to be an emperor's tutor?" Zhang Xian is stunned. The current emperor of Tianqian Kingdom is named Shan Zhui. No one is aware of the specific level of his cultivation. They only know that he is the strongest person in the entire kingdom, unmatched by anyone. The tutors of such a figure are carefully handpicked and have to undergo numerous selection processes before their positions are confirmed. Even the principal of Hongtian Academy doesn't possess such qualifications. He is his painting and calligraphy teacher and not his martial arts teacher. Even so, he is still an incredible figure who is deeply respected by the emperor. At this point, Huang Yu's face turns solemn as she warns Zhang Xin. This old Mr. Lu Chan is an elegant person who is very particular about decorum. He detests juniors talking nonsense before him. When we arrive, it is best for you to not to speak too easily. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to be given permission to browse through his books. Zhang Xin nods his head. I also have my own matters to attend to. When we arrive, you will have to deal with the matter of borrowing books yourself. Don't mess up my matter along with yours. Huang Yu glances over with her beautiful eyes as she speaks. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. Comprehending the meaning behind her words, Zhang Xin smiles in response. He is already grateful for the fact that she is willing to bring him over. If he is capable, he will be able to borrow the books. However, even if he ends up in failure, nothing can be done about it. No matter what, he is still a teacher. How can he put a young lady in an awkward position? The old Mr. prefers juniors who are more obedient. No matter what the old Mr. says, you just have to nod your head. You should also know that a great scholar like him tend to be more conservative, so his thoughts may diverge from that of us, youngsters. Just try not to squabble with him over these. Huang Yu reminds him once again. The two of them soon walks out of the market. After passing by a series of alleys that would leave one confused, they arrive at a residence. This is the residence of old Mr. Lu Chan. Huang Yu points towards the residence. Zhang Xian raises his head to take a look at the entire residence. It isn't as vast and extravagant as he expected. It seems like the residence of an ordinary household, and there isn't even a door plaque at the entrance. If it weren't for Huang Yu leading him here, he might have thought that this is the residence of a normal civilian. This is the place where the emperor's tutor lives? Zhang Xian finds it hard to believe. Old Mr. Lu Chan lives a thrifty life. There were many times when Emperor Shan Zhui offered to reconstruct his residence, but he firmly rejected the offers. Noticing his doubt, Huang Yu explains. Zhang Xian nods his head as his respect for the emperor's tutor grows. Despite possessing such social status, he is able to remain incorruptible and thrifty without being changed by power. It seems like this old mister is a sentimental and straightforward person. Da. Just as they are about to knock on the door, a carriage rushes over. The distinct sound of the galloping of the horse echoes through the alley. Jaya. The carriage stops beside the two. A young man parts the curtains of the carriage and walks out. He is a 17 to 18-year-old youth dressed in white. Tall and slim, his face is exquisite, similar to a white jade. With a single look, it is clear to see that he is Scion, and he exudes an aura of superiority. Xiao Yu? You are here too. Xiao Yu-little Yu, a pet name for Huang Yu. Seeing Huang Yu, the white-clothed Gongzi's eyes twinkle and immediately tries to fawn upon her. Gongzi-gentleman, I am Huang Yu. Don't give me such a mushy nickname. We aren't that familiar with one another yet. Huang Yu curls her lips contemptuously. Given the relationship between our families, it isn't too much to call you Xiao Yu. Besides, wasn't that how I called you when you were younger as well? Are you here to visit old Mr. Lu Chan as well? The white-clothed Gongzi smiles and flings his robe. He strikes a pose, as though declaring that victory is in his hands. Hee, don't think too much about that object. It will definitely come under my possession. It is hard to tell whose it will be at this point. I only fear that you will cry then. Huang Yu doesn't step down to his taunting. We'll see then. The white-clothed Gongzi chuckles. At this point, he finally notices Zhang Xian and frowns. Who is this? Xiao Yu. Why did you bring an outsider here? No matter who is it that I bring, it is none of your business. Huang Yu purses her lips, not sparing the other party any face. Humph, lad. No matter who you are, I advise you to stay away from Xiao Yu. She isn't someone a small figure like you can lay your hands upon. Looking at Zhang Xian, the white-clothed Gongzi narrows his eyes and spits coldly. Zhang Xian didn't expect to be threatened when he is here only to borrow a book. A strong feeling of helplessness surges through him. Using the words from his previous world, he is lucky like a dead mongoose. All Huang Yu did is to bring him here. They are just barely acquaintances. Do you really have to go that far? Threatened by someone, Zhang Xian feels displeased. He stretches his back and waves away his concerns. You interfere too much. My apologies, but I don't think that you need to concern yourself over this. Fine. I hope that you don't regret your words. He didn't expect that a lad he had never met before would dare to speak to him in such a manner. The white-clothed Gongzi's eyebrows shoot up and his eyes narrow. Turning around, he ignores the other two and walks over to the front of the courtyard to knock on the door. Why are you so rash? As the white-clothed man knocks on the door, Huang Yu's anxious voice sounds by Zhang Xian's ears. Why? Zhang Xian looks at her in puzzlement. Do you know who he is, for you to dare to speak to him like that? Seeing the oblivious look on the other party's face, Huang Yu feels a little helpless. It is truly hard to tell whether this fellow has a strong heart, or that there is something wrong with his head. Who cares who he is? Zhang Xian shrugs. What does his identity have to do with me? You. Seeing the expression on the young man's face, Huang Yu is starting to doubt if she had brought a fool over. Seeing the indifferent look in his eyes, she is able to tell that he truly isn't bothered over the identity of the person he just offended. At a loss for words, she could only introduce the person before to him. He is the sole son of Zhennan Wang, by Sun. Zhennan Wang is known as the #1 authoritative subject of Tianqian Kingdom, his position beneath only that of Emperor Shanjue. Offending his only son means that it will be hard for him to make a living in Tianqian Kingdom. Initially, she thought that revealing the identity of the other party will induce fear in this fellow, and that he would ask her how he should resolve the problem. Contrary to her expectations, Zhang Xian looks over with a confused expression. Zhennan Wang. Who is he? Chapter 48. What the heck is this toy? Wang Yu feels the vision before her spin and she almost faints on the spot. To not even know Zhennan Wang? Dude, are you really from Tianqian Kingdom? Are you sure you didn't pop up from some remote corner? At this moment, she is starting to regret bringing this fellow here. Given how ignorant he is, it is likely he will say something wrong and pull her down along with him. Actually, Zhang Xian really isn't putting on an act. He is truly ignorant on this matter. His previous self is the worst teacher in the academy. All along, he has been occupied with how he could stop himself from being expelled from the school. Thus, He never tried to look into the internal affairs of the kingdom and knows very little about it as well. The previous him doesn't even know what section, division, and bureau are, so how could he possibly know who Jinnan Wang is? Jia. Just as she is about to explain the glorious war accomplishments of Jinnan Wang, the door in front of them creaks and opens. A butler-like person appears in their view, welcoming them. Uncle Chung, I am prepared now. I hope to receive Master's guidance again. Towards the butler he calls Uncle Chung. The white-clothed Gongzi soon speaks respectfully, the arrogance he had a moment ago absent in his voice. Gongzi-gentleman, so it is by Gongzi and Huang Gunyang. Please follow me to wait at the lounge. Upon catching sight of the three standing at the entrance of the door, the butler bows and ushers them in. Gongzi-gentleman Lady/Miss the three of them follow behind him into the residence. Zhang Xin gazes around the surroundings. The residence may not be extravagant in its renovations, inferior even when compared to certain parts of the academy, but it brings about a wholly different atmosphere. Every moment of stillness and every movement in the courtyard feels like a tranquil ink painting which exudes indescribable elegance. What an incredible natural ink painting! Zhang Xin can't help praising. Oh, Gongzi seems to have some aptitude towards painting? Hearing his praise, the butler turns around and asks. It is just a casual comment. He didn't expect that a casual comment that he spoke would attract the attention of the butler. Zhang Xin hurriedly shakes his head. In his previous life, he was a librarian, and his job is deeply related to literacy. Even though he had seen many different paintings back then, he had never picked up a brush, needless to say, paint. Our Laoi used his heart as his brush and the courtyard as his paper to turn the entire residence into a painting. You aren't mistaken in your words. The butler nods his head and continues moving forward. Laoi Old Master soon. They arrive at the lounge. The lounge isn't very big but is rich in paintings, giving the room a kind of classical elegance. It has a soothing effect on those who step into it. It is unlike the other places, where strength-measuring rock pillars can be found everywhere, which makes one feel as though they would be thrown out if they display insufficient strength. I will be reporting to Laoi. After arranging the seats for the three of them, the butler turns around to leave. You know a thing or two about paintings? The moment the butler leaves, Huang Yu looks over curiously. She seems to have heard the conversation back there. Come to think about it, she doesn't know a single thing about the young man she brought here. I only felt that the arrangement in the courtyard is reminiscent of a painting. Zhang Xin replies. Xiao Yu, don't listen to his nonsense. This fellow is just putting on a show to attract your attention. Baisun's glare is so intense that fire may emerge from it. What do you know? My friend here is extremely knowledgeable and talented. Do you think that everyone likes to act mighty the way you do? Hearing the other party insult the friend she brought, Huang Yu is displeased. Knowledgeable? Him? Xiao Yu, you should be careful. I think this lad is just a useless playboy. Despite being young, he is skilled in the art of deceiving to win the favor of girls. He truly has no shame. Luo, hearing the lady praise Zhang Xin, Baisun feels the rage in him boiling even more intensely and he grits his teeth furiously. My friend here is skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting. There is nothing he is incapable of. There is nothing he doesn't have expertise in. Not only is he outstanding in the younger generation, there aren't many of the older generation who can match up to him. On the contrary, look at yourself. You aren't skilled in anything, and your mind is only filled with fighting and killing all day long. You are the one that is useless. Huang Yu doesn't back down. Skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting? You mean him? He doesn't look much older than me. Even if he started learning in the womb, how much can he learn? You are probably the only one who will get scammed by him. Baisun glares savagely at Zhang Xin. Just because he is young means that he isn't skilled? What if he is talented? Don't doubt others just because you are untalented. Huang Yu retorts. Hearing their argument, the innocent Zhang Xin who had arrows fired at him frowns. If you want to argue, just argue among yourselves. Why must you all rope me in? Did I offend any of you? Zither, chess, literature, and painting, you said? I have never touched any of the four in my entire life. If I am talented, how can I possibly be the first teacher in history to score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination in Hongtian Academy? Just as Bai Sun is about to counterattack with words of his own, footsteps sound from the outside and a figure walks in. It is an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. He carries with him a unique aura which grants him a majestic disposition. The butler from before follows behind him. Emperor Shen Jue's ex-tutor, Lu Chun, paying respect to master. Upon seeing him, Bai Sun and Huang Yu dare not bicker any longer and bow simultaneously. I heard that someone was able to tell that the arrangement of my courtyard is an ink painting. It is rare to see such a refined youngster nowadays. Ignoring the two who are paying respect to him, the moment the elderly man walks in, his eyes is fixated upon Zhang Xian. It is apparent that the butler has informed him of Zhang Xian's previous words. Master, this fellow is just spouting nonsense. There's no need to bother about him. I have already revised beforehand, so master, you can feel free to test me. Upon seeing the master's attention fixated on the lad, Bai Sun feels displeased and hurriedly says, "Did I allow you to talk?" Master Lu Chen frowns. "I." Bai Sun's face turns completely red, but he dares not talk back to him. He might be of high standing, and his father is formidable as well. However, before the emperor's tutor, he still pales far in comparison. After reprimanding Bai Sun, Master Lu Chen's attention returns back to Zhang Xian. "Since you are learned in painting, it just happens that I have a work here for you to appraise in my stead." After which, he gestures with his hand. The butler hurries forward and unfurls a painting scroll on the table. It is a simple and elegant ink painting. The moment it is unfurled, a refreshing aura assaults its viewers. In a peaceful village, children are frolicking around and smoke emerges from the chimneys. If one concentrates, it seems as though one can hear the call of the cicada and see the dance of the tree leaves. It is a painting of a scenery. This, Zhang Xian scratches his head. He doesn't know a single thing about painting. All he can tell about this painting is that it isn't bad. Asking him to appraise? What is he supposed to appraise about it? You must think carefully before you speak. This is a test by the master. He likes to test others. Anyway, when I first came, I was tested by him too. If you manage to speak well, you will be able to borrow as many books as you like. But if you were to screw this up, you will be sent back instantly. Just as he is hesitating, Huang Yu's agitated voice sounds beside him. Test? Zhang Xian smiles bitterly. If only he knew that Master Lu Qian has such interests, he wouldn't have said anything when he walked into the courtyard. Is this considered as courting trouble? However, based on Huang Yu's words, it is likely that the other party will test him even if he says nothing. After all, this is a habit he has cultivated. He probably can't shake it off even if he wanted to. As for appraising it, what the heck is he supposed to appraise? He isn't even learned in that aspect. What problems can he see from it? What kind of comments should he be making? After all, the other party is the emperor's tutor, a master of painting. If he were to spout nonsense, he might be chased away with a stick even before he is done speaking. Why? Is there any problem? Upon seeing his expression, Master Lu Chun inquires. Nothing. Zhang Xian scratches his head. Just as he is at a loss on how he should organize his sentences to come up with words that the other party is unable to find flaws with, a thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Since the Library of Heaven's Path is capable of authenticating items, then, is it possible for it to tell the flaws in paintings? At this point, he can't resist stepping forward to touch the painting lightly. Wong. A sound echo in his head, and a book appears in his mind. Zhang Xian is overjoyed. After reading the contents of it, he raises his head and gazes at Master Lu Chen with bright eyes. Smiling faintly, he asks, "Master really wants me to appraise this?" Master Lu Chen doesn't respond, indicating his silent consent. "I have 8 words of evaluation on it," Zhang Xian says. "I am willing to listen to it." Master Lu Chen looks at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nods his head. His eyes scan through the painting once more, and he shakes his head. The 8 words are, "Downright senseless. What the heck is this toy?" "Gongzi, please mind your words." Initially, He was curious on the evaluation Zhang Xian could give. Upon hearing these words, the butler almost faints on the spot. Flustered, he tries to stop him hurriedly. This is a painting that was just drawn by the master. Chapter 49. How did he do it? A painting left behind by the master. By the side, Huang Yu feels like she is going insane. She almost loses her balance and falls to the floor. In the past, Master Lu Chun had brought out paintings for them to appraise, as well as to test them. However, he had never brought out his own works. This time, why would he? If the fellow before her had praised the work the master took out, perhaps the master will be delighted with his evaluation and let it pass. However, what did you say? Downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Is this something a human should say? To evaluate Master Lu Chin's drawing is downright senseless. What the heck is this toil? Huang Yu feels like vomiting blood. Didn't you say that you won't put me in a difficult position? What is going on? If she knew that Zhang Xian had decided afterward that as a teacher, he shouldn't put her in an awkward situation, more blood will probably come spurting out from her mouth. Is this what you call not putting me in an awkward situation? You are obviously pushing me down the cliff. She is regretting her action of bringing this fellow here. Master Lu Chin favors youngsters who learn with humility. He never discriminates against people, and he likes people coming over to learn from him. This fellow seems scholarly on the surface, as well as a person who knows his boundaries, so she thought that he is the type to learn with humility. Thus, she brought him over so she could please the master. If things go well, she could make use of the opportunity to achieve her goals as well. Yet, she never would have expected that. He is so unreliable. Huang Yu feels her guts turn green with regret. If only she knew that this would happen, she would have rejected him on the spot. Why did she guide him over just to bring trouble on herself? While she is on the verge of going berserk, Bai Sun is on the verge of laughing. Indeed, what is scary is not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate. This fellow actually dares to describe Master Lu Chin's work as, what the heck is this toy? Needless to think, he must have offended the master thoroughly with his words. Even if he doesn't make a move, the master will probably teach this ignorant lad a lesson. Is this the knowledge and talent you speak of? Skilled in zither, chess, literature, and painting? Chuckling softly, he gazes at Huang Yu teasingly. Huang Yu had just praised Zhang Xian a moment ago, yet in the next, the latter spoke such words. Have you ever seen a knowledgeable and talented person act like this? Silence. In contrast to Butler Uncle Cheng's anxiety, Huang Yu's regret and Bai Sun's glee, Master Lu Chun doesn't get mad due to the other party's words. He interrupts the commotion going on and looks at Lu Chun calmly. This little brother over here. Why would you make such an evaluation? Is there a problem with my drawing? I didn't know that it was Master's work. I seek your forgiveness for my brashness. Zhang Xian feigns shock and hurriedly bows apologetically. The book compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path allows him to look into the flaws of the painting, and the artist is also labeled in it. Naturally, he knows that the painting before him is Lu Chin's work, just that he is intentionally feigning ignorance. Don't worry about it. This is just a painting. I am only asking you to appraise the strengths and weaknesses of the painting, and not the painter of it. Master Lu Chun gestures. With your words, I am reassured. Zhang Xian smiles. Facing the painting again, he strokes it and says, if we are just talking about this painting, even if it is drawn by the master, I can only use these 8 words to evaluate it. Downright senseless. What the heck is this toy? Huang Yu and the butler look calm on the surface, but panic on the inside. To say such words after knowing that this is a work of the master. Lad, are you insane? However, Zhang Xian pauses for a moment. However what? This painting is indeed nothing much. Any artist by the street would be able to draw it. It is already an overestimation by calling it a toy. However, if one is able to see beyond its surface, then it is definitely an astonishing creation that will leave its viewers in disbelief. Zhang Xian says, look beyond the surface? How should we look? Master Lu Chun smiles gently. Simple. Zhang Xian looks at the butler Uncle Cheng. May I trouble you to bring a dagger over? All right. After taking a look at Master Lu Chun and noticing the lack of disapproval, Uncle Chung turns around and walks out. After a short moment, he returns with a dagger and passes it to Zhang Xian. Then, I will be making an embarrassment of myself. Grabbing the dagger, Zhang Xian walks over to the painting and stabs the dagger into it. What are you doing? Seeing his actions, Bai Sun steps forward. That is the master's work. Every single painting of his is incomparably valuable that some even label them as priceless treasures. Are you sure you can compensate him if you damage it? Huang Yu also looks at his actions in bewilderment. Why would you need a dagger to appraise a painting? Ignoring Bai Sun's rebuke, Zhang Xian cuts the unblemished painting with the dagger. Tzzzzzzzzz. The sound of paper being cut echoes in the air. The portion of the drawing that was cut curls upwards. Tugging lightly on it, the top portion of the drawing separates from the bottom layer. This is similar to how there are different levels to a building. A layer of Xian paper forms the top layer of the painting, whereas the bottom layer consists of goatskin. Xian paper dash, a type of paper suitable for drawing. Voila! The tearing of the top Xian paper exposes what is on top of the goatskin. There is also a painting on top of the goatskin, and it is similar to what was on the Xian paper. However, there is more spirit to this one, and the depictions are much more vivid. It is as though the mountainous rocks, trees, village, and children would pop out from within at any moment. If I'm not wrong, the drawing on top of the Xian paper is just a layer of deception. The true drawing is imprinted through the Xian paper onto the goatskin. This is the true secret behind the master's drawing. After tearing the Xian paper carefully away, Zhang Xian smiles. This, regardless of whether it is Huang Yu, the butler, or Bai Sun, all of their eyes widen in disbelief. To imprint the ink beyond the Xian paper onto the goatskin through force, not to mention that the drawing on top of the paper must retain a certain level of clarity such that no flaws can be seen on it. This is way too incredible. These two paintings are stacked on top of one another flawlessly. How was he able to tell? Not bad, not bad. Upon seeing the young man easily exposing the secret behind his painting, Master Lu Chin's eyes light up. This time, his gaze towards the youngster is full of praise. At the same time, he is also filled with shock. His ability to imprint on goatskin through a layer of paper via force is something he just comprehended. He had never showcased it in front of anyone else. Yet, this youngster is able to see through it in an instant. His eye of discernment is way too formidable. Then, what about this drawing? Master Lu Chun turns around and points to a painting hung on the wall. There is a giant savage beast painted on it. Similar to a savage tiger descending from the mountain, its ferocious aura leaves its viewers with astonishment. If a timid person were to catch sight of this painting, they might fall limply onto the ground, fearing to make a single noise. Zhang Xian steps forward and strokes it lightly. Then, he smiles. This painting isn't bad, but it is lacking in disposition. If I am not wrong, the painter of the work has never seen the savage beast portrayed in the drawing before. This drawing is just based on his personal interpretation. Master Lu Chin's body trembles as his eyes widen into complete circles. Others might be confused by what Zhang Xian is saying, but he understands what the other party means. That is because this painting is his work as well. The savage beast on the painting is known as Qi Xiong, and it is a rare life form. It is said to possess boundless strength and invincible defense, to the point that no weapon is able to wound it. Just like what the other party said, it is true that he has never met such a life form. The reason why he was able to draw this painting is because he had flipped through numerous books so as to feed his imagination. This painting is one of his prided works. This is also the reason why it is hung on the middlemost location of the lounge. Innumerable painting masters have come to visit, and they are filled with praises for it. They all find the painting majestic and lifelike. Why would the youngster say that it is lacking in disposition? Since the other party is able to see through the overall situation behind the other painting in an instant, his eye for such stuff should be top-notch. Furthermore, he was able to tell that he had never seen a Qi Xiong just by glancing at the painting, so it is very probable that he has his own reasons for saying so. Which part of it is lacking in disposition? Would you be kind to enlighten me? At this point, Master Lu Chun no longer has the attitude of superiority from before as he hurriedly asks, "Ah." Seeing the Emperor's tutor who kept testing them, causing them to scratch their heads helplessly innumerable times, seeking guidance with humility from a young man who isn't even 20 yet, Huang Yu and Bai Sun stare at one another and they feel like fainting. Especially Huang Yu. Her eyes can't stop blinking. The shock strikes her mind like billowing waves. That fellow, how did he do it? Chapter 50. Peerb, that's simple. Oblivious to the shock and the thoughts going through the minds of the others, Zhang Xian smiles. Even though the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its body is streamlined like a sharp sword. It specializes in quick assaults and overcomes its opponents through speed rather than strength. From this, it can be inferred that its disposition should be that of a sharp sword rather than a heavy mountain. Given how the painter got the disposition of the savage beast wrong, it is clear to see that it is an interpretation. Master Lu Qin's body sways. It isn't that the other party is inaccurate in his appraisal, but he is too accurate in it. All along, he had thought that since the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its disposition should be heavy like a mountain. The reminder from the youngster makes him recall an introduction on the savage beast from a book. It mentions that it is extremely fast, killing its opponent without even revealing itself. This is precisely the reason why very few people have seen its true form. One of the greatest taboos of a painter is to mistake the disposition their painting should carry. If even the disposition is unfitting for the subject, then even the most valuable of paintings will be reduced to trash. Zhang Xian is already sparing his pride by saying that the painting isn't bad, instead of saying something more extreme. Excellent. Incredible. With his face flushed red with excitement, Master Lu Chun expresses his high appraisal of Zhang Xian. If it is just a single painting, it is possible that it might just be luck or coincidence. However, to see the crux behind two different paintings in an instant, he can confidently say that the youngster before him might look young, but he is a true master painter. His skills can only be superior to his own. It is easy to make friends, but it is hard to find a soulmate. Throughout his career as a painter, he is unable to find an equal in the entire Tianqian kingdom. Usually, when he deciphers a painting to the others, they would only respond to it perfunctorily and instead focus their efforts on praising him. No one was able to truly understand the essence of those paintings, needless to say, to point out the flaws in them. Friend kind of soulmate, this is precisely the reason why he feels desolate, and often opens up his residence to encourage diligent juniors in the hope that there will be someone to succeed him. At this moment, upon meeting someone who is able to point out the flaws and weaknesses of a painting, he feels as though he has met a soulmate. How can he not be delighted over it? If not for his strong will and self-control, he might have leaped in joy on the spot. Seeing the master so exuberant, Huang Yu and Bai Sun no longer bicker and stare at one another. Their eyes widen into complete circles, almost popping out from their heads. They have been acquainted with this master since young. He is always calm, and no matter what comes in his way, he never allows it to interfere with his mind. The last time the emperor sent some servants to deliver the Harshland's night illumination pearl to him, a gift that is worth a king's ransom, he didn't even take a look at it before ordering a servant to keep it in the warehouse. Yet, a casual answer from the young man leaves him in such a state. Could it be that his words are true? At this point, the two of them shot their gazes towards the young man. However, no matter how they stare at him, he looks nothing but ordinary to them. Xiaoyu, aren't you going to introduce this Gongzi to me? While she is still struck with bewilderment, Master Lu Qin's words echo in the room. Introduce? Upon being questioned, Huang Yu is taken back. Only now does she realize that she had not asked for the other party's name. Her face turns red and she scratches her head awkwardly as she turns towards Zhang Xian and asks, "Ah, right, what is your name?" Hearing these words, Bai Sun, who is sitting beside her, looks constipated. Just a moment ago, he was still overwhelmed by jealousy, thinking that someone has beaten him to his goddess, causing the urge to beat up this youngster to well up in him. Only now does he realize that Huang Yu doesn't even know his name. If only he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gotten so angry over nothing. However, his dilemma doesn't end here. Immediately after, he hears Master Lu Qin's angry voice. What do you mean by he? No decorum at all. This little brother here is a peer of mine. You will have to address him as a master in the future. Peer. This time, not only Huang Yu and Bai Sun feel dizzy-headed, even the butler Uncle Chung freezes in shock. The three of them stare at Zhang Xian as though they are looking at a monster. What kind of standing does Master Lu Chun possess? Emperor Shun Jue's teacher, a true emperor's tutor. There isn't a single person in the entire kingdom who dares to claim to be his peer. If one were to do it, it would mean that one is claiming to be the senior of the country's emperor. For a person of such standing to view a youngster who isn't even 20 as a fellow peer of his? Surely I am hearing things? Didn't you all hear my words? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lu Chun chastises them again. Yes. Bai Sun and Huang Yu hurriedly bow, paying respect to the master. There is no need to be so formal. Zhang Xian didn't expect Lu Chun to be so polite. He nods his head helplessly and says, I am Zhang Xian. I just happen to understand master's paintings out of coincidence. I am not fitting of the title of a master. So it is little brother Zhang Xian. You can't put it like that. Manners are manners. You are able to see through the flaws in my work with just a glance. This means that you are well versed in paintings, and you possess an exceptional eye for them. If you aren't worthy of the title of master with your standards, wouldn't that mean that I am unable to live up to my title as a master as well? Lu Qin says. Zhang Xian laughs dryly. It is true that he is able to point the flaws in the paintings, but that isn't because of his abilities in that aspect. He only made use of the cheat called the Library of Heaven's Path. Without this, needless to say appraising it, he might be scratching his head with a confused expression, unable to even identify what is being drawn. All right, stop being so polite. Feel free to reprimand these juniors when you meet them in the future. Unsure about what Zhang Xian is thinking about, Lu Qin casually says, Juniors? Feel free to reprimand? Bai Sun and Huang Yu are on the verge of crying. The heck, we are around the same age, and yet you became a senior of our grandfather's generation in an instant. Dude, you are way too formidable. Ignoring the despondent duo, Master Lu Qin looks over in puzzlement. Little brother, to follow shall you here? You probably aren't here for leisure. May I ask what is it that you require my help on? I have heard that Master has a wide collection of books. The reason why I am here today is to find some Fighter 6 Dan cultivation technique manuals to browse through. Hearing Master Lu Chun question his purpose, Zhang Xian hurriedly replies. The main aim of his journey here is this. He mustn't let this opportunity slip him by. My collection of books is quite vast, but they are mainly on painting. I do not possess many books on cultivation techniques here. As for those on Fighter 6 Dan, I only have a couple of them. They are in my study. Come, I will bring you over to take a look. Hearing his purpose, Master Lu Chun strokes his beard with a smile and stands up. Laoi, your study. The butler Uncle Chung quickly walks forward and asks questioningly. Laoi Old Master Laoi's study does possess quite a lot of one-of-kind limited edition books, and each of them are extremely valuable. He has never allowed any outsiders to enter his study, and even Emperor Shinjue was blocked at the door when he came the previous time. There was a maid who wasn't aware of the rules and ran in to clean the room. In the end, she was beaten to death. This is precisely the reason why the study of the Lu residence is the forbidden zone within forbidden zones, and no one dares to enter it. Yet, Laoi intends to bring in a young man who he had just met, leaving him at a loss. The reason why I don't allow others to enter my study is for fear that they would afflict it with their vulgarity. Little brother Zhang Xian is a fellow peer of mine and a master painter. It is an honor of mine to have him enter to offer me some pointers. There is no reason for me to stop him from entering at all. Master Lu Qin's face darkens. Yes, Uncle Chung retreats in a fluster. He may be ignorant about painting, but even he is able to tell at this point that there isn't a single error in the appraisal of the young man. Otherwise, it is impossible for Laoi's attitude to do an 180-degree turn and act so amiably. Let's go. Master Lu Chun leads the way while Zhang Xian follows behind him. After a moment, they reach a wide room. As expected of a master whom Huang Yu was full of praises for, the collection of books in his study is massive. All kinds of manuals fill the shelves, and there are at least hundreds of thousands of books here. Zhang Xin feels as though he has walked into a library. Walking between the shelves while taking a casual look, it is exactly as the other party said. The books are all on painting, and there are barely any on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Those on cultivation technique are over here. There are only a handful of them. They were left behind from back when I was still cultivating. Master Lu Chan introduces with a smile as he brings Zhang Xian towards the corner of the study. Chapter 51. Heaven's Path Golden Body by the corner. Books are stacked densely on the bookshelves, and they are all on cultivation techniques and related subjects. There are manuals on Fighter 1 Dan, 2 Dan, 3 Dan, and 4 Dan. Similar to Hongtian Academy, the higher the tier is, the less the number of books there are on it. As for Fighter 6 Dan manuals, there are only about 10 books or so on it. The number of books may be few, but it beats having none at all. Initially, he thought that it would be like the Compendium Pavilion and that he would be able to find a few hundred or even 1,000 books here for his choosing. Now, it is clear to see that he is overthinking it. However, after pondering over it for a moment, the reason for the difference between the two becomes apparent to him. Everyone has a different physique, and thus the suitable cultivation technique for them differs from one individual to the other. Thus, it is clear that the Academy would require a huge amount of secret manuals and books so as to ensure that there are sufficient resources for the teachers to cater to the needs of their students, as well as to expand their horizons. However, for an individual, they only require 1 or 2 cultivation techniques suited for them. It is already considered a huge collection for Lu Chun to have over 10 books on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Casually picking up the 10 books, he flips through them lightly, voila, and corresponding secret manuals appear in his mind. Why? Are these cultivation techniques too inferior to appeal to you? Seeing the youngster pick those books up, flip through them and put them down before taking a good look at the contents, Master Lu Qian is slightly bewildered. That's not it. I am just taking a casual look. Zhang Xian shakes his head. Scanning the surrounding once again, he affirms that there are only these few books in here. Just as he is about to take his leave from the study, he suddenly catches sight of a pile of manuals placed not too far away from his current position. Curious, he asks, "These are..." "Oh, these are left behind by that disappointing son of mine. He likes brute strength, so he collected quite a few secret manuals on enhancing one's physical strength. In fact, he even went to the kingdom's book collection vault and moved all related books here." Master Lu Chun smiles bitterly. In the cultivation of a fighter, Jinqi is the most important factor of all. One's physical body only plays a small role in it, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Jinqi - true essence, although there is the Pigu realm which tempers one's skin and bones in a fighter's cultivation, what truly matters is still Jinqi. Only when one's Jinqi is pure and concentrated can they be truly strong. In the eyes of most cultivators, the physical body is just an auxiliary tool to one's strength and is of little importance. Can I take a look? Seeing the thousands of secret manuals on heightening the strength of one's physical body, Zhang Xian feels a little moved. Thus, he can't resist the urge to ask Master Lu Chun for permission to browse through them. He possesses the library of Heaven's Path, so he doesn't need the cultivation techniques in his possession to be profound. With sufficient quantity, he is able to extract the essence of each to authenticate the true and the false and distill the truly useful portions from each of them. Even though training one's physical body may seem to be unimportant, and it may be unable to allow one's strength to soar up rapidly, if there are this many books to correct the errors and point out the correct path, the effects might turn out to be significant. Anyway, he doesn't have sufficient books in his hands on 6 Dan cultivation technique for him to raise his cultivation realm, so he might as well flip through these first. Perhaps, he might even get some pointers on it from the information contained within them. Little brother, feel free. Master Lu Chun smiles. Since he had already brought him in, he wouldn't be stingy about it, allowing him to browse through the books. I will be impertinent then. Zhang Xian nods his head and walks over to the pile of manuals. Just like before, he casually flips through them. Walala, walala. He is. Looking at his actions by the side, Master Lu Chun is bewildered. I thought that he wanted to read the books? What is he doing, flipping through them like that? Could it be that these books do not fit his taste? That makes sense, though. Given how he is trying to look for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he is probably already at Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. Given his current strength, he has already undergone the Piga realm, and it matters not whether he trains his physical body or not. Perhaps he might be browsing through them out of curiosity. Coming to a realization, he no longer bothers about it. Casually picking up a treasured painting left behind by a master, he examines it attentively. Zhang Xian finishes flipping through that pile of physical body enhancement techniques within 10 minutes or so. The correct cultivation method. Thousands of manuals appear in the library. Zhang Xian's mind jolts and light envelopes his sight. Then, a flawless manual appears in his mind. Similar to the cultivation technique manuals from before, the book contains the perfect sequence of the correct methods recorded in the thousands of books. Let me take a look. Flipping over the cover, a line of words assaults him and enters his mind. Zhenqi is reminiscent of water, whereas the physical body is the bucket containing the water. With a sturdy bucket, one can fill more water, and the quality of which would be higher. The opening verse causes him to feel enlightened. That's right. Zhang Xian's eyes light up. Previously, his thoughts were like the others. He felt that it is of no importance whether he cultivates his physical body or not. What truly matters is his Zhenqi cultivation. Only upon reading this does he realize how shallow his thinking was. If one loses their skin, where can their hairs lodge into? The same goes for the relationship between Zhenqi and one's physical body. Only a powerful physical body is capable of withstanding violent Zhenqi strength to exert even greater prowess. Feeling as though a door has just opened before him, Zhang Xian can't resist the urge to read on. The more he reads, the more exhilarated he feels. The Zhenqi within his body subconsciously follows the method recorded in the book and flows continuously. Jai. Under the flow of Zhenqi, his physical body, which wasn't weak from the start, evolves once again. His muscle fibers thicken and his skin membrane becomes more sturdy. His body evolves towards a much more correct and rational path. Kacha. As his mind is absorbed in the explanations contained within the book, Zhang Xian isn't aware of the astounding changes that are occurring within his physical body. It is as though an infrastructure has been washed with molten metal. His body is gradually becoming a powerful weapon that surpasses that of ordinary humans. As expected of a technique filtered by the library, it is indeed formidable. From now on, I will call this Heaven's Path Golden Body. An hour later, Zhang Xian finally finishes his book. His Zhenqi has also circulated a single time through his body according to the methods recorded in the book. Wang. After he finishes naming the book glows radiantly and 4 large words appear on the cover of the book, Heaven's Path Golden Body. In the future, I will have to make sure to train in it properly. I am already done training? After finishing the book, just when he has decided to cultivate using the methods recorded on it after returning, he realizes that he had unknowingly completed the cultivation of this body enhancement technique while looking through it. That is to say, he has mastered this body enhancement cultivation technique. There are no errors in the cultivation techniques of Heaven's Path, thus the pace of training is swift. Even though I knew this beforehand, never would have I expected that I would be able to master Heaven's Path Golden Body unknowingly like this. With the experience from Heaven's Path Divine Art, he knows that a flawless cultivation technique is much more effective and allows one to cultivate at an extremely rapid speed. Thus, he had expected the cultivation of the Heaven's Path Golden Body to not be too difficult as well. Just that, he never imagined that he would complete the cultivation just by reading through the contents of it once. At this moment, he doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Forget it. Even though I wasn't able to find sufficient Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, my strength should have increased significantly with this set of physical body enhancement cultivation technique. Coming to Master Lu Chen's house, he might not have accomplished his objective of finding sufficient Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, but in exchange, he received the Heaven's Path Golden Body, so it is still a meaningful trip. Just that, the physical body is different from Zhenqi. Zhenqi can be easily quantified, and it isn't difficult to gauge how much strength one possesses after one is done with one's training. On the other hand, muscles are hidden beneath the skin, so it is hard to measure one's improvement clearly. That's to say, even though he has mastered Heaven's Path Golden Body, he has no idea how strong he has grown, or even whether his physical body had grown stronger or not. Of course, this isn't important. Since he has successfully completed his cultivation of it, he can simply find a strength measuring rock pillar when he returns to test his strength. What is little brother Zhang Xian doing? At this moment, Master Lu Chun, who accompanied him here, has his mind filled with question marks. While reading his book, he sneaked glances towards the other party occasionally. After flipping through the manuals, this fellow has been standing on the spot without moving at all for 2 whole hours by now. What the heck is he doing? Could it be that he has read too many books and went berserk? It isn't like this kind of situation has never happened before. In the past, there was an extremely talented genius in Tianqian Kingdom. The cultivation techniques and battle techniques that took other people 2 to 3 years to learn, he only took 2 to 3 days. This is precisely the reason why he wanted to learn all of the cultivation techniques and battle techniques to piece them together so as to create a set of new skills. In the end, before a new mystical cultivation technique could be born, he went berserk. The youngster before him was able to raise his level of cultivation to Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle at such a young age. At the same time, he possesses a master-level competency in painting. Could it be that, just like that senior, he got greedy and some problems popped up within him? Little brother, filled with suspicions, he can't hold it in any longer. Thus, he steps forward and tries to interrupt Zhang Xian's thoughts to prevent him from sinking in even deeper. Just as Zhang Xian is impressed over the might of the Heaven's Path divine art, he hears a shout, and following which, a palm nudges his body. Oh, Master Lu Chan! Returning back to his consciousness, he hurriedly turns around and his shoulders accidentally bump into the ladder. Pong! A deep echo and Master Lu Chan is sent flying instantaneously. His back knocks onto a bookshelf, and the books scatter on the floor. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.